Chapter 51, The New Message. After pressing the last key, Lucien slowly removed his hands from the keyboard. A feeling of accomplishment rose in his mind. Through the 3 weeks of diligent practice, now Lucien could play the masterpiece relatively fluently with some simple skills. Of course, it was not perfect, but Lucien believed that Mr. Victor could easily tell its value. Lucien. You. Felicia was standing beside the door with her hand on the doorknob, looking very confused but also surprised. Felicia, sorry, I didn't notice you were here. Lucien stood up and pushed the piano stool under the keyboard. What did you say? The song you played was quite impressive. You've made great progress. Felicia looked away. She was not used to making compliments, especially to Lucien. Thank you, Felicia. Grabbing his music sheets, Lucien walked to Felicia. I gotta go now. It looks like a storm is coming. In the month of harvest, September, there was always a downpour every few days. The weather today was very muggy, and the sky was much darker than usual. Yes. Sure. See you tomorrow, Lucien. Felicia was kind of distracted. When Lucien came downstairs, he saw Athie asking the servants to do cleaning there. Lucien walked toward him asked, Mr. Athie, did you see Mr. Victor? I have something to tell him. Mr. Victor just left for the cemetery. I'm afraid he might not be able to come back until late. Athie was always polite and serious. Would you like to leave a message? It's all right. I'm not in a hurry. Thank you, Athie. Lucien waved his hands. He could talk to Victor in person the next day. Tonight he had some magic experiments to carry out, which were his priority. In the last few weeks, Lucien managed to read the journal, ARCANA, many times. With the help of the literature stored in his spirit library, his basic knowledge foundation grew more solid. Combining that with what he had learned about vibrational frequency, Lucien improved the spell Home and Oscillation and created 2 new apprentice-level spells. For most apprentices, the development of their spiritual power often was much faster than the accumulation of their knowledge. Lucien, on the other hand, was facing a totally opposite situation due to his background. His spiritual power was still insufficient for casting 10 apprentice spells consecutively at a time. In the early evening, on his way to Auntie Elisa's place, Lucien noticed that there was a new secret message on the wall. We have news about the evil creatures. Tonight. 10 o'clock. The same place, said the secret message. Lucien kept walking as though he saw nothing. In his mind, he was guessing the intention of this message. He never attended the meeting after his first appearance, so it seemed they were using the information to lure him. Another reason that Lucien was this cautious was the raven he saw last time on his way back home from the apprentice meeting. When Lucien first encountered the raven, he didn't put any thought into it, since there were countless ravens in Alta. However, afterwards he recalled what he had read in the notes. Raven was the most common summoned pet. The more he thought about it, the more concerned he felt. Now Lucien couldn't help worrying that the message might be a trap, in case it would probably have been set by the raven's master. However, the attraction exerted by the information was irresistible. Lucien always yearned for the Crying Soul potion, which could reveal the power hidden in a developed body. He had been looking for the ingredients for quite a long time. Now, he already had the corpse mushroom and the brain tissue of the aquatic zombie, so Lucien wanted to get revenant dust and moonlight rose as soon as possible. Except for using the blood of a revenant to summon another, Lucien couldn't come up with a second way to get any revenant dust in Alta, especially under the watch of the church. Chewing his bread, Lucien was thinking carefully, struggling between his feeling of insecurity and his desire. Finally, Lucien decided to accept the invitation. However, before going there, he needed to be prepared. Nighttime, in Lucien's lab. On the magic circle carved on the stone table, a cup-sized black container was being heated over the blue fire, in which a certain kind of thick red liquid was boiling. Lucien's face looked very serious. He was stirring the liquid in the container with a long ceramic stick. In his right hand, there was a test tube with some black liquid in it. Pouring it into the container, Lucien slowly mixed them up. Every drop of the black liquid brought a gauze of white mist. As if it was alive, the red liquid kept shrinking fiercely and became thicker and thicker, like gel. Lucien knew that a tiny mistake would cause a devastating explosion. He must keep concentrating. Mixing all the black liquid with the red one, Lucien pressed his right hand on the circle and used his spiritual power to change the way the circle worked. Many red thin lines emerged and covered the container. Meanwhile, Lucien started casting. A white beam of cold light showed up between his fingers and flashed into the container. Heat met cold, but the magic red lines prevented the gel from exploding, and it slowly became more stable. When the white mist around it slowly disappeared, only a small amount of flame-colored gel was left in the black container. Lucien carefully put the very thick gel into a glass tube and sealed it, which was the last step required to make the flame gel. Lucien found the making process in the witch's notes. According to her description, he guessed the flame gel should be as powerful as napalm. In order to improve its power, Lucien was about to add some nitroglycerin into the formula, but in the end he decided not to, because he didn't want to turn his new lab into a heap of ruins for being too hasty. In a box in the corner of his lab, there were 7 tubes, each of them containing different potions. 2 of them were flame gel, 2 other were storm, which was used for fast healing and boosting energy, and the last 3 were brown owl, which could accelerate the speed of spiritual power recovery. Lucien put all 7 glass tubes, along with the flame gel he had just made, into the small pockets of his black robe. They were made specially for safely carrying different potions and magic reagents. Then, he opened his own notes lying on the table, in which he wrote down the structures and the principles of the 2 new apprentice spells that he had created. Based on his knowledge of vibration and frequency and after hundreds of tests, Lucien improved the spell Home and Oscillation, and thus he had his own new spells, one called Bat Screaming and the other the Professor's Oscillating Hand. After closing the notebook, Lucien climbed back to the room and lay down on his bed to have a bit of rest. Lucien left his shack that night at 9:40. Chapter 52, Baron Laurent. The night was hot and suffocating. A storm was coming. Lucien purposely chose a different way, approaching the abandoned house from beside the tall willow, which took him more than 10 minutes. Standing in the shadow, he did not approach the building immediately. Instead, he stayed there for a while and noticed there were 3 people dressed in black robes standing in front of the abandoned house. From their figures, Lucien could tell one was Smile and another one was Philosopher. However, Lucien could not recognize the third person. Thus, he did not lower his guard. Grabbing a black, weird-shaped magic reagent in his hand, he silently cast a spell. The thing in his hand started trembling faster and faster, and ultrasonic waves began to expand outwards in all directions. That was Bat Screaming, the first spell created by Lucien on his own. Lucien was inspired by bats using ultrasonic waves to detect objects, like a radar. By reading the witch's notes, Lucien became aware that many sorcerers and sorceresses would hide their magic aura, which was brought by their spiritual power, on purpose to avoid being found by their enemies. When Lucien was learning the apprentice spell called Magic Aura Detection, he realized that the apprentice-level detection spell would be ineffective when facing corresponding defensive spells of higher levels. Thus, Lucien combined Magic Aura Detection with his knowledge of ultrasonic wave and created Bat Screaming, which could even detect objects with no spiritual power or that released no magic aura. Of course, Bat Screaming could also fail if a sorcerer or sorceress knew the spell in advance. They would still have other ways to avoid being found. Therefore, choosing proper spells was of great significance in a magic battle. The ultrasonic waves were like invisible water waves spreading around Lucien. When the waves hit something, they would reflect back to the black reagent in his hand. Lucien kept focusing on the spell and gradually pictured the surroundings, as if he was observing all around him carefully in broad daylight. The detection range has a radius of about 100 meters. And it is a three-dimensional detection. Lucien thought to himself, there's an owl on the tree. Yes, it's Doro. Well. There's a raven. The raven. Lucien recognized the raven that he encountered the other night. This time, Lucien felt the magic power in this pet, but he could tell the raven's master was very cautious as nothing weird happened since he met it the first time. Its master was only watching and waiting for something. I should come up with an infrared spell, then I would be able to see the inside of the buildings. A new idea hit Lucien's mind. The black thing Lucien was grabbing was a dried bat pituitary, and after some time it turned into a small pile of ashes and slipped through his fingers. For now, his spiritual power was not enough to cast the spell without using the additional component. Lucien was still hesitant since he could not make sure who the third person was. At this time, the person started talking in a relatively loud voice, "Mr. Professor, I think you're here but you're still watching. I'm White Honey, Mr. Professor. It was my mentor who found the trace of the evil creature. He respects your profound knowledge and he hopes to meet you." A moment later, Lucien walked out of the shadow and approached the willow slowly. "Nice to see you again, White Honey," Lucien nodded to her. "It's my honor winning your mentor's respect, but at the same time, it seems like your mentor doesn't trust me very much." "Mr. Professor." White Honey looked very surprised. "The raven. You know what I'm talking about." Lucien looked into the darkness. You found Ashley." White Honey looked in the same direction. "It's impossible." White Honey wondered, "It's nighttime, and the magic light of the raven has been hidden on purpose. How did he notice Ashley?" She now felt that the mysterious Mr. Professor was even stranger. When Lucien looked in that direction, the raven on the branch started to fall to the ground as if it was suddenly struck by lightning. Fortunately, the raven spread its wings in time and swiftly flew away, disappearing in the dark sky. "You'd better explain this, White Honey." Smile and Philosopher asked in great anger. White Honey lowered her head and apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about this. And I also brought some gifts to show my sincerity. My mentor. He just wanted to see Mr. Professor. If anything unexpected happened when Mr. Professor was hunting the evil creature, my mentor might be able to help as well through the raven, Ashley." Now Ashley just left. Smile and Philosopher were aware that in fact there was nothing they could do about what White Honey had done, since they did not know how powerful her mentor was. "Well. Hopefully it will be a lesson to you, White Honey." Smile cleared his throat a bit. "In Alta, what your mentor just did can easily put him in trouble. Many of us will take your mentor as a spy from the church. I hope he isn't, though. I'm terribly sorry, but I assure you he is not, Owl." White Honey apologized again. Lucien walked in front of them and asked in his pretended harsh voice, "White Honey, now, can I know where the evil creature is?" "In the old house of Baron Laurent, in the noble district." White Honey replied, "No one in the last 3 generations of the house has successfully awakened the blessing, and thus the status of the house has been declining. Furthermore, there are just few servants still serving the family. The other day, when my mentor's raven flew over the old house, Ashley found it was a bit noisy down there. Out of curiosity, it flew down and found the people in the house were having a sex party." "What?" Owl sounded very surprised. "In fact it was more than just a sex party. My mentor believed that it was an evil ritual. When the people were crazily having sex in the chamber, Baron Laurent was standing in an altar at the center of the place and seemed to be gathering some kind of unknown power. At that time, Ashley noticed the demon's smell in him." Philosopher was more sophisticated than Smile. He nodded with thoughts, "I'm quite sure Baron Laurent is not the only one. Many nobles who failed to awake the blessing or to get the holy water from the church turned to demons and other evil beings to seek power. Their titles are worth the risk. Unless a noble house violated one of the first 10 articles of the holy law, the hereditary land and title of the house could forever be passed on to the next generations. However, if no one of the house could awaken the blessing in a few generations, the house would start to decline. Other houses would gradually devour its land and leave the house with only an useless noble title. In the end, the house would disappear on its own and the nobles would become common folks. No one would remember the family's past glory. Lucien had his own guess about the party. He believed it was the heretical ritual of Argent Horn. After 2 months, Lucien believed that they started taking action again. Do you know how powerful the creature is? How can I get to the noble district? Lucien asked. The area the nobles lived was enclosed by the inner city wall. At this time, the city gates were already closed. City guards would only open the gates for the nobles who lived there. From the scale of the altar, my mentor speculated that it should be a low-rank demon of an ordinary knight level. But before the ritual is finished, the cast shadow of the demon should be only of a high-rank knight squire level. White Honey explained. She did not think a powerful sorcerer with such profound knowledge like Mr. Professor would be in any danger when facing a cast shadow of a low-rank demon. White Honey didn't know how to find Owl, so she found me first. I happened to know a secret passage to the noble district, and so I came with them here tonight, hoping that I could be of some help. After all, Mr. Professor, your explanation and guidance helped me a lot. Philosopher lowered his head to show his respect. If you don't mind, Mr. Professor, I am more than willing to kill it for you. It's just a low-rank demon. There's no need for you to do this personally. Lucien was feeling concerned that the heresy might bring some unexpected trouble into the action, and having more helpers on his side was definitely a good thing. After thinking for a moment, Lucien nodded, "Thank you, philosopher. After this, you may ask me a question. Can I go with you, Professor?" White Honey wanted to join them as well. Ashley was gone, and so she had to watch the mysterious sorcerer for her mentor instead. At the same time, Lucien viewed her as a hostage. Thus, he instantly said yes. Smile also asked to join. He had his own thoughts as well. He wanted to stay as close as possible to Professor. Then, he was also accepted. Guided by Philosopher, Lucien, White Honey, and Smile headed toward the Nobel District. Chapter 53, The Professor's Oscillation Hand. It was very late in the hot and suffocating night, but even then there were several people wearing black robes quietly walking on the streets. Aside from them, only a few drunkards were loafing around aimlessly. However, Lucien and his companions did not lower their guard at all. They had to be very careful to avoid the night watchers of the church. Those church watchers were like hounds wandering at night, chasing after the scent of evil. The black gloves those watchers always wore were the shared nightmare of every sorcerer in Alta. After 10 minutes, Philosopher stopped and said to Lucien in a low voice, "Mr. Professor, we're here. The passage is in the house." The house was sitting on the boundary of the Noble and Adaran districts, looking pretty plain, even old, and was enclosed by a few dilapidated buildings. Each of them examined the house separately to make sure there was no magic trap in the building, while Lucien used bat screaming and secured the surroundings. Then they followed Philosopher and entered the house. From the thick spider web hanging down from the girder and brushing his forehead, Lucien could tell this place had been abandoned for a long time. Some beggars used to stay here overnight. But recently, all the beggars in Alta went missing. Philosopher said casually when he was walking. Neither Lucien nor White Honey replied. Only Smile asked out of surprise, "All missing? What's possible for the beggars to do? Where could they have gone?" "I have no idea as well, Owl," answered Philosopher. "Some said this had something to do with the evil creature." While Lucien and White Honey remained silent. When they came to one of the bedrooms, Philosopher started removing some old crates which were hiding a secret entrance behind them. Cold wind came from the passage, but the air smelled fresh. That meant it was being used pretty frequently. How does Philosopher know the secret passage? Is he one of the nobles? Lucien felt a bit confused. However, obviously, he could not ask that directly. When they all came into the secret passage, Philosopher prudently closed the entrance behind them. Lucien noticed many magic circles on the ceiling. Philosopher, Smile noticed them as well. What are these for? Don't worry about it. In case of emergency, the magic traps will be activated to destroy the passage. Philosopher answered with a smile. I like your prudence. Lucien commended in his pretended harsh voice. I agree. I'm feeling more assured now. White Honey smiled. Another 10 minutes later, Philosopher, Lucien, Owl and White Honey climbed out of the secret passage from a dark corner. Under the cover of the shadow of the tall trees, soon they came in front of Baron Laurent's old 3-floor house. Beside the iron gate of the house stood a guard wearing a set of plain leather armor. Compared with the many guards on the other nobles' properties who were wearing silver chain mail, the single guard here was clearly showing the family's decline. Only one guard is here. We can go in there directly. Smile proposed. Leave this to me. Philosopher took a step forward. Leave this to an apprentice from the School of Astrology. I agree. Philosopher can handle this. Lucien nodded under his hood. Then let me help you, Philosopher. Smile came closer to Philosopher. Luke was yawning in front of the big iron gate, complaining about the Baron in his mind. Party, party, and party. Baron Laurent doesn't even have enough money to pay us guards. 10 nars every month for standing here the whole night? Come on. The old Baron was paying my grandpa and dad 20 nars a month. A sudden owl hoot interrupted Luke's thought, since it sounded a bit weird. Go and catch your mice. You nasty thing. Luke swore. Luke couldn't see anything in the darkness. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a ghost in a black robe standing a few steps away from him. Before Luke opened his mouth to scream, he saw the ghost's face under the hood, except for the 2 eye holes. Its nose, mouth, and ears were blurred together. The ghost slowly raised its head. It was looking at Luke through the 2 dark holes, in which there were countless stars. The stars were shining like a dream. Stars? Luke murmured. All of a sudden, he felt completely relaxed, as if he was facing the person who he trusted the most in the world. Philosopher clearly knew that Luke had been hypnotized. Walking closer to Luke, Philosopher whispered in his ear, "We are Baron Laurent's guests. Open the gate and let us in. Be quiet. Don't let other people know." "Yes, sir." Luke slightly opened the gate following Philosopher's command, "Please, sir." Carefully, Philosopher, Lucien, Smile and White Honey went through the gate and headed toward the house. After they went in there, Luke did not close the gate. Instead, he turned around and started guarding the gate with great passion as if his chest was on fire. He did not know why, but he wanted to do more for the mister. The house's wooden door of the house was tightly locked, and the heavy curtains were also tightly drawn. In the big hall, a number of naked or half-naked men and women were having intercourse. Men's gasps, women's groans, a sweet aroma and the smell of certain fluids were mixing together. The hall was warm, even hot. On the couches, carpets, and even on the long table, pairs of man and woman, woman and woman, were moaning during coitus. They were having sex as if they were totally crazy. Some women's dresses were rolled up around their waists, while some other women were completely naked, and men were humping them like beasts. Only one person in the licentious sex party was totally different. It was a middle-aged man in a silver robe. He did not join these people. Instead, he raised his hands up and closed his eyes, as if he was enjoying the moans and was listening to someone talking to him. His face looked extremely excited, lightened with ecstasy. Black mist gradually rose up from the crazy people and slowly gathered behind the middle-aged man. The man was standing in the center of the pattern of an argent horn drawn on the altar, from which many silver lines stretched out and enclosed the shadow. Then the shadow became darker and darker, mixing with the colors of pink and black. Gradually, it turned into a tall and big shadow with 2 horns on its head. "Are you ready for my power?" The shadow suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man, Baron Laurent, answered in his lunatic tone, "The great master of Argent, the forever-lasting silence, I've given my soul to you. Please, please endow me with your power." Slowly the shadow approached him and started entering his body, bit by bit. Laurent's face contorted. Obviously, merging was not a very pleasant process. However, the pain was suppressed by the ecstasy shining in his eyes. "No one can stop me now. No one can stop me from regaining the glory of my family anymore." Apart from the ecstasy, there were also tears in his eyes. Outside the house, Lucien and the other 3 apprentices did not intrude obtrusively. They first had to make sure there were no magic circles or traps around. "Mr. Professor, it will take at least half an hour to eliminate all the magic traps here," Philosopher said to Lucien. "No, we can't." White Honey sounded nervous. "We're relatively late, and I can feel the demon already. We only have up to 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the demon will arrive in its complete form. Then we will be too late. Going into the hall directly will also cost us lots of spiritual power as well to deal with the traps." Smile turned to Lucien. "Professor, you must have some more powerful spells that can eliminate all the magic traps at once." All the 3 apprentices were looking at the mysterious sorcerer. Similar thoughts came in their mind. Although they all knew that the sorcerer was very profound, none of them ever saw in person how powerful the mysterious professor was. Is Mr. Professor a real powerful sorcerer? How powerful can he be? Is he even stronger than White Honey's mentor? Lucien knew clearly what they were thinking. He was prepared. Under their gaze, he answered with confidence, "No problem, smile. I'll handle this." Lucien came close to the wall of the house and pressed both of his hands on it. Moving his lips silently, Lucien started casting the spell. Invisible waves spread out of Lucien's hand. The waves hit the wall instantly and were reflected back. The following waves thus became different. In Philosopher, Owl, and White Honey's eyes, nothing happened. They exchanged worried glances with confusion but did not say anything. Suddenly, White Honey felt the earth was shaking. "Are you trembling?" Philosopher asked her at the same time. "Not me," she answered with surprise. "Look." Smile was pointing at the building. "Look. The whole house is shaking." White Honey and Philosopher immediately looked in the direction of the house. The old 3-story house was shaking forward and backward, and the movement was becoming fiercer and fiercer. They could hear the glasses were shattering. "Earthquake?" White Honey wondered. "No, it's the house itself," answered Owl. "Mr. Professor." Philosopher looked at Lucien and was shocked. Lucien's hands were still pressed against the house's wall. His whole body was shaking along with the building. His lips were still moving. "The house is gonna collapse." White Honey took a step back. Philosopher could not believe his eyes. Even a 3rd circle spell fireball could not completely destroy a whole building at once. "What is this spell? What is this?" Doro, the owl, was standing on Smile's shoulder, yelling. No one noticed when the raven caught up with them again. It almost fell down from the tree once more, because of the sudden shaking. "What's the circle of this spell?" the raven cried as well. Only Lucien knew it was just an apprentice spell, the professor's oscillation hand. The spell could detect the frequency of vibration of a building and created a resonance to destroy the construction. It worked the best with bridges. Chapter 54, Com Hunters. Inside of the hall, Laurent, wearing a silver robe, was standing in the center of the altar. His distorted face was full of excitement and ecstasy. He could feel it. He could feel the shadow entering his body. His blood was running and crying, gradually changing his body. 40 years of waiting and dreaming. Today he could finally start regaining the glory of his family. The mixed moans in his ears changed into the applauses and cheers on his knight title conferring ceremony. However, at this time, the whole house started shaking all of a sudden. Earthquake. Is this a punishment? Although Laurent had changed his belief in order to chase the dark power, in his mind, he still respected and feared the God of truth. However, now he was just one step away from the great success. He could not give up at this point. The ceiling of the hall started falling. Chunks of stone and wood fell on the ground, and some of them fell on Laurent's head. Of course, he was afraid. The only hope he had was the dark power he was going to be endowed with soon. Do not panic, Laurent. The shadow spoke to him as if it could read his mind. It will take another 6 to 7 minutes for you to fully merge with me. If the house collapses, you will die. Stop the ritual at once. You've got a small part of my power, which already rivals the top senior rank knight squire. We can complete it next time. The shadow spoke very fast. Within 10 seconds, the shadow's thought had all passed to Laurent. Laurent was very angry. He could not stand watching his great plan being interrupted in the final stage. No, I'm not leaving. Laurent shouted, the house won't collapse. The earthquake won't last. The windows broke in the violent shake. The strong wind of the upcoming storm blew in the hall and instantly drove the sweet and dreamy fragrance away. The people who were crazy with their desire suddenly sobered up. My God, earthquake! Run, run! People were yelling. Some were wearing clothes in a hurry, some were running towards the gate naked, while some were even trying to escape through the windows. The evil ritual took away their strength. They stumbled in panic and fear. One of the women slumped to the ground and was crawling towards the gate. The man who was having a pleasant time with her ran directly past the woman without a glance. Watching these people leaving, Laurent knew his ritual had ended. The silver lines on the pattern disappeared with the shadow. With an angry shout, he stepped out of the altar and joined the panicky crowd. On his way running towards the exit, he hurriedly destroyed the magic traps one by one. Behind Laurent, a man in black suit who was seemingly enjoying the sex party just now looked out of the window, with his face looking serious. In the shadow of the house, Philosopher, White Honey, and Smile were standing there, looking at Professor with their mouths and eyes widely open. Taking back his hands, the mysterious Professor said to the apprentices in a very calm tone, "They're leaving the house. Be prepared. Hunt the evil creature." "Why not just make the house collapse, Professor?" White Honey asked. "I prefer not to." Lucien stretched his hands a bit. "If the creature dies in the ruins, it'll be quite inconvenient for me to collect the blood. On the other hand, the sound of collapsing will alert the church. We don't want this big trouble." However, it was not the most important reason. Actually, Lucien did not have enough power to make the house collapse completely. Compared with a bridge of simpler structure, the structure of a house was more complicated, and its vibration frequency also varied. Lucien could only follow one of them. Therefore, destroying a bridge might be within Lucien's ability, but definitely not a house. The power stunned Philosopher, Smile, and White Honey. They never saw a sorcerer who could cast such a powerful spell without using any reagent. Now they had no doubt toward the mysterious and profound sorcerer, Mr. Professor. White Honey was the first one who calmed down among the three. With the help of a magic item, she started tracking the crowd. Evil light detected. 15 meters away from the nearest window. "We move 1 meter to the left to better release the spells," she calmly said. Philosopher quickly moved to the left and said to Smile, "Owl, cast Homan's Oscillation." Homan Oscillation was also a sonic attack magic, which used high decibel to hurt people. In the most serious case, it could even take a person's life. Other people nearby would get hurt in their eardrums and might black out. Then you use silence wall, philosopher, Smile also answered calmly, to prevent the night watchers from noticing us. Merged with a low-rank demon shadow. Senior rank Night Squire level. 5 meters away. White Honey reported, no acid and fire magic. I'll use arrow. 1 meter. Get ready. She said. Within just a few seconds, the first round of the attack plan had been made. That was the first time Lucien saw how the well-trained apprentices fought. In order to get out of the house as soon as possible, Laurent roughly pushed the guests in front of him away. In just a few seconds, Laurent came to the window, hit the glass with his body and jumped out of the house. At this time, a loud blast struck his head, as if he was hit by a thunder. All of a sudden, his head started buzzing and he felt bad nausea and dizziness. Losing his balance, he almost fell on the ground with his head. Before Laurent could see anything in the darkness clearly, a metal arrow directly shot in his right eye. His blood was darker than common people, with a special smell of sulfur. The great pain made him break out in a frightful yell, but his voice was blocked by silence wall. Laurent finally realized the fact that he got attacked. However, it was too late. The second metal arrow flew directly into his throat. Laurent struggled a bit and soon his body stopped moving. Lucien couldn't believe that killing this evil baron who had just merged with a demon was this easy. He was also very glad, since casting a spell silently cost him more power than usual, and his remaining spiritual power was only enough for using about 2 apprentice spells. Beside the baron Laurent lied several naked and half-naked women and men, all unconscious. The panicked crowd running toward other directions paid no attention to what just happened here. Using Mage Hand, Lucien and the other 3 apprentices started collecting the baron's blood. After putting 3 glass tubes of blood into his pockets, Lucien stood up and said to them, "Time to go." "Yes, sir." Philosopher, White Honey and Smile answered. When they were about to leave, all of a sudden a man jumped out of the house from the nearest window like a ghost and dashed toward Lucien with a sharp dagger in his hand, aiming at Lucien's heart. He was waiting in the house. Now he knew it was the best chance to kill this powerful sorcerer. And he only got this single chance. Chapter 55, Midnight Bang. The Black Shadow was even faster than Baron Laurent, faster than what most people could see. If the men and women who were screaming and escaping had stopped at this time, the only thing they would see was a blurry shadow. Only a person who had awakened blessing in their blood could be this fast. The person was a genuine knight. Within 2 seconds, the dagger already came close to Lucien's back. None of them realized what was going on behind them but Lucien. He suddenly sensed the great danger when the dagger was only a few centimeters away from him. However, Lucien knew he was no rival to the attacker. Also, it was too late for him to cast any protection spell, thus the only choice Lucien had was to fiercely leap forward as fast as he could. Although Lucien was smart enough to create his own spells, he was still of apprentice level, and a magic apprentice was not able to construct a spell structure using his or her spiritual power in one's soul, which was the premise of casting a spell instantly. Lucien was clearly aware that very likely he would still be badly injured, but as long as the attacker could not kill him in a single strike, Lucien would seize the chance to fight back with his Ice Revenger ring. Suddenly, when the dagger was almost at him, with a loud caw from above a light appeared and instantly covered Lucien's whole body, protecting him like a chain mail. It was the first circle spell, Mage Armor. The spell was cast by the raven, Ashley, which was standing on the branch. Ashley was the pet of the genuine sorcerer. It could not only see clearly during nighttime but also borrow its owner's power and cast some of the spells. The armor was totally beyond the Black Shadow's expectation. But the momentum of the dagger was so fierce that even the magic armor cannot fully stop it. In the blink of an eye, the transparent armor broke into many pieces, shining in the darkness. However, the shadow did hesitate for several seconds. It was already enough time for Lucien, and he knew it was his only chance. Lucien swiftly turned around and activated his ring. 3 rays of cold light were shining in his left hand. Lucien activated the second circle spell in the ring, Palmera's Frost Blades. At this key moment, Lucien knew that the attack was the best form of defense. The ring also strengthened Lucien's willpower, or he would be totally stunned and lose the ability to fight back by the night power of the attacker. The 3 rays of white light were shining, and they targeted directly the attacker's throat, chest, and the lower part of the body. Facing the frost blades, the attacker quickly covered his body with dark flames, which were full of the evil power of tyranny and destruction. Although he could have used the protecting power shadow coming from Blessing, he decided to be more careful. The guy in front of him just ruined his whole plan. Of course he wanted to kill him right on the spot, but he had to guarantee his own safety first. Wielding the dagger, he precisely shattered the 2 blades targeting his throat and chest. At the same time, he brought up his right leg and melted the blade with the dark fire. The pieces of the blade scattered and were shining like falling snow. After solving all the troubles, the knight turned the dagger in his hand around and continued chasing Lucien. He also noticed 2 black balls shooting out of the raven's beak. It was another first circle spell, Magic Missile. This time the first circle spell would not be a problem for him, since his whole body was still covered by the sinister fire. Now the only thing he wanted to do was to kill this sorcerer in front of him who just destroyed his plan. All of a sudden, the tiny pieces of ice from the frost blades turned the air around the knight freezing cold. For a couple of seconds, he was frozen still and the 2 magic bullets shot him directly in the body. That was the power of Palmera's Frost Blades, not only blades, but also the coldness of ice and snow. A level 2 knight! Ashley screamed. Philosopher, White Honey, and Smile finally found out something was going on behind them, and then they saw the attacker. Without too much thought, both Philosopher and White Honey activated their magic items immediately. Waves of light spread out around Philosopher. Within the radius of 10 meters, all the ordinary people quickly collapsed and fell asleep. First circle spell, Sleep. A strong onset of tiredness hit the attacker's brain, but as a level 2 knight, the first circle spell was still not powerful enough to drag him into his dreamland. He shook his head and drove the drowsiness away with his willpower. But a powerful air blast followed and hit the knight right into his chest. With a big bang, the power threw him directly back into the house through the window behind him, with lots of broken glass scattering on the ground. First circle spell, Force Wave, carried by White Honey's magic robe. He's a level 2 knight. He won't die this easily. Ashley flew closer to Lucien. Mr. Professor, keep attacking please. When Lucien was about to take out his flame gel, the old house suddenly started shaking fiercely. The ceiling was dropping and walls collapsing. Within only a few seconds, the whole house finally came down and buried the knight under the ruins. Lucien's spell already damaged the structure of the old house before, and with the heavy hit of the knight, now the place was totally destroyed. Boom, boom. The collapse of the house was extremely loud like an earthquake. And it was too late for Philosopher to block the huge noise. Instantly, all of them realized that they were in trouble. The night watchers would come soon. Now they did not have time to find and kill the night attacker. Without any hesitation, Ashley, the crow, turned into a cloud of shadow and enveloped White Honey. "See you next time, Mr. Professor," said the crow. And then it flew away quickly and disappeared in the sky. "We gotta go now as well, Mr. Professor." Philosopher and Smile made a slight bow and also ran into the darkness. In their mind, Mr. Professor was so powerful that there was no need for them to give him a hand in this case. It was taken for granted that Mr. Professor would have assorted ways to get out of here easily. However, actually, Lucien did not. There was no time for being hesitant now, Lucien knew. He quickly turned around to find the entrance of the secret passage through which they just came here. A burst of thunder just arrived. Raindrops fell from the sky in a crazy way. The long-awaited storm finally started. Under the ruins, small clusters of dark flame were raised one by one. Quickly they burned down the pieces of the broken ceiling and stones, then a black figure scrambled to his feet in the rain. In the lightning, the man's face was revealed. He was Rosen Aaron, the head of Aaron's gang. Aaron stared at the direction where Lucien disappeared and thought to himself, he could not cast a spell instantly, which means currently he's still an apprentice. He is much weaker than I thought. For a few seconds, Aaron's mind was dominated by his anger, which almost made him try to catch up with Lucien and kill the guy. But soon Aaron calmed down. For now his priority was escaping from the coming night watchers. He needed to leave now as well. Lucien was running in the cold rain, feeling pain from the falling raindrops. Luckily the glass tubes and waterproof cloth worked pretty well. His magic reagents and potions were still fine in his robe. Lucien did not have any companion nor support. He was alone, running towards the secret passage. Luckily, Lucien saw the entrance was just over there, hidden by the trees, bushes, and grass. However, what Lucien saw was not only the secret passage, but also a man in white suit, his wet red hair sticking to his forehead. And he was wearing a pair of black gloves. The man was a night watcher. In the lightning, they saw each other. Chapter 56, The Night Watcher. The moment when Lucien saw the night watcher, he threw the tube of flame gel in his hand toward the guy without hesitation, then continued running toward the entrance of the secret passage. He had cast the spell in the Ice Revenger ring, so the flame gel was now his most powerful weapon. He was aware that bat screaming couldn't work well in such a stormy night. The only thing Lucien could blame now was his bad luck. The night watcher, wearing a pair of black gloves, was also very experienced in fighting with magic apprentices, sorcerers, as well as evil creatures at night. And the gloves he was wearing were also a decent magic item, enchanted with different demon-constraining spells. That was why there were not many night watchers from the church. Besides, every night watcher was by no means being unskilled. Some of them were high-level squires, some of them pastors, and some were even knights. The night watcher firmly caught the first tube of flame gel flying towards his face. Being controlled by the maker's spiritual power, the gel was supposed to explode instantly. However, grabbed by his hand in the black glove, the momentum of explosion was suddenly stopped, like a fuse on fire suddenly being extinguished by a bucket of water. In few seconds, the second tube of flame gel followed. Unexpectedly, this time, the tube did not target the night watcher directly, but hit the ground and exploded fiercely before the night watcher could react. The fire of the explosion also set fire to the tube of gel he was grabbing. Immediately, the night watcher's body was covered with raging flame. Since the comburant was gel, even the pouring rain couldn't put out the fire easily. Lucien had no time to check if his enemy was down. He quickly ran to the entrance. Before he entered the passage, a great pressure suddenly struck his mind. He couldn't help shaking. Thanks to the ring he was wearing, at least he could still stand. Lucien subconsciously looked back and instantly realized what was going on there. In the bright lightning, the night watcher was still chasing him, with the upper part of his body covered with fire, but it seemed the pain was not bothering him at all. However, his skin had turned into pieces of scarlet scales, protecting him from further burning. The night watcher was a dark knight with an awakened blessing, and his blessing was called Red Dragon. With the help of Ice Revenger, Lucien did not panic under the pressure from the night watcher. He was calculating the distance between them. 20 meters, 10. Then he threw his last tube of flame gel at the night watcher, who was only around 5 meters away from him. The great power of the blast spread fiercely and the wave separated them apart. While the night watcher took a step back, Lucien was directly thrown into the secret passage. Since there was a slope near the entrance, he kept rolling for quite a few meters in there. Lucien felt like he was struck by a huge hammer in his stomach and great dizziness took over his mind. A mouthful of blood just burst out. Lucien had to hurry, knowing that the night watcher would catch up with him in few seconds. However, he was also very confident, since he had a plan. When the night watcher was about to enter the passage, Lucien activated the magic traps set by Philosopher, which could instantly turn stones into piles of mud. In only a second, the entrance was blocked by the mix of stones and mud. The night watcher couldn't stop himself in time and ran directly into them. The last thing he saw was the sorcerer slightly making a bow, mocking him. "We'll wait and see, you wretch." The night watcher punched the mound of dirt with all the strength. While he was running, Lucien took out a tube of storm and unplugged it. He needed the potion for fast healing and energy boosting. At the same time, he triggered the magic traps one by one to destroy the tunnel. However, he did not trigger all of the traps to prevent the night watcher from tracking him by following the sound. With the potion's help, Lucien managed to get out of the passageway faster. Then he removed all the remaining potions and reagents from the pocket of his linen shirt, and burnt down his robe, since his robe had a special herbal scent which was used for hiding Lucien's own smell. Lucien did not want to leave the night watcher any chance to somehow find him. When he finished doing all of these, Lucien went back to his shack and stored safely all the tubes and reagents. After drying his shirt and pants, he finally collapsed into bed, exhausted at the end of the day. He did not realize how weak he was until his head hit the pillow. Storm boosted the energy for some time but also drained him completely. He was not very worried about the church, partly because of the bad weather, and more importantly, Lucien was pretty sure that the church would focus on investigating the dead Baron, Laurent, since obviously, he was more related to the heresy, Argent Horn. Soon Lucien fell into sleep. The rain was still pelting down outside. In the early morning, the rain did not stop. Lucien was awakened by the different sounds coming from the people's work in the neighborhood. He felt sick, and his body was very heavy, so Lucien decided to skip his shift this morning. The library was never busy, and Pierre was there all the time. Later, Ivan was sent by his mom to see why Lucien did not show up for breakfast. Lucien made Ivan go to the library to ask for a sick leave. Then Lucien went back to sleep and did not wake up again until noon. He felt much better, but still a bit sick. He had lunch with Auntie Elisa's family and left for Victor's place. There were just 3 days left before the due time for Victor to submit his last piece of work for the concert. 10 in the morning. Victor's practice room. Victor was very distressed, feeling desperate with the new melody. Then he heard a knock at the door. It was Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus, who were supposed to come in the afternoon. Why so early? Victor was surprised. Well, Mr. Victor. Lot was a bit hesitant. Mikanza asked me to tell you that. Baron Othello wants you to go to the association as soon as possible. The princess is there today. Her Highness wants to see your work, Mr. Victor. Victor's face suddenly turned pale, but he could not speak a word. Then with a long sigh, he nodded, I will be there in half an hour. When Lucien arrived, Victor had already left his place. Mr. Athie, where did Mr. Victor go? Lucien asked. Mr. Victor's was summoned by the princess in the morning, answered Athie, looking rather worried. Her Highness wants to know about Mr. Victor's 3 pieces of work for the concert today. What? Lucien felt very regretful for being absent from work today. Mr. Victor left around 10:40. If you want to wait, Mr. Victor should be back soon, said Athie. Now it was 12:35 in the afternoon. No, I need to find him now. Thank you, Mr. Athie. Lucien grabbed his umbrella and dashed into the rain toward the association. Chapter 57, Take Fate by the Throat. 11:20 in the morning, inside the director's office in the Musicians' Association. You gotta pick one out now. These are all your good works from the past, said Othello with his eyebrows frowning, "we've been waiting for you for about 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Othello, can I have some more time?" Victor's face had a deadly paleness. His dim eyes had been losing focus for a while, and the musical notes were not making sense at all to him. Wolf was there as well, sitting right across the desk with Director Othello. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "Stop struggling, my friend. Just randomly pick one out, after all, they look pretty much the same to me. Mr. Othello still needs to have lunch with Her Highness later." "Well." Othello took out his pocket watch, "the lunch will be at 1 o'clock. I will give you another 10 minutes. If you still can't make a decision by then, I'm afraid the association might need to have someone else for the concert." Wolf just came back from Ratatia Palace. He should be able to handle this. Ratatia Palace was the royal concert hall of the Duchy of Orvaret. Wolf couldn't hold his excitement back. "Victor, I'm sorry to see you struggling. But we, as the musicians in our association, we should regard the interest of our association as the top priority. What do you think?" Victor did not say anything. After another 2 minutes, Victor fell back into the chair and pointed at a piece of paper, "That one then." The 3 words took away all his strength, but he also felt a bit relaxed. Victor did not want to spend more time and effort pursuing the piece of work which he had been working on for 9 years. Maybe it's a good thing, Victor thought to himself. "Good," Othello clapped his hands, "I'm glad you finally made the decision. I have some medicines that may be helpful your to mental state, but they can have some side effects. Anyway, I gotta take a little nap, you guys can leave now." After they left the office, Wolf threw a bitter glance at Victor. "Enjoy your last chance playing in the Somme Hall. Don't let your wife down in heaven. You." Victor's face was a bit distorted with anger. "Me?" Wolf snorted, "It is you who will disappoint your wife, not me." Then he quickly walked downstairs. Victor felt very sick and his head became dizzy. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus, who were waiting outside, quickly came close to their teacher. "Are you all right?" Felicia asked worriedly. "I'm okay. Just need some rest. We'll start practicing this afternoon," Victor answered in a weak voice. Lucien was running in the heavy rain. He had not fully recovered from his injury. Holding the umbrella, the wind was preventing him from running faster, but he had to. The earlier he could get to the association, the better his chances would be to give Mr. Victor the new piece of work before the princess saw the song list. Finally, he folded his umbrella under his arm, so he could run faster. He just wanted to try his best, he didn't want any regrets. It only took Lucien 6 minutes to get to the association from Victor's place, a quarter of the usual time. 12:41 in the afternoon. Lucien pushed open the gate, soaked wet, with water drops falling down from his face on the floor. "Lucien." Elena approached him in a hurry from the counter. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Elena." "Where's Mr. Victor?" Lucien asked without delay. "Should be in his own office. I saw Felicia brought him lunch," answered Elena. "Thanks." Leaving his umbrella at the gate, Lucien rushed upstairs. "What is going on there?" Elena wondered. It was Lot who opened the door, whose face looked pretty gloomy. Lot did not ask Lucien why he was there. He just nodded to Lucien. Lucien entered Victor's office. He saw Victor was sitting behind his desk, looking very absent-minded. The lunch tray was sitting in front of him, remaining untouched. Lucien saw Rhine was also there. "Did Mr. Victor hand in the music list for the concert?" asked Lucien. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus just ignored him. Only Rhine nodded, "Yes, the third one was from Mr. Victor's past work." Taking a deep breath, Lucien went directly to Victor and said to him aloud, "Mr. Victor, I wrote a great piece of music. I hope you can give me a chance to listen to it." I'm sure my work can give you some inspiration. Can we change the list afterwards? Lucien was too urgent and nervous to select his words. He sounded too direct, almost stupid. What the hell are you talking about? Herodotus was shocked. Lot walked to Lucien and was about to pull Lucien away from Victor's desk. Hiding his face in his palms, Victor answered weakly, "No, we can't. Director Othello went for lunch with Her Highness 10 minutes ago. The list has been sent already. We cannot change it now. Mr. Victor, it's raining heavily outside. Mr. Othello can still be on the way. We still got a chance." "No, we don't." Victor murmured like being in a dream. He was not listening. Being pulled back by Lot, Lucien did not know what to say. The rest of the students had given up as well. "Stop, Lucien. We tried, and that's it. It's too late. Mr. Othello must be in Ratatia Palace now. Even if he's not there yet, it is too late to write a new piece of symphony. We'd better just practice what we have now. It can still be a success." Lucien took a few steps back, feeling rather tired. Maybe it was the arrangement of God. Maybe it was God who prevented him from going to work in the association today. Anyway, it's not my concert, not my business. Lucien thought to himself, and became gloomy as well, like the rest of the people in the office. However, when Lucien was sitting in the couch, images of Mr. Victor teaching him, taking care of him, and encouraging him for the past several months suddenly hit Lucien's mind. He was reminded of the hard work Mr. Victor, the other students and he had to practice for the concert, and of his effortful running in the pouring rain. However, looking at these people in the room now, why their efforts couldn't bear fruits. Lucien did not want to end up like this. As long as there was still a slight of chance, he couldn't just give up like this and accept the result. As long as they were still there had to be something else they could do instead of just complaining. As long as he still had hope and faith, he should keep fighting until the last second. And this was not the last second yet. Taking a deep breath, Lucien looked around the office and walked to the piano. "What are you doing, Lucien?" Lot yelled at him. Lucien did not answer him. Sitting in front of the piano, Lucien laid both of his hands on the keyboard. Even Ryan was very surprised. He had no idea what kind of music Lucien, as a new music learner, would present. However, the first several notes shocked all the people in the office. The notes were more powerful than ever. Victor raised his head up and turned to look at the piano, looking confused. The following several bars of the symphony came like an overwhelming storm, fast, intense and fierce. They were like the misfortunes in life, one after another, like huge raging waves in the ocean, like the continuous call to the battlefield, and like countless enemies coming for you. There were some bars of relief, but they were followed by even more intense and desperate struggles. However, the fight of the warriors never stopped. No one ever gave up. They kept fighting. Sailors were fighting against the monster-like waves on top of their ships, soldiers were fighting against their enemies in the battlefield. People died in waves and arrows, in tears and blood, but there were more newcomers following. The students were shocked. Ryan stood up from the couch. Lucien kept playing with all his effort. Why give up? Why? They still had time. They could catch up with Baron Othello. If it failed, they could still persuade Princess Natasha with the charm of the symphony. Why give up? There was still a glimmer of hope. They couldn't just give up. The first chapter of the symphony grew more and more vehement. Lot and Felicia were shaking with both fear and excitement. Was it fate that made you give up, or was it yourself? Was it fate that beat you, or was it the difficulties and obstacles? The music was asking. The player was asking. Victor stood up straight. He felt the questioning. The question was addressed to him as well. Lucien's soul had just been entirely devoted to the music. More thoughts rose in everyone's mind. I want to have a peaceful life. I miss my family. But I somehow came to this world and lost everything. I saw people here burning a woman to death. I went through the sewers. I wanted to learn how to read and wanted a better life, but I was beaten by gangsters. I wanted to learn magic to protect myself, but being a sorcerer here in Alta meant I had to risk my life every day, wandering between light and darkness. Did I give up? Do I want to give up? No. I'll keep fighting against the so-called fate until the last second of my life. I can change the fate. I can change my life. Lucien almost had a heart attack. He just let all his emotion out. He wanted to speak out loud. Was it fate that made you lose hope, or was it yourself? Was it fate that made you lower your head, or was it yourself? Is it fate that decides your life, or do you choose your own destiny? Me, Lucien, Xia Feng, will never give in to fate. I'll take fate by the throat and beat all the difficulties. I'll never stop moving forward. Victor stood up from his chair, both of his fists clenching tightly. P.S. The author, thank you to my friend, Cheese Cat. It was he who wrote the many questions towards fate in this chapter. He did a better work than I did. Many thanks. Chapter 58, This is Fate. It was the first time Lucien, a shy and rather introverted guy, expressed his emotions completely through music. Lucien's persistence and faith were on full display in his playing. Although Lucien was still a bit unskilled, it did not affect the audiences in the room. Felicia, Lot, Herodotus, Rhine and, of course, Victor, all felt what Lucien wanted to tell them, while they had different understandings. Felicia, as the only girl present, was holding her hands and twisting her fingers together. Her father did not inherit the family's title, so she almost gave up her music dream and married a random noble. She often doubted herself, asking herself if she could really make her dream come true, if her choice was right. Hearing Lucien's fully dedicated playing, all her worries came to her mind. Can I overcome all the difficulties and become a female musician? Will I be respected because of my own achievements and be able to choose my own love? She did not know. The music thrilled her. Lot and Herodotus also had their own pressure in the family, and their fates were doomed as well. They would not be able to inherit the titles. They could indulge themselves hopelessly in wine and women, or they could do something greater, such as becoming great musicians. Lot's hands were shaking. The music reminded him of his cousin, Mikanzi. Herodotus took a few steps back. He had always been weak among his family. Even Rhine was feeling something. His face, which was always serene, was now lightened with excitement. He was beating time with the music, feeling the long-lost intense emotion. Victor was the most excited one among them all. His hands were clenching, his face was slightly distorted, and his whole body was shaking. The music reminded him of so many things in the past, his first failed concert, the encouragement from his wife, his hard work and his successful second performance. He thought of the great grief when his wife passed away, and of all his effort and the hard time Wolf and Othello gave him. The music notes were like sharp arrows, going directly to his heart. Victor could tell the sense of insistence and stiffness in it. I failed so many times, and I recovered the same amount of times. Then, why give up this time? Winnie, is that you encouraging me? Lucien started feeling tired. He knew it was because of the injury he got, but he couldn't stop playing. As a musician, or just a music student for now, it was his responsibility to finish the whole work. I'll let Mr. Victor feel it. He thought to himself. His listeners could tell he was exhausted, feeling rather worried. Lucien's playing was like walking on a tightrope, but it did not stop. Lucien seized the chance to have a bit of rest through the relatively softer and slow rhythm in the end of the first movement. And then the intense part came back again, which was just like a long battle. The second movement was more soothing, like sunlight driving away dark clouds and the raging waves in the ocean calming down, like the soldiers going back to their campsite for a short rest during the break. The following third and fourth movements were interwoven with each other, and the tune became pressing and overwhelming again. The sunlight disappeared and the dark clouds came back again. The seemingly quiet ocean was secretly building even bigger waves. The soldiers picked up their weapons and headed toward the battlefield. The greatest and final battle was about to come. The feeling of anxiety, worry and fear gradually accumulated with the development of the music. Eventually the storm came, throwing a fishing boat up above the raging waves and, in the next second, fiercely dropping it down. Faced with the power of nature, the little boat seemed so helpless and weak. In the battlefield, the final round was about to decide the fate of the soldiers, who were fighting, killing, or being killed, but they were still brave. The fishing boat did not give in to the roaring waves. The soldiers were beating back their enemies. In the last movement, the music became gentle again, which sounded a bit grieved, as if the soldiers were lamenting their dead comrades in the battlefield, as if the sailors were missing their families in the waves. There came the darkest hour before the dawn. The listeners felt nervous again. What was waiting for them in the end? Failure or victory? Did they overcome the difficulties, or get completely defeated by the difficulties? Did they finally take fate by the throat? Or did they give in to fate? Suddenly, the exciting and splendid chapter arrived and directly struck the listeners' hearts. That was a chapter of great victory. Feeling excited and encouraged, Victor could not stop himself from raising his arm. He wanted to cheer for the sunlight driving away the dark clouds, for the sailors surviving on the fishing ship, for the soldiers successfully protecting their land. The rest of the listeners were feeling gratified and excited as well, as if they got the faith and power for themselves to fight against their own sufferings. Rein, who always looked calmer than others, was also smiling. Lucien moved his hands from the keyboard and wanted to stand up, but found himself so weak. The playing consumed all his strength and energy. "This is," murmured Victor, as if he was asking Lucien, or asking himself. Rein, Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus all looked at Lucien, waiting for his answer. "This is fate." Lucien tried hard to stand up, and replied him. Rein was the first one applauding, then followed by the rest of the students. Victor also joined them, applauding hard. "This is music, genuine music." Victor walked close to Lucien and commented. Lucien smiled, and he said sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. Victor. Since you like my composition, I wonder if I could have the honor of having you revise it for me. We can tell Mr. Othello and Her Highness that we want to alter the list. I'm sure they would agree and you will find it a good piece of work for your concert, Mr. Victor." Lucien's intention was clear to everyone in the room. He wanted to give his work to Victor and he was willing to give up the honor and fame he deserved. They turned their eyes on Victor, waiting excitedly for his response. A mixture of emotions spread over Victor's face: ecstasy, relief, excitement, greed, hesitation. An inner struggle was going on in his mind. "You can put my name on the second position, if you want. I cannot refine it, and your work will be really important, Mr. Victor." Lucien tried to make his teacher feel less guilty for taking his student's work. After a while, with a long sigh, a smile appeared on Victor's face and he turned to Lucien. "No, I won't. It is yours. This is your great work. I already can see your name being registered in the history of music. Apart from God and Winnie, who are supporting me, I still have my moral creed." That's what Winnie appreciated most. This was Mr. Victor, his music teacher. Lucien could feel the tears in his own eyes. Chapter 59, Confirmation. Mr. Victor. Lot and Herodotus couldn't believe that their teacher refused to accept this precious gift. Although there were still some problems with Lucien's playing, this was still a great piece of work. If Victor was willing to revise it and recompose it into a symphony, it could possibly become one of the greatest works in the music history, the most brilliant gem on the crown of symphony. Even Felicia felt that what Mr. Victor just said was unbelievable. Waving his right hand, Victor stopped them and turned to Lucien again. Mr. Victor. Lucien realized that he couldn't persuade his teacher unless he cast a spell on him. He did not know what to say. Thank you, Lucien. Thanks God. Holding his hand over his heart, Victor smiled. It is the most touching music I've ever heard. Thank you. Now I have a new understanding toward music. And can I have the honor to present this great piece of work on the concert as conductor? Thank you for your comment, Mr. Victor. Wait, conductor. Lucien was very surprised. I don't get it. It's your concert. Did anyone say that I cannot be a conductor on my own concert? Victor grinned. Idiot. Felicia commented in a very low voice, Mr. Victor is going to introduce your work to all the distinguished audiences on his concert. She envied Lucien for having such a great chance of gaining much fame within a short period of time. However, she also admitted that Lucien's talent did deserve this chance. After hearing Felicia's words, Lucien hurriedly said to Victor, It is my great pleasure. I have a question for you, Lucien. Herodotus asked him from a distance, with his hands holding tightly, Does the work really come from you? Yes, or no? The rest of the people in the room just now realized that Lucien was only a very inexperienced music student. How did he manage to compose such an exciting, brilliant solo? Was he really a genius, a hidden gem? Everyone was looking at Lucien. Lucien did not know how to explain to them, and he also couldn't. With regard to being righteous and honest, he was no way close to his music teacher. Now, there was only one thing Lucien could do: stick to his plan. Yes, answered Lucien, the inspiration of the solo came to my mind a long time ago. At that time, I had not received any formal music education before I met Mr. Victor. I had no idea how to write down the pieces of tunes in my head. Victor looked at Lucien and nodded. The inspiration came from my daily life, from poverty, desperation, and struggle. Every time I saw other people dressing decently, or having fancy dishes, I wonder why that was not my life. I want to fight for my own future. That's why you came to look for Mr. Victor? Asked Rein. That's right. But becoming Mr. Victor's music student was something out of my expectation. I never thought I could be so lucky. After all, I started from learning how to read, not music. Lucien answered, although I met lots of difficulties in the past several months, I'm really grateful for all the support and encouragement you gave me, Mr. Victor. Lucien's real experiences and lies mixed together, which made his words sound more persuasive. I've been working on this for more than 3 weeks, and I was trying to make lots of improvement during these days. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus are my witnesses. Rein and Victor turned to look at the rest of the students, wondering why they never found the value of Lucien's work. Well. Felicia looked at Lucien with a mixed feeling, probably it was our prejudice that made us deaf. Actually, I can recall some of the pieces that I heard while Lucien was composing and practicing. At that time, Lucien was still working on it, and his playing was pretty awful. So we did not really pay attention to it. Only Lucien himself knew that his awful playing was made on purpose. As Felicia said, our prejudice deafened us. Lot admitted, Lucien, you are a genius. A great song like this usually takes months or even years of hard work. Lot was very impressed with Lucien's playing. If his work had not been this good, maybe he would still feel a bit jealousy and angry, but now he saw the huge gap between himself and Lucien. He was well aware of the fact that being mean and hostile towards a possible great musician in the future couldn't bring him any benefit. Thank you, Lot. But I am not a genius. It also took me many years. Lucien tried to explain. It's okay to just accept praise from others, Lucien. Victor smiled, I've never heard anything similar to this before. I believe it's your own work. Rein also nodded, I've been traveling in many countries. It's also my first time hearing it. I believe it is your tough life which gives you the inspiration. Suffering made you a genius. Thank you for bringing this to us, Lucien. Lucien's face blushed. While other people thought he was just being shy, Lucien knew that he was feeling embarrassed and ashamed. I agree with Rein. Sometimes, without the many boundaries and limits in mind, a new learner might be able to better release his or her feelings and inspiration and create great works, flying free in the world of music. Victor took over the words from Rein. I've been working on my 4th symphony for 9 years in memory of my wife, Winnie, but I was having a hard time since I was constrained by my past experience and what I learned from my teachers. I thought a symphony was not suitable for expressing personal emotions, but serious religious theme instead. Thank you, Lucien, you provided me with a new insight of my work. Then Victor turned around and clapped his hands with satisfaction. All right, Lucien. Carefully write your work down and I will revamp it for you and turn it into a symphony. I will also talk to Mr. Othello to change the list. Then we need to do a lot of practice for the coming concert. Chapter 60, Lucien in suit. Although this was not his original plan, Lucien nodded. No problem, Mr. Victor. As long as no one would suspect him of being involved with sorcery or heresy stuff, Lucien did not really care if some people would accuse him of plagiarizing. In many of the religious books in the library, music was compared to a treasure that God gave to people, the most powerful weapon that people had in fighting against all the difficulties. Thus, music was always regarded as a symbol of light and hope, having nothing to do with darkness and evil. Besides, from the books he read and the conversations among Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus, Lucien noticed the barrier between the church and the nobles. Although the nobles still revered God, the idea that religion and government should work separately started emerging in Alta, the city where the church dominated almost everything. Therefore, Lucien was pretty sure that the church would not easily suspect a new musician from the association, which had a close relationship with both the nobles and the church. Lucien's only concern was that he might need to go through security inspection in the future, when being invited to attend concerts or evening parties. However, Lucien believed that if he could be relatively famous, there would be rare or even no security inspection toward him. Rein took up a pile of paper and a quill from the desk and handed them to Lucien. Lucien grabbed the quill. Before he had the chance to write anything down, he suddenly sneezed. His hair was still wet, and several drops of water fell onto the paper. Victor just noticed that Lucien's clothes were still wet. You didn't bring an umbrella. Felicia's face slightly blushed, since she could see Lucien's fit body underneath his wet shirt. I did. But the rain was too heavy. I ran all the way, answered Lucien. Victor was moved. Let's find you some dry clothes first, Lucien. I got several suits here. Some of them should fit you well. I can do part of the work for you first, urged Rein. He took away the quill in Lucien's hand. Go and change your clothes. At that moment, Rein's fingers touched Lucien's hand. Lucien surprisedly noticed that Rein's hand was even colder than his. In the changing room, Lucien dried his hair and put on Victor's white shirt, black coat, pants, and leather shoes. By then he looked brand new, black hair, black eyes. In the mirror stood a good-looking young man. Look at you, Lucien. You look really good in this suit. Victor nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Lucien in this decent suit, Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus felt somehow Lucien looked more reliable now. Judging a person by one's appearance did not only happen on Earth. Lucien, come and check if this part Mr. Rein just wrote down is correct, asked Victor. When Lucien passed Lot, the latter said to him in a low voice with his standard, polite smile, hope we can exchange our ideas more often in the future. Sure, replied Lucien politely as well. Hearing their conversation, Felicia bit her lips with her white teeth a bit and made a tough decision. Lucien, you have my apology. I am sorry that I was being really mean to you because of my prejudice. I hope we can get along well and help each other in the future. Her face blushed again. Only Herodotus was still standing on the other side, his head lowered and his eyes staring at the feet, without saying anything. Not a problem, Felicia. Lucien nodded and then walked toward Rhine and Victor. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Felicia saw that Baron Othello's coach stopped in front of the association building. Victor looked very pleasant. Great work, everyone. We are such an efficient group, aren't we? The excitement I felt from the music is still lingering upon my mind. Although the rewriting hasn't been finished yet, the rest of the work is pretty detailed. I feel like it's ready to be registered with the association now. And I don't think changing the list will be a problem either. Lucien knew that his playing just now was still not very skilled, and thus he believed that it was his emotions infused in his playing that moved his listeners. Following Victor, Lucien came to one of the rooms on the 3rd floor, where an elder gentleman wearing glasses was sitting there. "You got your work done, Victor?" asked the elder man. "Joseph, not me, it's my student, Lucien. We want to get his great work registered," Victor answered and then introduced him to Lucien. "This is Mr. Joseph, a very experienced senior music critic. Mr. Joseph knows most of the music works in the world, including those of other non-human species like elf's music. At the same time, Mr. Joseph is also a pastor in training. He can tell if you are plagiarizing or it's really your own work. After that, Mr. Joseph will register your work with a time mark using his pastor power. Any work that comes afterwards which is similar to your work will be regarded as plagiarism." "How long have you been learning music?" after Victor, adjusting his glasses, Joseph asked. "A pretty promising young lad, well, about 3 months. Lucien felt a bit embarrassed. "You must be kidding me." Joseph's eyes were full of surprise. 3 months. "Take a look at it first, please." Victor did not say anything else, but stood there with a smile on his face. "All right. Let's see, what are we looking at here?" Joseph felt like it was somewhat a joke. Soon the smile on Joseph's face was replaced by a serious look. His left hand was beating time when he was humming the music notes, as if he entered into a whole new world, or a fascinating story. About 10 minutes later, with a long sigh, Joseph told Victor with excitement, "What a great work! It reminds me of the years when I was helping the knights fighting against the evil creatures in the dark mountain range. Oh, those years, with courage, with faith, and with hope. I told you, Joseph." Victor looked proud. I still cannot believe it. You said it's your student's work. From this young lad." Joseph's glasses were slanted on his nose. "Lucien's a young lad who knows about tough life," said Victor. Then he shared some of Lucien's stories with Joseph. "Well, I guess our association's gonna have another gifted musician then." Joseph was very impressed, but still found it unbelievable. He turned around and said to Lucien, "If you want to further prove you're safe, keep working on new music themes. About every 2 years, you gotta have something new to prove yourself." "In 2 years? I would have left Alta already," Lucien thought to himself, while watching Joseph leaving a time mark with his pastor power on the music sheets. "Does your work have a name? It's sort of a trend now." Joseph raised his head. Fate. After Victor and Lucien finished the registration, they came to the director's office. Before entering the office, Victor suddenly smiled. "I can't wait to see Mr. Othello's reaction to this." Lucien realized that it had been a couple of months since he last saw this bright smile on Victor's face. Chapter 61, Questioning. There was a knock at the door. Othello raised his head and asked, "Who is that?" "It's me, Victor." Victor's voice sounded softer now. "Well, come in then, Victor." Othello seemed to be in quite a good mood. Othello had failed to awaken the blessing. In order to secure his title and fortune, he worked hard to please the Grand Duke and also Princess Natasha, who had already inherited the title of Violet Countess. It seemed like Othello had a pretty good conversation with Her Highness. Victor slowly opened the door and entered the room, along with Lucien. Othello raised his head with a bit of a smile on his face, which was very rarely to see. His black suit was still clean and tidy, without any stain from the heavy rain. Victor. Sitting behind the red desk, Othello talked to Victor with excitement. Her Highness is looking forward to your new concertos this year and the new music instrument, the piano. Do work hard, Victor. You don't want to let Her Highness down. Well, and this is... Othello noticed the finely dressed young man following Victor, but he already forgot that he had actually met Lucien once before. I don't, and I won't, Mr. Othello, answered Victor. Then he slightly pushed Lucien forward and introduced him to Othello. This is my student, Lucien. Lucien Evans. He just wrote his first piece of music and I am hoping that you can have a look at it. After all, it is known to all that you are such an authority in serious style music. Victor wanted Othello to take a careful look at Lucien's work without any prejudice, so he did not tell Othello his actual intention directly. When did you have this new student? I never heard that before. Othello was still in his pretty good mood. When Othello took over the paper file and started reading the sheet music, very soon a serious look appeared on his face. Othello was very impressed by the beginning part. He could surely say that, in the past couple of decades, he never met a music work like this. After reading the first several bars, Othello could already tell that the following movements were going to be very intense and passionate. He was clearly aware of the fact that he was old. And he devoted pretty much all his life to religious music. Facing the new music trend in Alta where many young musicians were trying to express their own feelings through music, he felt quite reluctant and disagreeable since he believed that music should be much more sacred than this. However, his heart was beating so fiercely when he was reading the sheets of music. After reading the first movement, Othello found the palms of his hands covered in a film of sweat as if he just had a fierce fight. He did not like this kind of music. He wanted to tear these sheets up to prevent this work from influencing more people. In his mind, authentic music should be way more calm, sacred and serious. At the same time, he couldn't deny the value of this young man's work. He knew that music criticism and symphony news were holding an open attitude towards the new music style, and so was Princess Natasha. He also did not want to lose his manner in front of the younger generations, as a renowned, experienced noble musician. When the silence in the office started becoming more and more torturing, Othello finally dropped the sheets and talked to them. You're very gifted, Lucien. I'm glad to see that we're having a promising young musician. However, Lucien, what I want to remind you is that music is a sacred tool for us to praise the Lord. Music is something powerful and serious and we're supposed to serve the Lord with music. I hope you can put more thoughts and work into the authentic theme of music. I see. Thank you, Director Othello. Lucien was not really paying attention to his comment. In his mind, picturing a magic apprentice like him praising the Lord was a pretty funny joke. Victor was already satisfied with Othello's reaction. At least Othello did not say Lucien's work was not good. So he decided to take his plan a step forward. Sir, I really appreciate Lucien's work, and I believe you can also see the value of it. Therefore, I want to present Lucien's work to everyone in my concert. No. Without even thinking, Othello rejected Victor's proposal directly. Why? Mr. Othello. Victor took a tough stance. Although Othello was a bit surprised with Victor's attitude, soon enough he believed that he understood Victor's intention. Othello thought that Victor wanted to use his student's work to increase his own fame and reputation. I showed Princess Natasha the list already. If we just change the list casually, Her Highness would think the association is not serious, not reliable. You want to do harm to the reputation of our association for your own benefit, Victor. I'm afraid it's just the reverse, Mr. Othello. Victor was very motivated. If we have a better option, but choose not to present the best work to the Grand Duke and Princess Natasha, that will definitely harm the reputation of our association. And, Mr. Othello, if you insist. Victor paused a bit. If you insist, I will bring the music sheets to Ms. Sylvia and ask her to take them to Princess Natasha. I will not give up. Victor. Feeling challenged, Othello stood up from his armchair and stared at Victor angrily. Mr. Othello, Victor tried to be a bit more gentle. Grand Duke and Princess Natasha hold no prejudice toward this kind of music style. Actually, they prefer this style. Sir, please think about what their reaction would be after hearing Lucien's work. I believe it's beneficial for you as well. Othello clearly knew that without the support from many nobles, this new music trend would not have gained its momentum so quickly. He was old, and none of his offspring had awakened the blessing. Othello knew that he must prepare a good future for them to make sure the glory of his family could last. Besides, Victor rarely looked so serious and firm before. Even if he insisted on not allowing them to replace that part of the list, Othello believed that they would find another way out. Taking many factors into consideration, finally, Othello made his compromise. All right. 2 days before the concert, I'll be watching the rehearsal to make sure everything's going on well. Of course, Mr. Othello. Victor slightly shook his right fist excitedly. Well, I have to say that you have a very talented student. Othello glanced at Lucien. I wonder why I never heard his name before. He just became my music student 3 months ago, answered Victor honestly. 3 months? What do you mean? Othello was confused. Yes. He first started learning music 3 months ago. Victor was kind of expecting Othello's reaction. With his mouth half open, Othello was shocked. After a while, he suddenly stood up again and started yelling at Victor, "Are you kidding? Are you sure this is his work?" "Yes, I'm sure, sir," Victor nodded and said. My other students witnessed his gradual improvement and Lucien had a dozen of the manuscripts from his past work. Joseph has proved his work as well. Othello sat back down, panting and murmuring weakly, as if he lost all his strength. Maybe he was mourning for his past glory in his music achievement. It took him a while to calm down. Othello waved his hand and motioned them to leave. When Victor and Lucien left the office, Lucien noticed a very familiar person. When he got closer, Lucien recognized that it was Corella, the high-rank knight squire who fought against the red-eyed mice together with him in the sewers. Corella was still wearing the silver chainmail and his face looked serious. Following Elena, Corella came straight to Lucien. Before Lucien said anything to him, Corella asked Lucien directly, "Lucien, tell me why you didn't come to the library this morning." Both Victor and Elena were surprised. They never thought that the church would care about some random guy being absent from work for a single morning. Chapter 62, Trouble Solved. Lucien did not panic. Instead, a series of thoughts came to his mind. Did the church find out it was me? No, it can't be. If the church had found this out, they wouldn't have waited until now. I was involved in the witch's trouble before. I must be on their list of suspects, but not on the top. Lucien paused a bit and answered, I stood up late to complete the last part of my music work, then I felt very sick in the morning, so I asked for a leave. Now I'm feeling much better. That's it. Did you see a doctor? What was wrong with you? Can anyone prove it? Corella questioned closely. No one. I was not sick. I was just really tired, Lucien answered calmly. I can prove for him, sir. Victor took a step forward. Every time when I finished composing, I felt the same tiredness. You are? Corella glanced at him. Mr. Victor is Lucien's music teacher, a musician. Elena introduced, feeling very surprised that Lucien could somehow compose a piece of music so quickly. Corella took out his quill and quickly wrote something down on his notebook. I'm sorry, Mr. Victor. You're Lucien's teacher, so your testimony cannot be fully trusted. I wonder if there is anyone else who can prove for him, or I have to take him back to the church to do a physical examination, just in case. Lucien's face did not show any different, but his mind was being busy with finding possible excuses. For a few seconds, he did not say anything. I can also prove for this young man. I'm the director of the association, Baron Othello. Hearing the noise, Othello came out of his office. Lucien just finished his first music work. It was great. He must have devoted all his soul and strength to it. Although Othello disliked this young man's music style, he still admitted Lucien's talent and effort. Besides, the upcoming concert, and also the association, needed Lucien. Corella nodded, and wrote a line of words on the notebook again. With your words, Mr. Baron, I believe it's time for me to leave now. Actually, Corella himself did not believe that Lucien would be the one under the wanted notice either. According to the information from the Inquisition, they were looking for a sorcerer at least of the third circle. There was no way that an ordinary young man who was a nobody 3 months before could turn into an evil and powerful sorcerer so quickly. The cardinals of the Inquisition did not put Lucien's name on the list in the first round either. Now there was a baron speaking for Lucien. Pissing off a noble was the last thing he wanted to do before he became a real knight. Watching Corella leaving, Lucien breathed a sigh of relief. Don't let this bother you too. I'm gonna be very demanding. Othello nodded to them and went back in his office. Oh my god, Lucien, Mr. Othello said you composed your own musical work? Holy! Elena looked Lucien up and down as if he suddenly became a stranger. Lucien just nodded with a smile. What is going on here? Why are you here, Victor? It was Wolf, who was walking downstairs. Nothing. Victor shook his head. I just talked to Mr. Othello about a change in one of the pieces of symphony on the list. Victor knew that Wolf would know this sooner or later anyway, so he did not really care. Wolf's face suddenly darkened. You got a new piece of work? It's impossible. You were that desperate several hours before. Wait, how could Mr. Othello allow you to change the list? Did he allow you to? With a series of questions, Wolf couldn't wait to figure out what was going on there. Since we met Mr. Othello's expectation. Victor shrugged his shoulder pleasantly. What requirement? Within several hours, you suddenly can meet Mr. Othello's requirement? It's ridiculous. Well. Victor blinked. If the fact pisses you off, that's too bad. By the way, it was not my work, but my student's work. You said a pauper cannot become a musician. Lucien proved that you're wrong. Pointing at Lucien, who was standing aside, Wolf laughed as if he heard a rather funny joke. Are you kidding me, Victor? This poor guy just started to learn music 3 months ago, and now you're saying that he composed a piece of music work that is qualified to be played in the Psalm Hall? If it's true, I'll fulfill my promise. I will never compose again but only do music criticism. But if it's not, you really have to apologize to me for lying. If I were you, I wouldn't say this too soon, Wolf. Victor looked very serious. You can laugh. But you will see on the concert. And then you will see Lucien's work in the library. Wolf stopped laughing. He took a glance at Lucien and cursed, you guys are just lunatic. I'll wait and see how you're going to shame yourself. We'll see if you can make my words come true. Before he left, Wolf glared at Lucien and added fiercely. Watching Wolf leaving, Victor commented, arrogance brings prejudice, and prejudice makes a person an idiot. Lucien, take a rest today and let's get started tomorrow. I'll talk to Mr. Hank and tell him I have to borrow you from him for a while. Victor smiled. Still feeling tired, Lucien nodded and said his farewell to Mr. Victor. After grabbing his umbrella, Lucien walked toward the gate together with Elena. Why are you looking at me like that, Elena? Lucien was feeling a bit bothered with Elena's continuous gaze. Honestly, I feel like you're not the Lucien I knew before. I always knew that you're talented, but I still can't believe you can compose such a great music work on your own, which is appreciated by both Mr. Victor and Mr. Othello. Lucien slightly waved his hands. I guess I just got inspired somehow. Maybe my inspiration came from my past experiences. Elena had no idea of how long it often took a musician to compose a piece of music. She slightly tilted her head and smiled. Maybe you're really a genius. I always trusted you, Lucien. Don't forget me as a friend when you become a really great musician. Of course I won't. Lucien also smiled to her and then left the association. Watching Lucien leave, Elena stood there for a long time and murmured to herself, why he's so talented. Seeing Lucien's nice suit, Joel joked with Lucien a bit over dinner for suddenly turning into a gentleman. Then, Lucien went back to his place and fell asleep directly. He did not wake up until 9 in the night. When Lucien woke up, he felt much better. Although he really wanted to start making revenant dust right now, Lucien knew he should not act too hastily, or it would be too risky. Taking another tube of storm, Lucien felt more energized. Tonight he decided to refine his spiritual power using the power of the star. Hopefully he could become a real magic apprentice tonight. After becoming a junior apprentice, Lucien would be able to cast one more apprentice spell. The recovery speed of Lucien's spiritual power would be increased by a bit, and the ability to withstand mind magic would also be improved. Chapter 63, The Somme Hall. The starry sky was deep and dark. Again, Lucien was using the power of the star to refine his spiritual power in the meditation world. Among all the stars, Lucien's host star was the brightest one, and also the easiest one for him to control. The light of the star slowly covered Lucien's soul. Lucien could feel his soul was being nurtured by the star and his spiritual power was improving. With the help of Storm, Lucien was more energetic than ever, so his progress was rapid. Soon, he felt his soul was filled with power. It seemed like the power was outstretching his soul to reach the stars. For the first time, Lucien realized that his soul could be solidified with power. Finishing the meditation, the illusion of the starry sky also disappeared. Lucien's mind was more sober and clearer than ever, and he knew he had become a junior apprentice. Although the change in his soul was too tiny to be observed by other people, Lucien's soul could now better withstand mind magic, recover from common injuries twice faster than before, and be more alert to the surroundings. However, the damage to his body from taking Storm and achieving the breakthrough was also obvious. Soon Lucien felt exhausted again. Lucien knew that he had to become a real sorcerer to employ certain spells prolonging his lifespan, or he would probably die in his early 60s. In the following several days, with Lucien's help, Victor successfully refined Fate and rewrote it into a piece of symphony work. After countless times of practicing, and also with the support of Rhine, finally their playing impressed Mr. Othello. Mr. Othello's applause lasted for a while in the music hall. It's an awesome piece of work. It's gonna make a stir in the audience. Victor, you really have a good student. And you, Lucien, Othello turned around, you're indeed talented. But remember, becoming famous at such young age can be risky. Othello slightly shook his head, still feeling disappointed that Lucien would not devote himself to religious music, and then he left. I think what Othello said was right, Lucien. Victor seemed to be a bit concerned. You'll be facing lots of pressure, mostly because of me. Please do not worry, Mr. Victor. Lucien comforted him. I'll be driven by pressure and you know I can handle it pretty well. Lucien had his own plan. If he could really become famous, he would be able to meet more people from higher status. It would be very beneficial for him to get some precious magic materials such as moonlight rose dust and to earn more thales to support himself. I do believe in you, Victor nodded, and after the concert, your top priority will be practicing piano, which will definitely be your most important skill as a good musician. I'll try my best to help you stay focused. Then Victor switched the topic. if you want, Lucien, you can invite some of your families or friends to the concert. Really? But I heard that one ticket for a Som Hall concert is worth at least a thul. It's like a whole year saving for a common family. Lucien felt it was too good to be true. Yes, it is, but you've made a great contribution to the concert, so you deserve this. Victor smiled. The leading musician, the conductor, and the chief instrumentalist of a Som Hall concert always have some extra tickets for their families and friends. It's pretty nice, isn't it? It's awesome, Mr. Victor. Thanks a lot. Lucien was very excited, as he still remembered Uncle Joel's music dream. Can I bring 5 people there? Lucien was thinking about Uncle Joel, Auntie Elisa, John, Ivan, and Elena. Well, it seems like you relate pretty well to people, Lucien. Victor grinned. I got this covered. No worries. Seriously, the Som Hall? The one in Alta? Elisa could not believe her ears. Yes, it is. Will you go there? Lucien asked the family again with a smile on his face. For sure we will, Lucien. Joel was feeling very excited but also confused. But we are not qualified for going there, are we? I thought only families and friends of the musicians of the concert were invited. Come on, Dad. Lucien is Mr. Victor's student. Ivan's eyes were gleaming with excitement. Oh my god. I'm gonna be the envy of all the kids in Adaran. Actually, I helped Mr. Victor with a piece of music work for the concert, so I can invite some of my families and friends. Lucien was a bit shy to admit. What? Joel's fork dropped on the table. You did. As a bard, he seriously understood how hard composing was. Lucien did not explain directly. I know it's pretty unexpected, Uncle Joel, but you will see. Now our little Evans got his own secret. Joel laughed. All right, we'll wait and see. And before that, we need to rent some decent clothes. Sure. We'll tell John as well. Elisa's face was glowing with pride. I really hope he'll be able to come. Saturday. 8 o'clock in the evening. The Som Hall. Decent coaches with assorted family insignias gathered in front of the hall. Some of them were luxury and some of them were simple but tasteful, but all were pulled by the strong and fine horses called Dragon Scale. Finely dressed ladies and gentlemen came out of the coaches, took over the music list for tonight and started greeting each other. It's such a pleasure to see you here, sir. I wish you had a pleasant trip coming back to Alta from your manor. A middle-aged man slight bowed to the earl with red hair. The other nobles around him were also being very respectful, since the earl was the head of one of the most dominant families in Alta, the Hain family, and was also Felicia's uncle. Mr. Victor is my niece's music teacher. For sure I should attend the concert. Earl Hain smiled. Besides, there are many different issues going on in Alta recently. It is my duty to come back and serve the Grand Duke. Earl Hain was in his 50s, but as a level 3 Grand Knight with the blessing of fire, no one could really tell his age based on his appearance. And his son, Harrington, was an outstanding young man, who just became a level 6 Radiant Knight in his early 30s and consolidated the family status. Other nobles around were all nodding with compliments. Taking over the music list and quickly glancing over it, Hain noticed the name on the list, Lucien Evans. Since when did Victor have such a student who can already compose? Although I haven't seen Felicia for a while, a noble lady named Yvette wondered. She never mentioned a student whose name's Lucien several months ago when we were on vacation. Well, let's wait and see then. Lord Hain started walking to the hallway. He unbuckled his sword and handed it to the guard, letting them check his other personal belongings. Since the Grand Duke would be here tonight as well, the security check must be strict. At the same time, the church laid a very large magic blocking circle covering the whole Som Hall, in which almost all the supernatural magic spells, except legendary spells, were completely blocked. The blocking circle has been the church's greatest work in more than 100 years. After Earl Hayne entered the hallway, 2 fine, dark purple coaches came, followed by 2 lines of guards in red uniforms with golden stripes. Chapter 64, The Nobles. The shade of purple on the coaches was elegant and gentle. Both coaches were emblazoned with the same coat of arms, a strong armored arm grabbing a silver shield, surrounded by many bright purple violets together with fortress-like patterns. It was the coat of arms of Orvaret family, which was called the Family of Violet and also the Shield of Truth. The 2 coaches stopped in front of the long red carpet. Nobles who had already entered the hall left their seats and came outside again, following Count Hayne and Count Rafati, to welcome the Grand Duke, while the musicians were standing in the distance to show their respect. A tall young lady with bright purple hair got off the coach first in her elegant black evening dress. Her deep eyes were purple like a dream, her eyebrows were heavier and longer than common ladies', and her nose was high and straight, which matched perfectly with her pink, bloom-like lips. The young lady was gorgeous, and her beauty was unique. Her beauty was of vitality, confidence, and heroic spirit. If it was appropriate to compare Ms. Sylvia to the lily, who was gentle and elegant, the young lady would be a flourishing violet, lively and passionate. This young lady was the well-known Violet Countess, Natasha. And the middle-aged woman that Lucien saw last time was standing by Natasha's side. As a level 5 Grand Knight, Natasha was half head taller than most men. She quickly walked to the other coach and supported her father, the Grand Duke, with his hand, to get off. Orvaret also had purple hair, but much lighter than his daughters. In his early 60s, the Grand Duke looked weaker than his peers. When he was younger, Orvaret was not as gifted as Natasha, therefore, he had to rely on the many secret potions provided by the church and the family in order to awaken his blessing, and then he became a level 2 knight. His health had been damaged by the potions in the early years, and the loss of his wife and the eldest son in the following years were also devastating to him. Even with all the sufferings, Orvaret was still very handsome and attractive. His love towards his late wife was well known and touching. Many years before, Orvaret fell in love with the only princess of the kingdom of Holm across Storm Strait when he was staying there as an ambassador. They overcame countless difficulties together and finally got married. In the following years, he gave all his love to his wife and never had any affair. The love story was still being sung by many bards until today. Supported by Natasha, the Grand Duke got off the coach and walked towards the red carpet. In his eyes, the sacred psalm hall never changed in his memory, and then he started thinking about his whole life. After so many years, Natasha was now his only concern. Indeed, he was very proud of his daughter, but also felt worried, since Natasha had an even stronger personality than many men. In front of the splendid and magnificent hall, the nobles were saluting the Grand Duke and the Princess, showing their great respect. Orvaret was smiling to the nobles in his grave and dignified bearing, while Natasha was slightly nodding to them. Even Lucien could tell from a distance that although the princess was more than used to all of these noble manners, she was not much interested in them. However, when she later found Sylvia standing among the nobles, a big and lovely smile appeared on her face. Lucien saw Natasha was slightly bowing to Sylvia with her right hand on her chest, which was a typical male greeting. That's weird. If I'm not mistaken, there is definitely something between Princess Natasha and Ms. Sylvia. Lucien did not want to gossip about it, but still felt a bit sorry for the noble gentleman present. After all, both Sylvia and Natasha were both very attractive and charming. I suggest we go inside and get seated first, Your Majesty. Count Hayne grinned after saluting the Grand Duke respectfully. Let's leave some free space to the young people. His son Viscount Harrington was talking to Princess Natasha. Harrington was a nice-looking and enthusiastic young man. The concert for tonight was important, and so was the socializing part. Orvaret only took a quick glance at the young man without too much hope. We should wait a bit. I believe Cardinal Sard will be here tonight as well. Hearing the name, many nobles standing close by stopped talking, looking rather surprised. Sard, the Saint Cardinal, the presider of the church in the Duchy of Orvaret, member of the Episcopal Conference, was known for almost living in seclusion. It was very unexpected that he was attending the concert tonight, which reminded many of the nobles present of the evil ritual previously conducted in Baron Laurent's house. At this time, a simple coach with the Saint Truth badge on it stopped in front of the hall. Everyone there could guess it was Sard's coach. Being helped by a young knight, an old man in his white robe got off the coach. He looked very kind with his totally white hair, just like a loving grandpa. Walking with firm and steady steps, Sard was still in pretty good health. No one could really tell he was actually already over 200 years old. As the old cardinal walked closer, Lucien suddenly felt a warm air gently breezing in his spirit, like his soul was basking in the holy light. Lucien was very surprised with how powerful the old man's spiritual power was. When his spiritual power got totally blocked by the magic circle laid by the church, the power of the old man's soul was still this influential. He had actually heard Sard's name before, since he was like a legend in this world. In that moment, Lucien finally saw the legend with his own eyes. It was said that, among all the cardinals in the Saint Truth Church, only about 10 of them were Saint Cardinals. According to Lucien's knowledge, taking those people, including the greatest knight commanders, leaders of the Inquisition and the monks into consideration, there could be no more than 30 people in this world who had this kind of power like Sard did. Standing close to Lucien, Rein narrowed his eyes and wrinkled his brows in concentration as if something was too burning bright for him. Lucien noticed Rein's difference and turned to look at him, and his eyes just met Rein's in that moment. The corner of Rein's mouth quirked up, putting a casual smile on his face. It was not the first time that Lucien noticed Rein was behaving in a weird way. However, Lucien knew that tonight was not a proper time for solving the many questions about Rein in his mind. When Cardinal Sard entered the hallway, following the knight manner, Orvaret kissed Sard's right hand respectfully with his knees slightly bent. "Only truth lives forever," said the Grand Duke. It looked like religious authority was still above imperial power in Alta. "It's very nice to see you, Your Majesty. I'm glad to see that you're still doing this great, and I'm glad to see our lovely little Natasha is an outstanding knight now." Sard held Orvaret's arm and smiled lovingly. The Grand Duke and the Cardinal walked into the concert hall hand in hand, with Natasha holding Sard's arm on the other side slightly behind them. They were followed by the nobles walking in the strict rank rules. "Well, it's time to get prepared in the backstage." Victor smiled. "Lucien, you may want to wait here for your friends and lead them to their seats later." Lucien nodded and watched Victor and Rein leaving. Soon Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus went into the hall as well, and they would be sitting in the good seats assigned for their families. Close to the hallway, only Athie and Lucien were still waiting there. Athie was waiting for Victor's relatives and Lucien was waiting for his friends. A moment later, a plain and fully loaded coach came. Ivan was the first one getting off the coach, followed by his elder brother, John. Ivan looked very adorable in his little suit, while John was the same, tall and handsome, whose blonde hair was shining in the light. Joel and Elisa got off the coach as well. Lucien felt Auntie Elisa's dress was pretty tight for her, but her happy smile made her look much younger than usual. Seeing the whole family, Lucien smiled without knowing. "I thought you wouldn't come." Lucien playfully hit John on his shoulder. The two buddies had not seen each other for a while. "Come on." John also hit Lucien back cheerily. "Your first music work will be played in the Somme Hall. As your best friend, how can I miss it? By the way, Lucien, I have a good news too." John hugged Lucien and patted him on the back. "I'm a high-rank knight squire now." "Wow! That's awesome, John. Good for you." Lucien grinned. At this time, Elena also arrived. In her long, light yellow dress, Elena looked like a lovely angel tonight. "Good for you too, Lucien." Joel took a glance at Elena and nudged Lucien slightly. "She's adorable." No. We're just friends. Lucien was a bit shy and embarrassed. Then Lucien led them to the west stand. It was much smaller than the other stands, and could only seat 20 people. The best seats belonged to the distinguished counts and above. After taking his seat, Orvaret slightly leaned forward and asked the cardinal, "Your Eminence, is there any progress in investigating Baron Laurent's case?" Although the city guards and the intelligence division of the duchy were also looking into this thing, they could never compete with the great pastors from the Inquisition who claimed that they could hear from the God of Truth. Well, some. Cardinal Sard was watching the orchestra being prepared on the stage in the front, with a casual smile on his face. "We believe that it has something to do with the Duke in the Hell. His predecessor was sealed somewhere under the dark mountain range by the ancient magic empire, and he's always been trying to find his predecessor and absorb the power." I thought he could have been more careful. Natasha joined their conversation, and we heard that some sorcerers were involved in it as well. That's true. Sard nodded. God revealed to me that they do have other plans, so we're still gathering more information, especially looking up the ancient documents from Sylvana's magic empire. As for the sorcerers, they are just several apprentices with a sorcerer coming from the headquarters of the Congress of Magic. He calls himself professor, but he's only a third or fourth circle sorcerer, so we don't have to worry too much about them. The headquarters of the Congress of Magic. The Grand Duke and the Princess asked at the same time with wonder. Chapter 65, The Concert, 1. Sard seemed to be a bit slow and his eyes were dull, however, his smile was still very gentle and nice. He did not respond to Orvaret and Natasha's question immediately, but followed his own pace to tell the story. Several months ago, some of our night watchers successfully targeted a sorcerer from the Congress, which is very rare, since most of them who came to Alta before never stayed here long, not to mention trying to contact the many hiding sorcerers in Alta. After all, their shared goal was to find the remains of the ancient magic empire in the Dark Mountain Range. Well, Orvaret rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe they were also trying to have more sorcerers and sorceresses in Alta to know and join their congress in order to grow and expand. As far as I know, that's something that the Congress has been working on for more than 200 years. As a pious believer, the Grand Duke definitely knew much more about sorcerers than most other people did. Several nobles sitting behind were paying close attention to what Sard, the Grand Duke and the Princess were talking about. Their faces looked odd, as if there was something on their mind, but all of them decided to remain silent. "You're right, Your Highness." Sard adjusted his sitting position a bit and continued, "Unfortunately, the night watchers failed to catch him alive, and the sorcerer destroyed himself." Then he took a glance at the tall and strong Saint Knight standing beside him, letting the knight continue with the rest of the explanation. "Only the church knights can be called Saint Knights." The knight's face was fully covered by his protection mask, through which his dull voice came. "We think the sorcerer who called himself Professor came here for the same reason, and maybe also to investigate what happened to the last sorcerer." Sitting in and leaning against her seat, Natasha looked pretty relaxed. Now she was looking in another direction with a hint of a smile on her face. "It seems like you know a lot about what the sorcerers are doing in Alta, don't you?" She was not being disrespectful. Actually, her piousness was acknowledged before by Sard himself, and her teacher was the chief commander of sword brothers serving the church. However, except when she was praying in front of the God of Truth, Natasha was always quite casual about almost everything. "Your Highness, the church has been tracking them for years, and the sorcerers never hid themselves in front of the church perfectly." The knight lowered his head. "So did the so-called professor. Some clues are showing that he follows the contemporary magic system, and that's why we speculate that professor is from the Congress. It seems like he does not really trust the sorcerers in Alta. He was being very careful, so although we have 2 people spying on them, what we know about professor is still relatively limited. The church decided to be more cautious. In the hundreds of years in Alta, a few sorcerers betraying their belief and turning to work for the church was not something new. Knowing that the sorcerer groups in Alta were too small to cause them much trouble, instead of destroying them all at once, the church decided to leave them in Alta in order to play a long game with the Congress of Magic. Well, at this point, the mysterious professor is not a big deal yet, as far as I'm concerned. What makes me feel worried is Argent Horn. I wonder what they are planning in Alta. Orvaret cupped his chin in his hand. As you wish, Your Majesty, the knight slightly bowed. We will leave the junior night watchers to trace the case of Professor, and the main force of the church keeps investigating the heresy. Still haven't found Rosen Aaron? Twirling her long purple hair with her finger breezily, Natasha asked. Not yet. We're trying our best, answered the Saint Knight. The orchestra was ready. At this time, a young, purple-haired man entered the balcony. His facial features were a bit similar to that of Natasha, but he was even taller than her. His suit was emblazoned with the coat of arms of the Violet family. The young man nodded to the nobles in the balcony, smiling. Then he walked toward the first row of seats in the front, saluting the Grand Duke and the Cardinal respectfully in the knight manner. My dear cousin, you're late. Natasha waved to him. This young man was the nephew of the Grand Duke, the chief commander of Alta City Guard, Count Verdi. Sorry. He sat down relatively close to Natasha. Just got some news about Argent Horn, but it turned out to be quite useless. Lucien Evans. The composer of Fate? I never heard this name before. Count Verdi, at the same time, was also quite famous in the music field. Interesting. I don't know this name either, said the Grand Duke. Hearing Verdi's comment, both Orvaret and Sard picked up the lists. The name of the symphony is Fate. I bet this Lucien is a pretty brave and creative composer, Sard responded kindly. I don't really have a preference between the two music trends. Natasha grinned. I happen to know something about this Lucien. Yesterday, Baron Othello came to me and asked for the permission to replace the third piece of music on the list with a new symphony. And here it is, from this Victor's new student, Lucien Evans, who just started to learn music 3 months ago. 3 months ago? That's insane. Verdi slightly frowned. Pursuing to be perfect, Verdi was strict with himself, and knowing the fact that there was someone even more talented than him was definitely not pleasant. Well, unfortunately, it looks like this guy is pretty talented, even more than you are, although you started to learn music at 8 and at 9 you were already able to compose. But seriously, don't worry Verdi. He cannot compete with you. I met the guy the other day, and he looked like a woman. I'm quite curious to see what he can do. Well, some people are just geniuses, which is not fair per se, but it is the intention of God. Sard commented. And that reminded Natasha of the story of Sard. Sard was not a genius, ever. Since the first day he entered Alta Monastery, he was never able to compete with his smart peers. However, in the end, it was Sard who became the Saint Cardinal, although it took him more than 100 years. So he often told the followers, the faith in God has nothing to do with talent. Well, we'll wait and see. Orvaret laughed. What Natasha said makes me feel curious now, too. At this time, Victor walked on the stage with a baton in his hand. Firstly, he bowed in the direction of the Grand Duke's balcony in a solemn manner, then he bowed to the other nobles and musicians. Finally, he turned around and lowered his head, staring at the baton in his hand. The playing started. Orvaret closed his eyes and smiled. This is the best one among Victor's previous work. It's just beautiful. Everyone stopped talking and immersed themselves in the music. Looking into each other's eyes, Lucien, Lot, and Felicia smiled together behind the backstage. They could tell Victor was in a very good form. Now they had become real classmates, if not yet friends. The first symphony lasted for about 40 minutes, and it went very well. During the break, some of the audiences expressed their concern that if the first symphony was already the best one among Victor's previous work, the rest of them might not be that good. But Victor proved that they were wrong. The second piece of symphony was actually even better. It was lively, vivid, and full of life, like a cool summer breeze, like an autumn field. At the end of it, Orverit applauded for a long time with satisfaction. Victor never stops making progress. He's awesome, commented the Grand Duke. That's true. It's soothing and beautiful, echoed Verdi, although in his mind, he did not really appreciate this kind of country-style symphony. Well, it's good, but I think Victor is capable of doing an even better job. I didn't feel his passion in it. There's still space for improvement, said Natasha. Chapter 66, The Concert, 2. My little niece mentioned before that the composition of the Second Symphony took Victor around 2 to 3 years. After knowing that he would be holding a concert in the Somme Hall, he spent another 3 months in my younger brother's manor for improvement. And it indeed reminded me of the boundless ripe wheat field in my hometown. Smiling, Earl Hayne introduced the story behind the symphony to the Grand Duke and the Princess, feeling slightly grateful to his niece, Felicia, who he never had fondness for in the past. Since the eldest son of the previous Earl died in a fight against the heretics, a contest started between the second and the youngest son of the Hayne family. At that time, because the second son, who is also the current Earl Hayne, had not awakened his blessing yet, and Felicia's father was much better favoured by their father, the present Earl was in a great anxiety almost all the time. Then a favourable turn came to the second son, who awoke his blessing. Furthermore, his son Harrington grew into a very talented young man who wasn't even inferior to Princess Natasha and Earl Verdi. The second son successfully inherited the title and all the land the Hayne family had. I feel the same way. Orverit nodded. This piece of symphony reminded me of the beautiful country life. Maybe you're right, Natasha, but the concert is already very impressive. Let's wait and see the following 2 pieces of work. The last symphony is from his student, though. I can't believe a new learner who just started learning music 3 months ago can compose a symphony, and I don't have much expectation on the young lad's so-called talent. Earl Rafati also joined their conversation, a very handsome man seemingly to be in his early 30s. Uncle Hart, I believe you're the last person who should claim that talent doesn't mean anything. Natasha laughed in a very non-noble lady way. You awoke the blessing of Sun when you were 10, and became an 8th circle senior rank holy magus in your 60s. No one is more promising than you are for finally becoming a legendary holy magus. The seemingly young Earl Rafati was actually way elder than he looked like, and he was a very powerful holy magus. Holy magi were people who awoke their blessing and therefore were granted with magic power. To differentiate the blessed spellcasters from the notorious sorcerers, people called them magi. There was also a reason for the great power of the Rafati family. While other noble families were relating to each other by intermarriage, the Rafati family insisted on royal incest to make sure the great family power and the purest blood could be inherited by their younger generations. Although many deformed babies were thus born, the family also had many genius members such as the present Earl. Verdi commented seriously, Uncle Hart's talent is a gift from God. It's different. So is musical talent, I heard. Natasha smiled, seriously, I'm quite looking forward to Lucien's work. No matter if it's good or bad, it's gonna be interesting. The 4th piece of symphony should be the most impressive and outstanding one for tonight's concert. I hope Victor knows what he's doing. Rafati slightly shook his head. Aside Lucien's work, I'm also quite excited about the new musical instrument, the piano. Natasha switched the topic to the following piano concerto. I wonder how piano performs compared with harpsichord. Sitting on the chair, Verdi's back was straightened in a serious manner. Now Victor was more relaxed, knowing that his first 2 pieces of symphonies were acknowledged by the Grand Duke. During the break, he was chatting with his students casually, while Ryan appeared to be more silent than usual. Soon it was time for Victor to go back to the stage. This time Ryan would be his designated conductor to direct the orchestra, and Victor would be the one who played the new musical instrument, the piano. The sound of the piano was rich and resounding. The first note of the piano concerto instantly caught the whole audience's attention. This was a piece of concerto with religious profundity. Impressive, Verdi commented with satisfaction and then closed his eyes to listen carefully. The high sound quality of piano fitted perfectly well with the solemnity and sacredness of the religious music. Several higher pitches were also handled very well by the piano. The whole psalm hall was immersed in the majestic melody. When the concerto came to its end, Cardinal Sard crossed himself and said, "This is an eulogy for God. The success of this concerto is accomplished by this brand new musical instrument. It is awesome. It is the best keyboard instrument ever." Natasha gasped with admiration. Compared with piano, harpsichord and clavichord are just like toys for girls. "You are a girl as well, Natasha." Orverit's brows were slightly frowned. The Grand Duke was about to applause when he heard his daughter's improper comment. Regarding her father with reverence, Natasha mumbled, "Even so, I'm still the most special girl among them all, no inferior to any man." Hearing Natasha's murmuring, a meaningful smile appeared on Verdi's face, but he did not say anything. "I saw you, Verdi." Natasha straightened her back instantly and stared at him seriously. "You don't think so, do you? Or you want a fight outside?" "Well, I don't want any trouble." Verdi was still smiling. "All right, Natasha. Symphony of Fate is coming." The Grand Duke was trying to change the topic between the two. Taking a glance at the stage, Natasha squinted at Verdi. "My dear cousin, I believe Lucien's work will be better than all of yours." "Well, at least I have my music works to be compared. While you, my dear Natasha, you're not good at composing at all. With regard to the talent of composing, I believe I'm way more gifted than you are." Verdi instantly fought back. "That's really true, isn't it? Well. Then how strange it is that none of your brilliant work has ever been played in the psalm hall, while a random guy who just started learning music 3 months ago somehow managed to do it." Natasha put on a rather surprised look. "I just don't want to." Verdi gnashed his teeth, feeling sort of speechless. "The guy named Lucien. His work can never be better than mine." "Aha! I heard what you said." Natasha laughed. "Let's see what will happen if his work indeed is better than yours." The Grand Duke also nodded, feeling very expectant like the other nobles, except Wolf. Wolf's face was almost twisted together. Although the success of Victor's concert would not do any harm to him, in Wolf's mind, it was Victor who took away the success he deserved. So Wolf was going to pay very close attention to every single note of the following symphony, finding the tiniest flaws and putting all of them on music criticism. On the small west balcony, Elisa and Joel's hands were grabbing together tightly. Even John was feeling sort of nervous. All of them were waiting for Symphony of Fate, the last piece of work tonight. Standing in front of the orchestra, with the baton in his hand again, Victor's mind churned. He thought back to the failure of his first concert, the great success of the second concert, the many memorable moments between Winnie and him, Winnie's affectionate gaze toward the end of her life, as well as the encouragement from Lucien, Rhine, and the rest of his students. "Winnie, can you hear me?" Victor knew he was ready, and he slowly lifted the baton. The moment when Victor waved his baton, the beginning of the symphony shocked every audience present. The first few bars of the symphony were like the loud knocks at the door that instantly woke everyone up. Orverit, Natasha, and Verdi opened their eyes at the same time with great surprise. It was fate that was knocking the door, in an irresistible and fierce manner. Chapter 67, The Innovator. The rhythm, the tone, and the accents falling on the beats gripped everyone's heart. No one could hide from the trials of life. The theme of the symphony was revealed directly, without any foreshadowing or implication. The horns took place before a second theme was introduced, symbolizing the fierce struggling between fate and will. As the first and the second theme interweaved with each other, the audience experienced great tension and pressure, as if they were personally on the battlefield, although they were only sitting in their seats. The reactions of the audience varied. Grabbing the armrests, the nobles such as the Grand Duke and Wolf, who had never experienced the cruelty of war in person, almost couldn't stand the fear in their hearts, while Knight Ven became very engulfed by the memories of the deep fear and horror that he suffered back in the days when he was fighting against the evil creatures and the heretics. Sard remained relatively calm, but his eyes were open. This time his eyes were no longer dull, instead, they were bright and sharp. He was associating the music work with his own stories back in the day. Facing the tension and the great pressure coming from the symphony, younger nobles, such as Verdi and Natasha, showed their rising fighting will. Clenching his right fist, Verdi tightened every muscle in his body to be ready for fronting the blows of fate, showing the spirit of the Violet family as the shield of truth. Natasha's body was leaning forward, and her face looked serious but also excited. She wanted a good fight to beat the darkness and the so-called fate. Victor devoted his heart and soul to the conducting. Compared with Lucien's original work, now the symphony was much better developed and even more thrilling. The combination of viola, cello, and woodwind in the second movement gave the audience a short break from the intensity, and soon the third movement again threw them back to the front, encountering the overwhelming fear of darkness. Pain, hope, fear, anger and so many other feelings mixed together. When the light finally beat the darkness, when the final movement of Great Victory was played in the Somme Hall, many of the audience spontaneously stood up and cheered with thunderous applause. The Grand Duke gave a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to wave, as if he was cheering for his brave knights and soldiers returning home in triumph. With great excitement as well as satisfaction, Natasha left her seat and walked close to the handrail, staring at the orchestra as if she was still immersed in her own world of music. Leaning comfortably against the back of the seat, Sylvia and the other musicians spontaneously exchanged a look. They could tell the great surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. This young man. He's probably another genius after Gisou and Toile, Sylvia murmured to herself. Joel's family and Elena were cheering and applauding. Although they did not know a lot about music, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that Lucien's work was truly shocking and touching. They had tears in their eyes. Joel was tingling with excitement, feeling that his dream was accomplished by Lucien. He was more than proud, regarding Lucien's success and honor as his own. Grabbing his father's shoulder, John's face flushed with gratification. "Dad, Lucien is such a genius, isn't he? From now on, we can call him Mr. Lucien." Elena couldn't believe what just happened in the hall. After all, when she first met Lucien several months ago, this young man was carrying bags of garbage. Wolf's face turned deathly pale, knowing that he could never deny the greatness of this symphony. And now he finally realized why Victor was willing to have such a pauper as his music student. This poor guy was indeed a genius. Turning his head restlessly in the tumultuous applause, Wolf relied his last bit of hope on the picky nobles and musicians, wishing that at least a couple of them who always preferred religious music would show their dislike toward the theme of the symphony. The Grand Duke joined his daughter, walking toward the front of the balcony to applaud warmly. Being led by the Grand Duke and the Princess, the second round of wild applause with the tumultuous ovation burst out, reverberating through the Somme Hall. Without any doubt, the concert was a great success. After saluting the Grand Duke and the rest of the audience, Victor trotted back and pulled Lucien out from the backstage. Lucien was prepared, so he calmly followed Victor and came to stand in front of all the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce you my student, Lucien Evans." "It is Lucien Evans who composed this great piece of symphony," said Victor loudly to all of the balconies. "What a talent!" The applause from the nobles and the musicians became even louder, showing their great recognition toward this young musician. "Great music! Great young man!" Earl Hayne nodded. Even a person who knows nothing about music can feel the greatness of his work. The Grand Duke commented in a loud voice, "Unparalleled! This young man will grow into a great musician." Natasha's mind was full of emotional thoughts. "I was almost speechless. I felt something very unique. I know it's something that I've been always looking for. Lucien, you're the innovator in the history of music. Even Verdi couldn't say anything to refute her at this point. You got the soul that never yields. God bless you, young man. Slowly, Sard stood up. He looked at Lucien with a loving smile on his face. Among all the people, Wolf was the only one who remained slouching in his seat. He felt too weak to even talk. Thanks God. This is the gift of God. Lucien saluted the balconies in a gentleman manner, playing his role as a believer with great piety. The great success of the concert would bring him lots of benefits, and one of them would be a higher social status, which was very helpful for him to hide his identity. The guards from the church and the sheriffs of the city would not dare to casually arrest or investigate a musician who had received the recognition from the Grand Duke, the Cardinal, and the Princess. The Cardinal nodded and said to the Grand Duke, "I'm very glad that I attended the concert tonight. All of the music works tonight are great, and Symphony of Fate is especially the most impressive one. Light conquers darkness. The God of Truth empowers us to fight against difficulties. God bless us all. God bless us all." Orvaret lowered his head, putting his palm on his chest. On the stage, Victor's eyes were wet with tears. How he wished that Winnie could see all of this in heaven. "How do you feel now, my cousin?" Natasha looked at Verdi and asked pleasantly. "This piece of work belongs to Lucien, not you, Natasha. And unfortunately, his talent can never be yours as well." Verdi did not answer directly. "Well, actually the unique theme of his work inspired me a lot. Maybe I should have him to be my music consultant to produce my own music work," said Natasha, tilting her head on one side. "His success comes from both of his talent and his life experience. And the accumulation of inspiration and good ideas takes time. I don't think it will work, Natasha." Verdi shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. "Still worth a shot." Lifting her brows, Natasha chuckled. When the nobles were leaving the Somme Hall in order, Victor and Lucien came to the backstage. The orchestra members there were still feeling excited. "Mr. Victor, Mr. Evans, this is the best concert we've ever attended." Chapter 68, The Celebration. Some of the members in the orchestra were also relatively well-known musicians in Alta. Although when practicing, they already had a pretty high expectation on this concert, especially on Symphony of Fate, the heated response from the noble audiences and the many famous musicians tonight was still a great surprise for them. Victor was also very excited. He walked toward Rhine, his most intimate comrade in these days, and gave him a big hug. "Thank you so much, Mr. Rhine. You helped me with improving the harpsichord. You supported me all the time during the countless times of rehearsal. Without you, this concert could never be this perfect." Although Rhine remained quite silent all the evening, he was also very gratified by the success of the concert. "Thank you, Victor. It is my honor to work with you, Mr. Victor, and with Lucien as well." He smiled. Mr. Evans. Thomas, the cellist of the orchestra, hugged Lucien with great enthusiasm. "You'll become the most well-known musician in Alta, no? On the whole continent." Lucien felt a bit awkward when people, especially the orchestra members, called his surname with respect. Lucien's promising future in music was already widely expected by many of the orchestra members when they first started to rehearse the fourth piece of symphony composed by the young music student of Mr. Victor. Now Lucien's talent was acknowledged by the distinguished nobles in the public. Since the Grand Duke used the word unparalleled to comment on Lucien's music work, and the Princess Natasha directly called Lucien the innovator of the music history, Lucien would definitely become the brightest new star in the field of music very soon. Everyone in the orchestra knew that as long as Lucien could compose another piece of symphony of the same high quality within the following 2 years, his status in the field of music would be completely fastened. If this new trend of music could be popularized in the future, then Lucien would undoubtedly be a high authority. Thus, the orchestra members showed great respect toward Lucien. Lucien hugged the members one by one. Although the status and the income of a musician was way higher than the common players in an orchestra, Lucien was clearly aware of the fact that the full cooperation of the players was also one of the key factors in determining the outcome of a concert. Lucien, Rein also gave Lucien a big hug. I can imagine that, in the near future, more and more pieces of music work will be composed to express human beings' feelings and emotions, instead of merely praising God. I shall call you Mr. Evans as well, since you are absolutely the pioneer of the new trend. Although Lucien was not used to that intimate way of celebrating, he also did not mind it. Lucien also hugged Rein. Thank you, Mr. Rein. Unfortunately, I'm still far away from being a pioneer. After all, even playing piano is still challenging for me. And by the way, your violin playing was awesome, Mr. Rein, but just lacked some passion. In Lucien's eyes, Rein was sometimes a bit weird. Taking this chance, Lucien was trying to test Rein. You're right. Maybe I am too calm most of the time. Rein released his arms and explained casually. Although Rein looked pretty lean, Lucien could feel the strength in his arms and his body from the short hug. Lucien was also supposed to hug his classmates. Great work, Lucien. When hugging Lucien, Felicia's face flushed. Lucien's success would bring her lots of benefits as well. She could already picture the scene of she being surrounded by many noble ladies and madams, asking about her talented classmate. I'm proud of having you as my classmate, Lucien. Lot offered Lucien a big hug and congratulated him, while Herodotus remained silent when he was hugging Lucien. A while later, Herodotus said to Lucien in a low voice, "You're something." Victor saved his warmest and biggest hug for Lucien. I don't know how to express to you my thankfulness, Lucien. You're a gift for me from God. Having you as my student is my great blessing. Being your student is my greatest honor, Mr. Victor, said Lucien sincerely. Oh, there's one thing. Victor said to Lucien, you'll get half of the money tonight. Don't say no, Lucien. With the money, you don't have to live in Adaran anymore. Adaran is not safe. As far as Lucien knew, ticket for the concerts held in the Som Hall was always in high demand. The ticket revenue tonight was 365 thalers, which was quite a lot. 365 thalers was 4 times the number of Victor's annual income, while the annual income of a noble knight was only about 3 to 500 thal. According to the regulation of the association, 40% of the ticket income would be contributed to the church, and 30% would be used for the maintenance of the association and the Som Hall, as well as paying the whole orchestra. For the remaining 30%, about 110 thalers would be Victor's. In other words, Lucien would earn around 30 to 35 thalers. 30 to 35 thalers equaled several decades of saving for a common person, even a lifelong effort. With the money, Lucien could move to a decent 3-story house in Purple Lily district, or a relatively old 2-story house with a small garden in Gasu district. I can't say no. Thank you very much, Mr. Victor, Lucien answered sincerely, as if he could already see the gold coins shining in front of his eyes. With the money, the dust of Moonlight Rose would not be a dream for Lucien anymore. The only problem was that it was not easy to find Moonlight Rose dust. A decent place in a decent area was also what Lucien needed, not only because he wanted a better living condition, but also because of the need to stay away from Adaran, where he got involved with the other sorcerers using the identity professor. With a bigger house, Lucien could also build a bigger and safer magic lab underground. After the celebration, when Felicia was about to invite everyone present to visit her family's manor tomorrow, the middle-aged lady who always stood by Princess Natasha's side came to the backstage. Lady Camille. Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus heard her story before. They hurriedly saluted her. Victor, Lucien, and the other people present also followed the manor. Mr. Evans, said Lady Camille seriously, Princess Natasha wants you to be her personal music consultant. About an hour each time, twice a week, in Ratatia Palace. The pay is very decent, 2 thul a month. Her words instantly turned Lucien into the envy of the people present, even including Victor. Only Ryan's eyes dimmed for a moment. I can't. I'm sorry. Lucien turned down the offer subconsciously. I just started learning music 3 months ago. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this position, and the success this time might just be a random explosion of my accumulated inspiration. Lucien had another reason that he could not speak out. He was afraid that entering the palace would be too risky and his sorcerer identity might be revealed by the princess, who was a level 5 Grand Knight herself, or this Lady Camille, a Radiant Knight. However, the job was also very alluring. From another perspective, serving Princess Natasha could be his perfect disguise as well. The princess doesn't mind. What Her Royal Highness values is the unique skills you employed in your composition and your understanding toward the new theme of music. Said Camille emotionlessly, would you like to accept the job, Mr. Evans? The other people in the room were looking at Lucien with expectation. Finally, Lucien nodded his head. It would be my pleasure to serve the princess. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Lady Camille said and then left the backstage. The pay was truly very good. At least before becoming a first circle sorcerer, Lucien wouldn't have to worry with the expenses of buying most of the materials. Also, the job offered Lucien a high social status. We really envy you, Lucien. Felicia and Lot congratulated him in a very direct way. Victor also cast his eyes to Lucien with delight and satisfaction. Chapter 69, Revenant Dust. It was already 11 in the late night when Lucien left the Somme Hall. Only few lights were still twinkling along the dark and empty street. Although the daytime in the month of harvest was hot, the rain-swept night was very cool and pleasant. Lucien's mind was refreshed by the cool air. He gradually woke up from the ecstasy and started to plan his next step. If everything went well, Lucien would be leaving Adaran very soon. Thus he had to clean the underground lab up as soon as possible in case some random tramps would inadvertently enter the shack when there was no one there. Before that, Lucien decided to collect some revenant dust tonight when the lab was still fully equipped, and then he could turn his attention to the search of Moonlight Rose tomorrow. Moonlight Rose was always in high demand and very expensive, since it was the main ingredient of the magic potion which could help a knight squire awaken blessing, and thus become a real knight. As most squires couldn't afford the Moonlight Rose, some knights would occasionally select their best squires and award them with the dust of the rose. In addition to that, the market of Moonlight Rose was controlled by the church, the Violet family and a few other big families, which was also one of the strategies how the big families consolidated their status in the Duchy of Orvaret. Lucien was hoping that probably Felicia could help him, since she was a member of the Hain family. Felicia was qualified enough to buy some Moonlight Roses within her family. What Lucien did not know was that, actually, Felicia had already bought the roses 3 times before, hoping that she could awaken her blessing. However, her hope finally failed, and since then she started to pay her full attention to learning music. Lucien currently had no idea how to ask Felicia to do him a favor without being suspected, which sort of bothered him. If Felicia was not willing to help, then Lucien would have no other choice but to find the black market in Alta or join another secret sorcerer meeting again, which was the last thing Lucien wanted to do for now. 2 simple wagons were waiting in front of the Somme Hall in the corner. Uncle Joel and his family as well as Elena were waiting for Lucien beside the wagons. Seeing Lucien coming in their direction, Joel waved to him with both of his hands. He came toward Lucien and gave Lucien a big warm hug. Tonight's like a dream. Joel patted Lucien's back with great joy. You invited me to the concert and fulfilled my dream. We. And your dad. We are all so proud of you, Lucien. Following Joel, John also hugged Lucien. His arms were shaking a bit, and his voice was trembling. I knew it. I knew you're something. But your growth is still way beyond my expectation. After all, I thought at least I would become a knight first, haha. Now I gotta work even harder or I'll fall behind. Lucien was inspired. Maybe he could use John as an excuse for buying Moonlight Rose. After all, Lucien could now afford to buy Moonlight Rose for his close friend John, who was a knight squire, which definitely made sense. And it was part of Lucien's original plan as well. Some of his roses would be a gift for John. Lucien already regarded Joel's family as his own family and John as his most important friend. The support Joel's family offered Lucien meant a lot to him. Now the only problem was how Lucien could persuade Felicia to do him the favor. My career in music has just started. There's still a long way to go. Lucien smiled. I'm sure soon you will awake your blessing and become a real knight. Well, I'm not sure about that yet, Lucien. John shook his head and released his arms. The first try to awake the blessing is the most likely to succeed. I have to be more prepared for that. Congratulations, Mr. Evans. Elena hugged Lucien. Her big eyes were blinking with joy. I'm really flattered, Elena. Lucien grinned. We are friends. Please, don't call me a mister. After sending Elena and Joel's family home, Lucien went back to his shack and lay in bed. About 1 o'clock in the early morning, suddenly Lucien got up. Making sure that it was safe around, Lucien quietly entered his magic lab. It took Lucien an hour to set up some magic traps just in case. Then Lucien took out a tube of blood from a box. At the same time, the magic notebook was open in his spirit library, ready for taking notes at any time. Lucien was hoping that during the process of collecting the revenant dust, he could also gain a better understanding toward the undead creatures. As soon as Lucien opened the tube inscribed with runes, a strong smell of sulfur came into his nose. As if it was alive, the dark blood kept bubbling like lava. Murmuring the awkward-sounding and obscure spell, Lucien connected his spirit with another space dimension. Suddenly, he grabbed the tube and spilled the blood forward. Weirdly, instead of dropping on the ground, the blood suspended in the air and divided into many small drops. The drops of blood moved quickly, and a magic circle took shape in front of Lucien. The whole space of the lab was instantly filled with the stinky smell of blood. Blood fog diffused around the lab. Suddenly, a transparent human figure appeared in the air, of which its face and limbs remained very blurry, but its resentment was so strong that it almost became visible. Although Lucien still did not understand how different space dimensions were connected by spiritual power, the structure of this apprentice summoning spell itself was not complicated. A hole, probably its mouth, appeared on the figure's face, and the vicious revenant started screaming and suddenly leaped at Lucien's throat. Lucien stayed very calm and activated the magic traps around him. The airflows restricted the revenant like ropes and shackled it in the air. Wraith Shackle, an apprentice-level spell. At the same time, transparent walls appeared in the air and surrounded the revenant inside. The surface of the walls was rippling like water as the sound waves of the scream kept hitting the walls. Silence Wall, also an apprentice spell. Although the scream of the revenant was blocked, Lucien still felt a sudden surge of nausea and he heard someone was screaming in his brain. Quickly Lucien took down the notes in his spirit library. The scream of revenant transmits in the form of infrasonic waves. High penetrating power. Causes illusion. Lucien hoped that he could know the rough vibration frequency of the waves, but with limited lab equipment, Lucien's note couldn't be more detailed and accurate. Being trapped, the revenant's scream became even crazier, but the scream couldn't bother Lucien anymore. Calmly, Lucien activated the magic circle drawn on the table, from which many golden rays of light immediately scattered. Weight, 21.26 grams. Heavier than expected. Power. Remain unknown. The information was stored. Then Lucien started to cast different spells on the revenant to see the effects. Immune to Mage Hand. Immune to Acid Splash. Immune to Freezing Rays. Small damage caused by Hohmann's oscillation. Might be because of the intervention of waves, or magnetic interference. Minor damage caused by Maria's small flame. Reason unknown. As the experiment went on, the revenant in the air became weaker and weaker, and even more transparent. As if it was afraid of Lucien, the revenant huddled in the corner of the surrounding magic walls. Some instinct remained. Lucien kept recording. Then Lucien cast the spell Illumination. In the light, the revenant became irritated again, but had nowhere to escape. Its resentment gradually disappeared in the light, but rather slowly. Afraid of strong light. Another line of words appeared on the notebook. The experiment finally came to the end. Looking at the very weak revenant huddling in the corner, Lucien shook his head. The summoned revenant was now badly damaged and soon it disappeared completely. Shiny fine dust slowly fell into the magic circle. 21.25 grams. The reason of the weight difference remains unknown. Maybe the consciousness of the revenant also has weight. Lucien collected the dust of the revenant in a glass tube, and then slowly tidied up the lab, since it should also be the last time he used it before Lucien moved out. In the morning, Lucien got up early and headed for the association for two reasons. Firstly, Lucien had become Princess Natasha's personal music consultant, so he should quit the librarian job and leave it to someone who really needed it. Secondly, Lucien was too excited to wait another day to get his lovely and shiny thails. Chapter 70, The Newspapers. When Lucien arrived at the Musicians' Association, only 2 guards were standing in front of the 5-story building, since most of the believers following the God of Truth usually spent their Sunday morning in the church. "Good morning, Mr. Evans." The 2 guards smiled and greeted Lucien. "Morning." Lucien nodded, feeling a bit surprised. Since the concert finished late last night, it was quite surprising that the guards were already showing respect to him in this following Sunday morning. Lucien wondered if maybe it was Elena who told the guards, because she was the only one among all the concert audience who needed to work on Sunday. Before Lucien entered the building, he heard they were whispering, "3 months ago, Mr. Evans was still carrying garbage for our association. He asked me to do him a favor looking after his trolley. Now look at him, a musician. I know. The last time I saw him he was still a music student. Never expected he was such a genius." Elena and Kathy were tidying up the documents behind the counter when Lucien came into the lobby. Both of them greeted Lucien with respect. "Good morning, Mr. Evans." Elena winked at Lucien with a sweet smile on her face, and Kathy seemed to be a bit nervous. "Good morning, Elena." "Morning, Kathy." Lucien asked with curiosity, "What keeps you girls this busy this morning?" "I'm glad you asked." Elena answered in excitement, "Lucien, you know what? Your name is on both the latest music criticism and symphony news." "What?" "I thought the next issue for both of them would be released at the end of the month." Now Lucien was really surprised. "That's because your music work is so amazing." Elena was very proud of Lucien. "Many musicians were deeply touched by your Symphony of Fate, and they worked overnight on their reviews. The association thus decided to issue both of the newspapers in advance this month. Now we have the first copies. Mr. Evans, do you want one?" asked Kathy with respect and curiosity. "Well, I think I should." Lucien smiled and poured out 20 fels from his money bag. From hard saving, Lucien's small money bag finally bulged a bit. "What did they say, Lucien?" Elena still couldn't read very well. "Kathy and I are really curious." Picking up the latest music criticism, Lucien saw a painting of the Psalm Hall and 2 lines of black bold words. "Ladies and gentlemen, hats off to the real genius. Othello." Lucien read Mr. Othello's comment to Elena and Kathy, and the girls' eyes were filled with reverence. Turning the page, the first review article titled "Music with Soul Salute to Symphony of Fate." As a gift from God, music encourages us to continuously progress toward a better future. However, in the past 300 years, the main role that the solemn and sacred religious music was playing was never challenged on the stage of music, since other music themes were always hiding behind the scenes and paled in comparison with it. Until we met Symphony of Fate, a great piece of music composed by Lucien Evans and first played on Mr. Victor's concert held in the Somme Hall last night, I finally realized what is the most indispensable quality of a masterpiece. Music is emotion. Music is feelings. Without emotion and feelings, without soul, music can never be deeply moving to people. And the young musician Lucien Evans knows clearly about this. The four movements of Symphony of Fate are connected by a consistent faith all along. Hope and persistence can conquer any difficulty. It is the most exciting, encouraging, and touching symphony I have ever appreciated. Lucien Evans, without any doubt, is a genius. His music talent shocked Alta, and I believe he will shock the whole continent in the future. As soul is to life, so is emotion to music. The review article was pretty long, which was more about expressing feelings instead of professional analyzing. The reason this article ranked the first was that it was written by the Grand Duke, or Verit. Wow! The Grand Duke really likes your symphony! Exclaimed Elena in surprise and joy. I heard Princess Natasha also contributed, said Kathy politely. Mr. Evans, can you please read her article to us? I know the princess is very good at reviewing music works. Sure, answered Lucien, feeling a bit nervous to read the princess's comment. Natasha's article ranked second place in music criticism following her father's work, which titled A Future Trend: The Music Revolution led by Symphony of Fate. A great piece of symphony with magnificent theme and touching emotion running through. The talented musician, Lucien Evans, creatively used the four stress accents to form the first bar as the beginning of Symphony of Fate. Each of the four movements of the symphony was relatively independent but yet connected to each other, highlighting the shared theme: light would conquer darkness and courage would overcome difficulty. The flexible and skilled utilization of assorted music instruments enriched the symphony's emotion world and grabbed every audience's heart last night. Call it heroism. Call it persistence. Call it night spirit. I was deeply touched by the great work. The short bar, which is composed of the four stress accents, is still striking my heart, as if it synchronizes with my heartbeat. This young, unfettered music genius, Mr. Evans, revealed a brand new music world in front of us, where new music skills should be explored, and new music themes should be developed. Great innovator. Great pioneer. Lucien's face blushed when he was reading the article. Flipping through this music criticism, Lucien found that 29 out of the 40 articles here were music reviews about Symphony of Fate. Some of them analyzed its theme and some of them skills. The other several articles were about Victor's piano concerto and the concert in general. Urged by Elena and Kathy, Lucien briefly glanced through the latest symphony news and found the same situation. All of the articles were about either Victor or himself. Wait, I know this name. Elena pointed her finger at a name under the first review article on Symphony News: Christopher Gionis. Christopher Gionis was the president of the Musicians Association, and also the most well-known musician in Alta who composed more than 100 great music works. Gionis was respected as a living music legend. Here was Gionis's comment. If you haven't heard Symphony of Fate, you heard no music in your life. Wow! Except exclaiming, Elena and Kathy had no idea how to express their admiration to Lucien. A while later, Elena said to Lucien, I'm sure few months later, you'll become one of the most renowned young musicians throughout the continent. Without saying anything, Lucien smiled and slightly shook his head. Then he left for Mr. Hank's office on the third floor. Congratulations, Evans. Hank rose from his seat behind the desk, walked toward Lucien and gave him a hug. Thank you, Mr. Hank. Lucien smiled, I'm here to quit my librarian's job. Of course, I expected so. Hank agreed without hesitation, and then he took out a money bag. According to Mr. Victor, this is yours. The money bag was not big but quite heavy, in which 33 gold coins were fascinatingly shining. Chapter 71, The White Letter. Weighing the money bag, although most of the time Lucien was able to stay quite calm, now he was a bit thrilled. Well, I can be quite a money grubber sometimes. Lucien mocked himself a bit in mind. Lucien was aware that there was supposed to be 34 gold coins in the bag, but he did not say anything about it, and of course Hank would not mention anything as well. It was an unspoken rule, Lucien knew that. After leaving Hank's office, Lucien decided to visit Pierre in the library. After all, they worked together for more than 2 months. Lucien should at least say goodbye to him as friends. Staring blankly, Pierre was sitting behind the counter, which was blanketed by 2 outspread newspapers. "Good morning, Pierre," Lucien greeted. As if he was suddenly awakened from a dream, Pierre gazed at the person standing in front of him for a moment in puzzlement, then he slowly answered, "Lucien." As soon as he called the name, his face darkened. "My fault. I shall call you Mr. Evans now." Pierre's attitude surprised Lucien quite a bit. Lucien thought he knew Pierre's personality relatively well from working together with him in the past 2 months. In his mind, Pierre was never a silly or an arrogant jerk. "Pierre. Why?" Lucien was confused. "You guys ruined harpsichord. You guys know nothing about harpsichord." Pierre's dark brown eyes were filled with anger. Lowering his head, Lucien saw the newspapers on the counter, of which the 2 articles on the current pages were both about Victor's piano concerto. Lucien remembered the details of the 2 articles, since the content was already stored in his spirit library just now when he was flipping through the newspapers. One of the article praised the improvement that Victor made with traditional harpsichord and applauded for the impressive features of the new music instrument, the piano, while the other criticized the playing skills Victor used during his playing, accusing Victor's new fingering with piano a betrayal of classical fingerings and the great tradition of music. "You may hold different opinions, and I understand, Pierre." Lucien tried to mediate, "but we don't have to argue over this. Just leave the discussion to the musicians and critics. Answer me. Do you think you really understand harpsichord?" Pierre directly ignored Lucien's words and questioned him again. Lucien came up with the book that Pierre once recommended him to read, which was titled The Art of Harpsichord Performance. Locating it in his spirit library, Lucien noticed the name of the author was Antonio Sander. "Your father is Antonio Sander, the author of The Art of Harpsichord Performance?" asked Lucien. Pierre paused a moment. Then he squared his shoulders and answered proudly, "Yes, I am the son of Antonio Sander, a great harpsichord musician." "That's why you're so angry?" Lucien stared up at Pierre and asked calmly. "The great achievement made by my father can never been ruined by you guys," answered Pierre with excitement. "What is talking to me now is your prejudice, Pierre, not you." Lucien did not want to argue with him. "Anyway, I just wanted to say goodbye to you. From today on I won't be working in this library anymore." "I was wrong about you, Lucien," said Pierre with strong dislike. "I thought you honored music a lot, but in fact you're too arrogant to show your respect. You'll definitely regret in the future if you don't stick to traditional fingerings. Watch out, you genius." Lucien opened his mouth and tried to say something, but finally gave up. He directly turned around and left the library. He thought Pierre and he would become friends. Lucien sighed in his mind. After all, a friend was easier lost than found. Since the concert was a great success, everyone was taking a weekend off for the first time in a long while. Lucien did not find Felicia in their practicing room on the 4th floor. Maybe Felicia will be at home in the afternoon, wondered Lucien. He still had no idea how to persuade Felicia to help him. Thinking about this, Lucien went back to the lobby and asked Elena if she knew about any house for rent in Gisu area. Since most of the musicians and players in Alta lived in Gisu, the Musicians Association was also responsible for providing house information and helping its musicians to find ideal places to live close to each other. Among the many choices, Lucien liked the 2-story house located at No. 116 in Gasu the most. The house was owned by a not very famous musician, who was now far away in the kingdom of Syracuse serving a viscount as his music consultant. The location of the house was a bit remote in the area, but the rent was also cheaper, 1 thul per year. It was almost 10 in the morning. Lucien planned to take a look at the house this afternoon, after visiting Felicia. He wanted to move out as soon as possible. Now Lucien had to go back home and clean some of his stuff. Take care, Mr. Evans. Elena smiled to Lucien, and Kathy slightly bowed to him respectfully. When Lucien came back to Aderan, he saw many of the neighbors were standing in front of Auntie Elisa's place like the last time when John became a night squire. Every week, these poor people in Aderan could luckily take a short break on Sunday, since they also went to the church in the morning. With the improvement of his spiritual power, Lucien's hearing was also now better than that of common people. He captured some of the words from the neighbors' conversation and an ominous feeling came over him. "Hi, Roy. Why there are so many people gathering here?" asked Lucien. "Hey, Lucien. It's been a while since the last time I saw you." With too much labor work, Roy, in his early 30s, looked much older than his age, and he did not know that Lucien had become the princess's music consultant yet. You know what? Every dog has its day. And Joel's lucky day finally comes. A noble lord invited Joel to be his family musician this morning. What? Where is Uncle Joel now? Lucien was surprised. Joel left in a hurry, and he took Elisa and his son together as well. I bet the pay must be very good. Roy grinned. Lucien, you did not know about it? Asked a middle-aged woman named Liz with curiosity. People say you're a famous musician now and it is because of your reputation that Joel has been invited. Is it true, Lucien? Are you famous now? Something's wrong. Lucien murmured, and he hurriedly asked them, who invited Joel? Uncle Joel would never leave in such a hurry without even telling him first. Besides, even if there was a noble who admired Lucien's music and thus wanted Uncle Joel to be his musician, Lucien should be informed first. How dare we ask a lord's name? Liz and some other neighbors shook their heads. We saw the lord dressed very decently. And he had many squires and servants. It was not right. Lucien's heart was torn with anxiety, but Lucien knew that he must stay calm. Auntie Liz, do you remember what the lord looked like? Lucien frowned his brows. Did Uncle Joel leave me any message? How dare we look at a lord's face? Answered Roy, I only remember the lord was a very decent gentleman. His hair was all white. Black suit. And a walking stick. The squires were so strong. All in their early 20s. Although Roy tried his best to recall it, the information he provided was not really helpful. Joel did leave a message to you, said Liz, but nothing really special. He asked me to tell you that do not worry about him, and he will ask someone to send you a message when he reaches there. That's it? Asked Lucien, putting up with the great anxiety in his mind. That's it. The neighbors knew nothing else. Anything wrong, Lucien? Some of the neighbors asked. Taking a deep breath, Lucien calmed himself a bit. Not really, Lucien answered. He decided to look for clues first and then inform John. There must be a purpose that they took Uncle Joel's family. Lucien had a spare key for the door. As soon as he entered the place, Lucien's spiritual power and his soul told him something was indeed not right. Lucien sensed a smell of a stranger in the room, and fortunately, this person did not erase the invisible smell and trail he or she left. And there was a white letter on the table. Chapter 72, Conversation over the letter. In order to stay calm, Lucien firstly closed the door. Then he reached his left hand into the pocket and grabbed Ice Revenger. Carefully, he controlled the aura of the ring surrounding his own body, since Lucien speculated that the person leaving the letter should not know that he was a sorcerer, instead of a common young man. The ice coldness from the ring cooled Lucien down. With great caution, Lucien opened the letter using his right hand. This piece of paper was of no special material. It looked like the letter was printed instead of written, since every single letter on the paper was almost too neat. Dear Mr. Evans, it is our great honor to have Mr. Joel and his family with us. As long as you are willing to do us a little favor, we will take good care of them here. When we get what we want, Mr. Joel and his family will be back safe and sound, and with a decent amount of money. It is a fair trade. Kidnap, I knew it. Lucien lowered his voice and said to himself, but what do they want from me? Soon after Lucien asked this question, the lines on the paper quickly faded and new black words appeared. Mr. Evans, as a music genius, your calmness is also impressive. Please let me repeat what I said just now. It is a fair deal, not a kidnap. Of course, when we talk about being fair, that means if you betray our agreement, you will never be able to see Joel and his family again. It is a supernatural power. Lucien's brain was working very fast. In order to have a bigger chance to save Uncle Joel and his family, Lucien couldn't let these people know the fact that he was a sorcerer as well. This was definitely not a trade, and kidnappers' promises were never trustworthy. Therefore, Lucien made an immediate decision: instead of passively following the kidnappers' orders, he should have a careful plan and save Uncle Joel and his family himself. At the same time, buying time for planning was also very important. Taking a deep breath, Lucien talked to the piece of paper in a low voice. What do you want me to do? How can I know they're still alive? Several new lines appeared on the paper again. What we are asking is very simple, Mr. Evans. Use your talent and write more great music works to become Princess Natasha's long-term music consultant. And we believe that this is also your goal, Mr. Evans. Aren't we being really considerate? As for Joel and his family, as long as you are willing to work with us, we have no reason to kill them. Many thoughts quickly passed through Lucien's mind. Were they targeting Princess Natasha, or other secrets in Ratatia Palace? I was just invited to be the princess' temporary music consultant last night, and today these people kidnapped Uncle Joel and his family, which was almost impossible, unless one of them, or even all of them, were among the audience in the concert last night. If I cannot make sure Uncle Joel and his family are safe, I will not work with you. You can kill me, said Lucien decisively. Mr. Evans, I just want to clarify one thing. You are one of our plans, but not the only one. Unfortunately, you are not as important as you think. Lucien sneered, then kill them, and kill me. It looked like Lucien's reaction surprised the kidnappers. After the last message disappeared from the paper, nothing new appeared for quite a while. Lucien was extremely nervous. He was not sure if his answer would put Uncle Joel and his family to death, but he had no other choice. Lucien must make sure they were still alive. Now it was time to be patient. Finally, several lines emerged on the paper again. Every once in a while, we will send you a picture of Joel and his family. Starting from tomorrow. However, since you pissed us off, we decided to send you one of Joel's fingers tomorrow as well, to relieve your concern, Mr. Evans. Bastards! Grinding his teeth with hatred, Lucien said to the kidnappers, every time, the picture you send must contain completely date and time information, or I won't be able to know if these are fake pictures that you make with your evil power. Lucien was hoping that he might be able to find some clues from the pictures. It won't be a problem. Deal? Replied the kidnappers. Not until I see the picture tomorrow. Lucien was pretending that he knew nothing about magic power, but when I see Uncle Joel and his family, I'll keep my word. I swear. Your word means nothing. The lines showed up again, we can see. And if you dare report to the princess, we will send Joel and his family to hell in a second. Lucien had no idea how the kidnappers could observe him secretly in the palace. He wanted to know more, since purpose often revealed motive, and motive was the key clue to find the enemies hiding behind this. What specifically do you want me to do? It can't be just staying close to the princess, asked Lucien. The writing became a bit hasty. We're more than happy to know the schedule of the princess and the Grand Duke, as well as other interesting things going on in Ratatia Palace. You just need to write what you know down on this piece of paper with a quill. The kidnappers were very crafty, and their real motives remained blurry. I see, answered Lucien slowly. If you have any need, you're welcome to ask us for help, Mr. Lucien. Hope we have a nice cooperation. The new lines were more illegible compared with the previous ones. All the lines disappeared, and the letter returned to a piece of white paper. Lucien removed his left hand from Ice Revenger and instantly felt the supernatural power disappear. Staring at the closed window with an expressionless face, Lucien slowly folded the piece of paper back and put it into the envelope. His heart was full of anger and hatred, and he already figured out who did this. They were the heretics of Argent Horn. With the help of Ice Revenger, when Lucien was opening the envelope, he sensed a tiny amount of supernatural power remained on the paper. When he was communicating with the kidnappers, Lucien was also doing his analysis of the power by comparing it with the different kinds of power he met before. Every time the letters appeared and disappeared, Lucien got one step closer to his conclusion. Firstly, the power was not magic. Secondly, the supernatural power was very similar to the power that Lucien felt from Cardinal Sard and Pastor Benjamin. Although Lucien could not tell the specific differences between the magic power he followed and the powers empowered by either god or demons, he was quite sure that what he was facing now was the latter. If Lucien's observation and speculation were correct, Argent Horn was the most likely, or say, the only possible answer for now. It looks like there's a bond between me and these bastards. Lucien needed to control himself hard from tearing the paper to shreds with anger. The piece of white paper should be a magic item of apprentice level. Someone's eavesdropping on me right now and the person needs to stay relatively close to me. Probably, within a radius of 100 meters. Still hard to find, though. Lucien thought to himself, according to the time it took the kidnapper to reply, the person should be a bit above senior apprentice level. Lucien was a bit encouraged, carrying the hope that he could save Joel and his family. He did not really trust the church, the princess, and the Grand Duke, since they would only focus on exterminating the heresy, instead of making sure the hostages were safe first. At the same time, Lucien never even considered for a second obeying the heretic's order. He would never surrender to those untrustworthy bastards. He knew what he was doing here. Walking out of the door, Lucien headed for the noble district. Chapter 73, Unexpected Information. Footsteps hasty, eyebrows frowning, Lucien was acting like an ordinary person who encountered kidnapping for the first time. Meanwhile, he was also much calmer than most of the ordinary people. He knew where to go and what to do right now. Lucien tried to stay focused when he was walking on the street, separating his spiritual power from his body and making the power float in the air, as if his soul was overlooking his body. Lucien wanted to test if there was anyone among the crowd who was following him. However, since Sunday noon was often the busiest time in Adaran, and the kidnapper was currently more powerful than Lucien, he did not find anything special. The gate between Adaran district and the noble district was open, however, this area was not busy at all. Only a few poor people from Adaran who were doing the most menial work in the nobles' places were going through the gate after going to the church. 2 guards were standing there, lazily leaning against the wall and looking at the poor people walking in hurry with some feeling of superiority. The guards were hopeless for becoming real knights, and since they joined the city guard and got spoiled by the prosperity of Alta, they soon forgot the many fighting skills that they learned from their previous training. All of a sudden, the guards noticed a young good-looking man in decent white shirt and black suite coming toward the gate, which was quite unusual. They stopped Lucien instantly and asked, "Sir, what is your purpose entering the noble district?" Lucien's heart was being burned by the great anxiety, thus his attitude was not very nice. Are you questioning me here? Since when do I have to be questioned first to pass through the gate? Rander, one of the guards, immediately regretted as soon as he stopped the young man in front of him. Without knowing a visitor's background, stopping the person randomly may put them in trouble since they never knew whether the person was actually a noble or someone important. Lucien's tough attitude made him even more nervous. He hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, sir. We're having a hard time searching for the demon followers and tend to overreact sometimes." "I'm sorry, sir." Lucien slightly nodded and was about to pass through the gate when he changed his mind. He turned to the guard and asked in a low voice, "May I ask where does the chief clerk of the town hall, Mr. Urbane Hain, live? I'm his daughter Felicia Hain's classmate." Happening to know where the chief clerk lived, Rander answered, "Mr. Hain lives at number 158 Noble Street, one of the Hain family's houses." "Thanks." Lucien replied shortly and walked through the gate. In the noble district, where many knights and even grand knights lived, Lucien expected that the kidnapper from Argent Horn would not be able to follow too close. Therefore, by asking the guard, Lucien purposefully let the kidnapper know where he was going. If the kidnapper still could not follow up, that meant he or she was not at all capable of tailing Lucien for a long time, and then Lucien could find a proper chance to get rid of the kidnapper and conduct his own plan. Staring at Lucien from behind, Rander complained to the other guard, although the guy dressed like a gentleman, he even didn't know where the chief clerk lives. Probably there's something between this effeminate guy and Lady Hain. Who knows? It was the second time Lucien came to the noble district. Compared with the stormy night when Baron Laurent died, the noble district looked much more appealing today. Green trees lined up on both sides and flowers flourished. Among the trees stood the big and luxury houses. Many of them were of different architectural styles. Some were similar to Baroque style, others of religious style, while some were emulating the gloomy and extravagant architectural design of the ancient magic empire. And often there was only one house on each fork of the road. Lucien appeared to be rather weird on the street since he dressed decent but was walking on foot. A few noble ladies and gentlemen passing by in their coaches threw Lucien a surprised glance, certain that Lucien was by no chance a noble. All of a sudden, a coach stopped beside Lucien. The window on the coach opened and inside of the coach sat an elegant young lady of full figure and fine presence, with a black crepe bonnet veiling half of her face. She laughed and asked, "Is this Mr. Evans? The concert last night was awesome." Despite being anxious, Lucien maintained his gentleman manner, "Thank you, my lady. Can I have the honor of knowing your name?" "I'm Yvette Hill, Felicia's friend." Yvette glanced at Lucien with great interest. "Are you looking for Felicia, Mr. Evans?" Excluding the family of Violet, the Hill family, together with the Hain and the Rafati family, were the three most influential noble families in the Duchy of Orvaret. Each of the three families had a whole shire as their domain. Lucien just recognized the coat of arms on the coach consisting of spears and grizzly. He answered with respect, "Yes, my lady." "Well, then you might have to wait a bit, Mr. Evans." Yvette's smile was very charming. Since the concert was a great success, Felicia is still praying in Golden Cathedral to thank the blessing of God. "And, by the way, just call me Yvette. I'm a fan of your music, Mr. Evans." "Then Miss Yvette, you just call me Lucien." Lucien worked at a smile. "I can just wait for Felicia to come back outside of her house. If you don't mind, Lucien, I can give you a lift." Yvette took off her crepe bonnet and her beautiful face was completely revealed. "You're 2 years younger than me. What a genius you are." Her maid opened the coach door and invited Lucien to come in. It seemed like Yvette did not worry at all that this might damage her reputation as a noble lady. Lucien did not refuse. As a member of the Hill family, Yvette was also able to get Moonlight Rose. If Felicia rejected Lucien's request, becoming a friend with Lady Yvette would be Lucien's second possible chance. Entering the carriage, a sweet, alluring scent snuck into Lucien's nose. Very nice. A genius is indeed different, said Yvette with satisfaction. Most of the men that I invited before were just hypocritical. They wanted to come in, but they didn't dare. Leaning forward, her plump and fair chest was half revealed in front of Lucien. However, Lucien was really not in the mood. Slightly turning his eyes away, Lucien forced a smile. Stick to your own path, and let the irrelevant people say whatever they want to say. It doesn't matter. Interesting. I like it. Yvette's eyes lit up for a moment. You're more interesting than I thought, Lucien. The coach went slowly. Inside of the coach, Yvette was casually talking to Lucien about music, and purposefully made tiny physical contact with Lucien. Unfortunately, Lucien's mind was completely occupied by the kidnapping, and he completely ignored this noble lady's elaborate seducing. Yvette was quite disappointed. Half an hour later, Yvette's coach finally stopped in front of a luxurious 3-story house. At the same time, Felicia's carriage arrived as well. Lucien? Why, you're with Yvette? Felicia looked at her classmate quizzically. Getting off the coach, Lucien answered, I was looking for you when I met Lady Yvette. She kindly offered me a ride. What did you do, Yvette? Felicia looked a bit angry. What can I do? Yvette grinned in her coach. No worries, Felicia. I prefer mysterious sorcerers compared with musicians. What do you mean? Since when you changed your preference? Asked Felicia with surprise. Since last night, replied Yvette full of yearning. Last night during the concert, I heard Cardinal Sard and the Grand Duke were talking about a mysterious sorcerer called Professor. I'm very curious. After all, I haven't tried any sorcerer yet. I wonder. These gloomy guys who always hide their faces in their hoods. What do they look like when they are naked in bed, and how they react when they see a beautiful woman? As the youngest daughter of Earl Hill, she was qualified to sit in the same balcony with the Grand Duke. Yvette. Felicia was speechless. Although Yvette and Felicia were pretty good friends, Felicia never understood Yvette's openness with men. As a very maverick noble lady in Alta, Yvette was even much more open than the noble madams and ladies in the palace of Tria. Lucien was very surprised, not because of Yvette's openness, but the fact that the church and the Grand Duke had already found out his pseudonym, Professor. Was anyone caught that night? Or were there moles among the sorcerers? Lucien wondered, with his back being covered by a thin layer of cold sweat. Lucien was just about to buy some magic potions that increased his power from the other sorcerers to save Joel and his family. Luckily, he heard the conversation between the noble ladies. What a valuable piece of information! I have to go now. Bye. Yvette was happy to see the surprised look on both Felicia and Lucien's faces. Turning around, Yvette's coach left. Noticing that Lucien was still staring at the coach in a trance, Felicia sneered at him. You want to be part of Yvette's collection, don't you? And then she paused a bit and asked, why you came to me today, Lucien? Chapter 74, Felicia's Request. Looking around, Lucien made sure there was no one near them. Then Felicia and Lucien walked through the garden in front of the house. Can I ask you to do me a favor, Felicia? Lucien looked serious. A favor? Felicia slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. My father's just a chief clerk, and my uncle never liked us. I'm not sure if I can help. If Lucien asked before the concert, Felicia would directly reject him. However, now that Felicia had seen Lucien's talent, she knew that having a good relationship with Lucien would definitely benefit her a lot. What the noble life taught Felicia in the past years was not only how to enjoy the luxury lifestyle, but also how to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. Lucien spoke to Felicia with a bit hesitation. I have a good friend, John. He's currently Lord Ven's high-level knight squire. John's family offered me lots of help when I was sick and poor. Since last night the concert was a great success, I believe it's time for me to pay them back. And the best way is to help John become a real knight. I think I know what you want now. Felicia guessed, you want to buy Moonlight Rose from me to help your friend awaken his blessing. Yes, I believe it's the best I can do. Lucien was sort of relieved that Felicia did not doubt his motive. You're a good person, Lucien. Felicia appreciated his character. It's pleasant to have a friend like you. But Lucien, Moonlight Rose is expensive, and it's never a guarantee for awakening blessing. Many nobles tried and failed. Felicia's heart slightly sank when she was speaking, since she was one of the nobles she just mentioned. I did some research about it. Lucien was trying to make his request as reasonable as possible. John's a promising young man. Lord Ven might soon award John with some of the dust of the rose, but it probably won't be enough. The more dust of Moonlight Rose John has, the better the chance he would have to successfully awaken his blessing. I want to help John with it. A beautiful smile appeared on Felicia's face. She slightly nodded. Well, you're really something, Lucien. How much do you want, then? 50 grams. Lucien needed to make sure that he would have enough of the ingredients to make the potion named Crying Soul, including the possible failures during the process. What? That's too much. Felicia was very surprised. Based on my status in the family, I can only buy up to 10 grams. Although Felicia's father and the current Earl Hayne were brothers, they had a poor relationship with each other due to the many years of contending for power. Thanks to the generous legacy left by the previous Earl, Felicia's grandfather, Felicia's family could still maintain a decent noble lifestyle. Felicia, can you figure out a way to get more? As much as possible. Lucien came up with another reason. I heard people say that the dust of Moonlight Rose can also improve one's coordination. I might need some as well to improve my piano playing skill. I'll never forget your help, Felicia. Crossing her hands together, many thoughts flashed through Felicia's mind. As friends, she could help Lucien with 10 grams of the rose. However, now Lucien was asking way more than that, then Felicia needed to see how she could benefit from it. Lucien did not urge Felicia, leaving her some time to consider. A while later Felicia said to Lucien seriously, 10 grams from my father. Yvette and Melissa, 10 grams each. Lucien, 40 grams is my limit, and I won't do this for free. Although Felicia did not have any title, and her family status was not very superordinate, as a noble, Felicia's social circle was still of great value. 40 grams. Well, let's do 40 grams. Thank you so much, Felicia, and what you want me to do? Asked Lucien. My request is simple and easy. Felicia smiled. Firstly, you gotta pay me in advance. Secondly, my birthday party will be held next month, and I want you to be there on my birthday and play several songs in front of the guests. And thirdly, I want you to teach me how to play piano, how to compose, and offer me your help as much as possible in music field, such as introducing my future music work to the princess. Felicia heard that Princess Natasha appreciated piano very much. Among her 3 requests, without doubt, the most important one was the last. Every time a new piece of musical instrument was invented, many musicians were thus inspired and became famous with their new music works. Felicia did not want to miss this precious chance. Since she held little hope in becoming Mr. Victor's honor student, learning from her talented classmate who was now the personal music consultant of the princess was not bad. You have my word, Felicia. Lucien agreed, and he said silently in his mind, as long as I'm still in Alta at that time. Even if I were to leave, I'd do something else to compensate for it. Felicia trusted Lucien's good character. She nodded and said, 40 thalers. Give me 2 days. 2 days is fine. But Felicia, said Lucien with embarrassment, I only have 30 thalers for now. The rest of it, 10 thalers. Can I pay you back in 5 months? You know I'm currently working for the princess. The salary should not be a problem. Well. All right, agreed Felicia. Pay me back as soon as possible. The 10 thaels will come from my savings. Don't let me go broke, Lucien. Thank you so much, Felicia. Lucien was excited, although his bellying money bag instantly shriveled. After all, buying Moonlight Rose was Lucien's top priority for now. Lucien was very grateful that he had the chance to enter the music circle in Alta and thus got to know the nobles like Felicia, or he would have no choice but to go to the black market or join another sorcerer group to find the rose, which would be way more risky. Leaving Felicia's place, Lucien bought some good quality bread and beef on his way home. By cooking and eating, Lucien calmed himself down. Closing the door and the windows, he took out the envelope from the crate and opened the letter again. Within his expectations, there were a few lines on the paper. Why did you go to the noble district and met your classmate? You stayed in the garden with her for more than 20 minutes, and we saw it. Don't act like an idiot, Mr. Evans. Lucien sneered in his mind. It looked like the bastards used other ways to trail Lucien instead of marking him with their fiend power, in case Lucien would be detected by the many divine power circles placed in Ratatia Palace. Since Lucien also understood about supernatural power, he was quite sure about it. Lucien answered honestly, I went to buy Moonlight Rose from Felicia to help John. You kidnapped Joel and his families, and I'm not sure if they can come back safe and sound. John is the only one in the family I can take care of for now. A few sentences appeared. Taking care of John? We know what you want to do. Please stop daydreaming, Mr. Evans. It's not easy at all to awaken the blessing, or there would be way more knights in the world. Since your stupidness and recklessness is very impressive, we decided to give you a bonus, a finger from Elisa. God damn it! Lucien swore in his mind, which was filled with hatred. At the same time, Lucien took out a quill and started transcribing the sentences on the back of a piece of used paper. The great hatred was burning Lucien's guts like fire, while his brain was as cool as a piece of ice. The strange mixture of fire and ice shaped Lucien's character. Lucien was transcribing the sentences to figure out if the kidnappers could see what he was doing now. He would not start making Crying Soul until he knew more about these bastards. Chapter 75, The Mosquito. When Lucien was transcribing the sentences, a scarlet line of words suddenly emerged on the white paper, as if blood was leaking out. Stop what you're doing now, or you'll receive a body. The quill dropped on the ground. Lucien pretended that he was scared. I was just trying to make some notes. In case I might forget some of your requests. We don't see any necessity to take this ridiculous notes. This is your last chance, Mr. Evans. Keep taking similar actions if you are looking forward to a dead body. Let me remind you. Thanks to what you did, one more finger for you tomorrow. Replied the kidnappers. Of course, the fact that Uncle Joel and Auntie Elisa were hurt was very painful to Lucien. However, he couldn't let the feeling of guiltiness and pain affect his judgment too much. From the moment Lucien decided not to cooperate with the kidnappers, he knew that there must be a cost. What he could do was minimize the cost as much as possible. I'll behave. Lucien tore the used paper up. The kidnappers can see me. That's for sure. Lucien silently thought in his mind, but how? Are they observing me through the letter, or with something else? I shall figure this out next, but not in a hurry, in case they will find out what I'm trying to do. Putting the letter back in the crate, Lucien lay in his bed, pretending he was totally out, while trying to cover the whole shack with his spiritual power to sense if there was any supernatural power around. At this time, using spells to help with the detection might put him in big trouble, since Lucien knew that his current biggest advantage was that the heretics did not know he was actually a sorcerer. Except for the letter in the crate, nothing supernatural was detected in the shack. In the afternoon, Lucien came to Gisu district and found the house at No. 116, that Elena introduced to him. The location was even better than Lucien thought. Located beside the city wall, the house was far away from the gate, and thus the place was very quiet and isolated. Only a few two-story small houses were sitting a distance away from No. 116, almost fully shaded by the many tall trees named Rava. Earlier, Lucien had made an appointment with the agent. Knocking at the gate, he waited in front of the iron fence. Soon a middle-aged man walked out from No. 116 and opened the gate. His beard was well trimmed and his brown suit was neatly ironed. The agent looked pretty shrewd. "You must be Mr. Evans," the man greeted Lucien. "I'm Brian. It's very nice to meet you. Everyone in the association is talking about you." Lucien nodded and extended his right hand to shake hands with Brian. Brian took a step forward and held Lucien's right hand with his both hands, to show his respect. Facing such a promising young musician whose talent was already recognized by the Grand Duke and the Princess, Brian, of course, would show his greatest esteem for Lucien. "Please let me lead you into the house and take a look around, Mr. Evans." Brian slightly bowed. Under Brian's guidance, Lucien walked throughout the house and found that although the size of the garden and the lawn were not big, inside the house the decoration style was very elegant and unique. Compared with the present luxurious Tria Palace trend in decoration, this house looked neat in a very tasteful way. The only disadvantage of the house was that the tall trees and the city wall shaded most of the sunlight, and thus the place looked a bit gloomy, especially with the vines covering the outside of the house. "It's a very, very quiet place, with no bright sunlight disturbing your music creation work." Brian tried to persuade Lucien to see this as an advantage instead of something not ideal, although poor lighting was the only reason that they were having a hard time renting the house out. Lucien did not mind the poor lighting at all, since this could provide him with a safer environment to conduct his magic experiments. So he nodded. "Do you have the lease agreement with you?" Brian was very happy, trying hard to prevent his crafty smile from showing on his face. He took out a pile of papers and handed them to Lucien. Taking a rough look at the lease agreement, Lucien signed his name on it and took out a thul from his money bag. Luckily, as a rather promising musician, Lucien did not have to pay any security deposit. Brian quickly wrote the receipt and took care of the agreement, and then handed a copy back to Lucien. "This is a house with a decent size, Mr. Evans. You'll need at least a steward, 4 servants, a cook, a gardener, a coach, and a coachman. I can find these people for you from other associations," offered Brian fawningly. "I'm pretty busy recently, and I won't be moving in very soon. You can bring them here next Monday and let me have a look." Lucien agreed but postponed it for a week, since he did not want anything to disturb him from saving Joel and his family. This week would be the key time for him to save the hostages. Brian handed the keys to Lucien and left briskly. Lucien was by himself standing in the living room, staring at the stairs to the second floor. There were 4 bedrooms, a study, a music practicing room and a decent-sized patio on the second floor. On the ground floor, there was a living room, a dining room, 4 servant rooms, a storage room, and there was also a basement. The kitchen was isolated, connected with the house by a door on the left. And the sewers were well built, linked to the whole sewer system of Alta. If the kidnapping had not happened, Lucien would feel very excited and proud that he finally moved into such a nice place. However, now the only thing Lucien felt was anger and anxiety. After a while, Lucien went back to his shack. He brought some clothes with him and took them back to the new house. He left his clothes in the master bedroom and walked into the practicing room, which was built with a special kind of stone to prevent the sound from disturbing other people, and at the same time, to create a nice reverberation effect. He closed the door and the curtain. The whole room was very quiet. Except for his own footsteps, Lucien could hear nothing else. Sitting in the rocking chair, Lucien rocked himself back and forth in the darkness. Spreading his spiritual power within the room, he was carefully sensing the surroundings. He wondered how the heretics would observe him without the letter. For quite a while, Lucien found nothing. His awareness gradually reached out to every corner of the room. At that moment, Lucien finally sensed what he was looking for, a tiny disturbance wave caused by a supernatural power, and he heard something buzzing lightly. He didn't open his eyes and pretended to be asleep while thinking to himself, Alta Tigerid mosquito? Did they mark the mosquito with their fiend power, or was it directly transfiguration? Lucien's purpose was already achieved. Now he was sure that the heretics were using the letter for both communicating and monitoring. However, when Lucien was away from the letter, they needed to use other ways to trail him. The letter did not mention anything special in the evening, but only reminded Lucien to bring the letter with him if he was moving out. Staring at the shades of the night, Lucien kept repeating the process of making Crying Soul in his mind, to get familiar with it. However, it was not the proper time to make the potion yet. Lucien still had to take care of several things first. In the morning of the second day, when Lucien was about to go outside, he noticed that there was a ball of paper beneath the door. His heart suddenly sank. Lucien knew what was in it. Slowly opening the paper ball, Lucien saw 3 fingers. 2 were long but with heavy callus, and 1 was stubby. The fractured white bones were slightly reflecting the sunlight. Lucien closed his eyes to hold back his tears and to hide the anger and hatred. When he opened his eyes again, he also noticed a small black ball wrapped in the paper, with a scarlet line of words beside. That's what you wanted, Mr. Evans. Chapter 76, Revelation. Leaving the paper ball on the table, Lucien took out the letter from the crate. Within his expectations, a few lines of words just emerged. It seems like you received our gift already. The 3 fingers are just a warning for you. Don't do stupid things, or we'll have no choice but to kill Joel and his family. We can see you, and we're way more powerful than you think. The ball is called Scene. Crumble the ball, and you'll see what you want. Lucien already sensed the magnetism of the small ball, which should be able to function like a camera. Thus, without hesitation, Lucien destroyed the ball with his hand. Dark smoke came out from the ball, and the smoke gradually took the shape of a black and white screen, showing Lucien a short moving scene. In the video, Joel, Elisa, and Ivan were sitting around a wooden table. Ivan's eyes were half closed, looking rather sleepy, while Joel and Elisa looked very worried, with their hands swathed in bandages. From the window of the log cabin, Lucien could tell it was late at night. Few dim stars were hanging in the sky, and the silver moon was shaded by the clouds. The moving scene lasted for a minute. On the letter, new sentences emerged. Mr. Evans, now you see they are still alive. We'll send you more scenes when the weather changes. We believe that the weather, the stars, and the silver moon can provide you with enough information to tell the different dates. You see, we always value our words. That is a good relief to me, wrote Lucien. What shall I say if John comes back? While Lucien was asking, he was picturing in his mind the sky that he just saw from the ball. What he was trying to do was to tell what stars they were based on the stellar map drawn by the witch in her notes. Combining the season, the arrangement, and the brightness of the stars, as well as the angle that Lucien was observing the sky through the window, Lucien was confident he could find some valuable information from this 1-minute moving scene. After all, astrology was his speciality. From the several apprentice meetings that he attended before, Lucien already had a solid understanding in apprentice-level astrology, and as a college student crossing over, his knowledge in astrology was relatively more advanced compared with the ancient system. The letter replied, just tell him honestly. We don't care about a knight squire, and we bet he wouldn't dare to risk his family's lives. And you, Mr. Evans, be careful when you go to Ratatia Palace tomorrow. Every Tuesday and Thursday, Lucien was scheduled to go to Ratatia Palace to meet the princess and discuss music with her. If the princess had extra need, she would summon Lucien at any time, and there would also be an extra pay for him. The words on the letter gradually disappeared one by one. Finally, the paper returned to normal blank. Folding the letter and wrapping up the 3 fingers, Lucien put them back into the crate. On his way to the Musicians' Association, Lucien's mind was fully occupied with the stars. I made my request yesterday, then the ball and the fingers arrived today. So first of all, Uncle Joel and his family should still be somewhere close to Alta. A village, small town, or even a forest. All possible. Lucien's brain was working hard. By comparing the stellar maps in his spiritual library and through lots of calculations of the coordinates of the stars, Lucien identified the few stars that he saw from the scene. Looking up the star list in the spiritual library, Lucien targeted one of the stars and found out its detailed record. The log cabin should be about 20 kilometers west of Alta. That is to say, Lucien was looking up a simple map of Alta and its surroundings stored in his own library. The cabin is deep within Melzer Black Forest. Drawing a circle on the map, Lucien was very excited. Although he still couldn't accurately locate where Uncle Joel and his family were, and he was also not sure about how powerful the heretics were, knowing that Joel, Elisa, and Ivan were not far away from him provided him with a bit comfort. Lucien hoped that the next time he saw the scene the log cabin would still be there. Then he would be able to narrow down the range further. Trying to calm himself down, Lucien sighed silently. Every step is so tough. He knew that, currently, he was still not prepared to save Joel and his family. The two ladies who were on duty today in the association's lobby weren't familiar to Lucien. One of them stood up and bowed slightly. "Good morning, Mr. Evans. Your personal office has been assigned by Mr. Hank. Please go to Mr. Hank's office when you have time." Lucien was about to find a quiet practicing room. Now it was a surprise for him to have his own office, which was great for his plan. A while later, being led by Mr. Hank, Lucien entered his own office on the third floor. "Evans, this is your office now. Unless you join other countries' music associations, until the last day of your life, the office will still be yours." The building of the Musicians' Association was magnificent. A courtyard was surrounded by 70 to 80 different rooms on the third floor, but almost half of them were currently vacant, since many of the famous musicians in Alta had been invited to other countries. The office was decorated with a brown carpet, fine statues, paintings, and lights. The dark blue couch looked very comfy, beside which stood a decent redwood desk. A milk-white piano was in the corner of the office. And there was also a den in the office, where the musician could rest a bit in the bed without being disturbed. "It's a great room." Lucien smiled politely. "Thank you, Mr. Hank." "You're more than welcome, Evans. And just call me Hank." Hank nodded. After Hank left, Lucien closed the office door and walked back and forth in his office with great anger and anxiety. He was holding back his emotion when he saw the fingers. Now he was by himself. Lucien could not take it anymore. All of a sudden Lucien sat in front of the piano and pressed the keys with both of his hands. It was Symphony of Fate that Lucien was playing. When the sound of the piano became louder and louder, Lucien started swearing in a low voice. "Bastards! Jerks! You f***ing evil kidnappers!" The swearing was not only for venting, Lucien was testing to what extent the kidnappers could monitor him. When he finished playing, Lucien stood up and gave out a long sigh. Even if the heretics did hear his swearing just now, he could still explain to them that he was doing this was to prepare himself for the meeting with the princess tomorrow. However, when Lucien came back to his home in Adaran, he only found a simple sentence on the letter. "Music is an ideal way to release emotions, Mr. Evans." Although the kidnappers just wanted to remind Lucien that he was under their surveillance all the time, the message offered Lucien another piece of valuable information. The method the kidnappers were using couldn't let them hear Lucien very well. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucien arrived at Victor's place on time. Although without saying anything, the way Athie looked at Lucien was filled with gratefulness. Athie had been accompanying Victor for many years, and he was sincerely glad that the concert was a great success. René, Colin, and David were also there. They stood up and greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Evans." Although Lucien's success was not yet well known among the common residents in Alta, René, Colin, and David had heard about it from Felicia and Annie's conversation. All of a sudden they felt Lucien became strange in their eyes, and they subconsciously treated Lucien the same way they greeted their teacher Mr. Victor. I still feel it's sort of unreal until now. Lot stood up from the couch and gave Lucien a hug, smiling. Felicia also walked close to Lucien, and whispered in his ear, "Tomorrow afternoon, I shall be able to give you the roses." "Thank you." "Thanks a lot, Felicia," said Lucien sincerely. Standing beside them, Lot almost could not believe his eyes. Since when they became this close to each other? Lot wondered. Chapter 77, Ratatia Palace. Turning around, Felicia noticed that Annie, Colin, and some other students were all standing around and trying to talk to Lucien. She slightly smiled and took a step forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, in order to celebrate the great success of the concert and the achievement Lucien made with his Symphony of Fate, I want to invite everyone to the ball on Friday evening in my family's house." Mr. Victor agreed, "And now I want to see how many of us want to attend the ball." Although Felicia was not willing to let other of her classmates have a close relationship with Lucien like she already did, she understood that purposefully excluding the other classmates was not a good way to leave a favorable impression on Lucien. "Really? I'd love to." René put a big smile on her face, "It's my great pleasure." All of the other students promised to go as well. "What about you, Lucien?" Felicia smiled. An idea suddenly flashed through Lucien's mind. He nodded and answered, "Of course, Felicia." The other students looked even more excited hearing that Lucien would attend the ball as well. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's save the excitement for the Friday." Mr. Victor walked downstairs with books under his arm, looking rather energized. "Now we have to start studying." Lucien was about to find a seat to sit down when Lot stopped him. Lot whispered in Lucien's ear, "I heard that Mikanza doesn't like you at all. Be careful when you're in the palace." "Thank you, Lot." "I will," replied Lucien politely. However, his mind was fully focused on how to save Joel and his family. Lucien knew clearly that the longer he waited, the less chances he would have to save them. He was really not in the mood to consider how to deal with Mikanza. Meanwhile, Lucien was also aware of the fact that he also had to be very patient. Unwisely rushing would put Joel and his family in great danger. At that moment, Lucien felt like he was tightrope walking over a cliff. He had to find his balance between being patient and being ready to seize the chance. Leaning too much toward either side would instantly throw him off the wire. With the outstanding memory and proper ways of studying, now Lucien could read most of the materials with ease. Immersing himself in the world of music, for a moment Lucien was distracted from his anxiety. And a bold plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. Finishing today's study, Lucien went back to his shack, wrapped some stuff up and brought them to his rented house. Everything seemed to be quite normal. Thus, when Lucien took out the letter at night, there were only a few simple sentences on it. "Be careful tomorrow. Don't do stupid things. We're watching." Lucien had a sound sleep last night, and he felt rather revitalized when he woke up. Today is very important. I can't make any mistake. Lucien thought to himself. Nothing new was on the letter. After having breakfast, Lucien came to the association and found a practicing room. He started playing the piano to reduce his anxiety. Lucien was still not skilled enough to perfectly play Symphony of Fate. After reviewing the basic fingering, Lucien started to play Beethoven's Piano Sonata No. 8 in C minor, commonly known as Sonata Pathetic. He did not know why he found special affection in Beethoven's music works. Maybe it was because he could understand the sufferings and the pain Beethoven went through, and he appreciated the music master's perseverance and heroic spirit. Since Lucien never practiced Sonata Pathetic before, his playing was pretty horrible. However, playing this piece of music over and over again became a good way for Lucien to exhaust himself and thus to release the pressure. Later Lucien took a break in his office. Someone knocked at the door of Lucien's office at 10:30. It was Elena. "Lucien. The princess's coach is waiting for you in the front." "I'll be right there." "Thanks, Elena," replied Lucien. He slowly stood up from the couch and walked toward the mirror. Staring at himself in the mirror for 30 seconds, Lucien took a deep breath and walked out of his office. Sitting straight inside of the dark purple coach decorated with the coat of arms of the Violet family, Lucien felt the movement of the coach was rather smooth. The dark yellow carpet made in Tria was thick and comfy, and the wine on the small table had a nice deep ruby red color. However, Lucien did not feel like having a drink at all, since he had to make sure he would stay sober and calm in the palace. A bit more than 10 minutes later, the coach arrived at Ratatia Palace on time. The magnificent front gate of the palace was made of stone and was engraved with relief sculptures of many famous heroes in history. A dozen of guards led by a mighty and muscular knight were standing in front of the gate. After a security check of Lucien's personal belongings, the knight waved his hand and let the coach pass. As soon as Lucien entered the huge gate, he sensed the solemn and mighty divine power enveloping the whole palace. This light golden-colored palace was the most spectacular and magnificent structure in Alta. Besides its great momentum, the details of Ratatia Palace were also created with exquisite handcraft. The symmetrical architecture showed the majesty of the Grand Duke House. The two castle-like palaces in both western and eastern wings were connected by a grand palace complex in the center. In front of the main palace there was a large square with fine spray fountains, covered with rare and beautiful trees and flowers. A broad artificial river ran through the square, in which a few boats were floating by the river bank. The coach which Lucien was sitting in followed the avenue going through the garden and crossed the long bridge over the artificial river, and it finally stopped right in front of the main palace. Two beautiful maids were already waiting there. "Mr. Evans, please follow us to the princess music practicing room." The two blonde-haired girls looked like twins. They greeted Lucien with respect. "Thank you." Lucien nodded politely. Following the two maids, he saw more details of the palace on his way to the practicing room. The designers and the architects used the finest colorful stone as the main building material of the palaces, and all the different kinds of stones were shining brightly in the sunlight. Inside of the palaces, the stairs and the handrails were carefully gilded, and according to the different themes of the palaces, dazzling decorations such as huge crystals, fine white laces and gorgeous dome paintings could be seen everywhere. Being very familiar with the path, neither of the maids talked to Lucien on the way but just walked in front of him. They were trained to be respectful and remain silent. Soon Lucien came to a very charming corridor. Facing the direction of the garden, there were 24 arched windows on one side of the corridor, while on the other side, 24 mirrors were reflecting the beauty of the sight in the garden, as if the corridor was also fully planted with the fine trees and flowers, which added radiance and beauty to the magnificent huge dome painting above. This was the best-known part of Ratatia Palace, the Paradise Corridor. Lucien had read about it before, when he was working in the association's library. Passing Paradise Corridor, which featured the great style of divinity, Lucien finally arrived at the palace where Princess Natasha lived. The palace had a unique name, War Gallery. Here Lucien saw many fine oil paintings showing the theme of war on the walls. "This is the princess's practicing room, Mr. Evans." The two maids led Lucien to a quiet room in the corner, and asked him to wait for a moment outside, since they had to report to Lady Camille first. A moment later, Lucien was invited to enter the room. The practicing room was way bigger than any one in the association. The warm and sweet orange color of the room was peaceful and soothing. The carpet was very fancy, on which different kinds of musical instruments were carefully placed, and in the center of the room stood a light golden piano. Natasha was sitting in front of the piano, playing a piece of music called March of War. Her playing was very skilled, even better than many professional instrumentalists. However, it seemed like she was mimicking Victor's fingering intentionally, and thus her playing sounded a bit rigid. In her black dress, Camille was sitting in the couch at the far end of the room. Natasha stopped playing when Lucien came into the room. She turned around and smiled to him. "I'm having a hard time here following Victor's new fingering. Can you help me, Lucien?" She talked to Lucien in a nice way, as if he was her old friend. "Of course. It's my great pleasure." Lucien sat on the other bench and started to explain. Lucien knew that the princess was very interested in piano and thus he was relatively well prepared for the possible questions the princess might have. Although he could not make a perfect explanation, Lucien was very honest and sincere, which made Natasha feel that when Lucien was providing her with the proper guidance she needed, at the same time they were also learning and exploring piano together. Time passed quickly. When Lucien was still introducing the new fingering, all of a sudden Natasha looked at him and asked, "Lucien, is your mind being bothered by something? I can feel your anxiety." As a level 5 Grand Knight, Natasha's intuition told her that something was wrong with Lucien. With the outspokenness in her personality, the princess asked directly. Chapter 78, Taking the Risk. Lucien forced himself to put a smile on his face. "Maybe I'm too nervous, in the palace, in front of the princess. Please forgive me, Your Grace." At the same time, Lucien had a good relief in his mind. "Finally." The princess asked. The anxiety, the restlessness, and the nervousness that Natasha noticed were all conveyed by Lucien purposefully. Lifting her beautiful eyebrows, Natasha said to Lucien, "Don't be afraid of me because I'm a princess or a knight, Lucien. A man can respect or even worship someone else, but not be intimidated. That's the spirit of men, the spirit of knights. I'll work on it. Although I have a rather poor background, I'll get better." Lucien was a bit surprised by Natasha's comment, but he still answered properly. A gorgeous smile appeared on Natasha's face. "You know what? You're already much braver than most people. Many of them couldn't even speak properly the first time they saw me, while you're brave enough to stare at Sylvia's legs the first time you saw her. Impressive." Natasha was talking about it pretty casually, as if it was just a joke. I'm terribly sorry. It was the first time I saw Silk Stocking. I sort of forgot myself," explained Lucien awkwardly. "I'm not a pervert." The left corner of Natasha's lips curled up. "I totally understand, Lucien. Both ladies and gentlemen like the interesting byproduct of alchemy, and you're not excluded, of course. Silk stockings is precious since the magic empire was destroyed and the ancient alchemy was lost many years ago. I appreciate your understanding, Your Grace." Lucien nodded. "But you looked at Sylvia for a pretty long time, which was not common. Are you really not a pervert?" Natasha asked Lucien with great interest. She was making fun of him. "I'm not. In fact, I haven't touched a girl's hand yet, in my whole life," admitted Lucien to justify his innocence. "Oh. I see." Natasha drawled purposefully, "Too bad for a 17-year-old boy. But now it won't be a problem anymore, after the concert. There will be lots of girls having interest in you. Do you want me to introduce you to some ladies? Although all of them will end up marrying nobles, it's not bad to have some sweet memories before getting married." Your Grace, thank you for your goodwill, but I want to devote myself to music in the next few years. You don't have to introduce me to any lady," refused Lucien, seriously. "I don't have to. The princess did not have enough fun yet, so you want to pursue them on your own? I can teach you some secrets to win the heart of a young lady. I'm good at it. Sylvia, that little wild cat, she likes me." Camille all of a sudden started coughing and cut off Natasha. "Your Grace, I feel this topic's a bit weird," said Lucien. He felt the princess was very approachable, but the conversations they had always tended to go somewhere else. Natasha glanced at Camille sitting on the other side and asked with surprise, "What's wrong with it? It's no more than a common conversation between guys." Finally, Lucien realized the problem. "Yes, between guys, but you're a noble lady, your grace." "It doesn't matter, Lucien." Natasha shrugged, "Actually I can teach you more about how to pursue a girl than many guys." Lucien did not know what to say. All right. She waved her hand and smiled, "Look at your nervous face, Lucien. Let's switch back to music." She was glad that Lucien was not like the many other nobles. Most of them directly refused to talk about this and viewed it as an improper topic for chatting. As for the playing skills we just mentioned, Lucien was a bit relieved. "I got a question." Natasha was behaving like a good student. "Yes, please." Lucien was waiting for the question. "You sure you don't need any of my suggestion about pursuing girls?" Natasha laughed loudly. Lucien was speechless. An hour flew by. Natasha was inspired and kept working on her composing. Camille stood up and walked Lucien out. In front of the gate, Camille said to Lucien in a low voice, "About the princess. Don't be a gossiper." Lucien nodded seriously. After having lunch, Lucien came to Victor's place and waited for Felicia patiently. "Mr. Athie, please sprinkle some sulfur in the living room. In the month of harvest, there are many mosquitoes around." "I will." Athie nodded. Felicia arrived half an hour earlier that day, knowing that Lucien must be waiting for the roses. In the corner of the living room, she took out a unique black bag with embroidered flame patterns on it and handed it to Lucien. 40 grams of dried moonlight rose. The roses were ground into dust already. This special bag can make the dust of moonlight rose last much longer. You can return the bag to me when you finish using it. Thanks a lot, Felicia. With great excitement, Lucien opened the small black bag, in which the fine white powder was shining like a beautiful dream. After roughly weighing the bag, Lucien put it in his pocket. "I'll pay the money back to you as soon as possible, Felicia." "I hope so. That was my personal savings." Felicia smiled, and then she sniffed a bit. "Why, I smell sulfur here." "To drive the mosquitoes and bugs away," answered Lucien casually. Lucien made more mistakes than usual this afternoon, although he was trying hard to stay focused. Luckily, Mr. Victor did not say anything about it, thinking Lucien might need some more time to adjust to the big changes that the great success of the concert brought into his life. Finally, the class ended at 6 in the evening. Lucien came back to his shack in Adaran, wrapped up some of his stuff in a small box and cooked himself dinner. After all that, he opened the letter again. "Mr. Evans, you did a good job in front of the princess today. We hope you can be calmer, since your nervousness made you a bit suspicious. Talented as you are, we believe that it is not too hard." The heretics did not ask anything about the conversations Lucien had with the princess and what he saw in the palace. Lucien could tell they were trying to make him believe they had everything under their control. Putting on a worried look, Lucien folded the letter and put it into the small box. Then he carried the box with him and left for his rented house in Gusu district. In the house, Lucien put down the box in the master bedroom and took out a music book. It seemed like he would stay there for the night. When it was getting late, Lucien lay down in the bed and soon stood up again, looking a bit irritated. "The sheet is so soggy. Brian should find someone to dry the sheet first before asking me to move in." Then he stepped out of his bedroom and left the house, leaving the small box in his new place. After closing the window and locking the door, now Lucien was lying in his small bed in his shabby shack. 10 minutes later, Lucien jumped out of the bed again and swore, "These bloody mosquitoes." In the crate Lucien found some sulfur and he sprinkled the sulfur in every corner of his place. He wanted all the annoying mosquitoes and bugs to leave right now. Then he went back to bed and closed his eyes with satisfaction. In the night, Lucien faintly sensed the existence of a supernatural power in his shack, like a pair of eyes staring at him in the air. Without the help of Alta Tigerid Mosquito, the heretics finally started to monitor him directly using their fiend power. Pretending to be sleeping, Lucien waited patiently. An hour later, the magic eyes disappeared, but soon came back again. The duration is about an hour. Lucien thought to himself. Within his expectation, an hour later, the eyes disappeared again. Maybe the kidnappers believed that Lucien was just sleeping, or maybe they were changing shifts. 10 minutes later, Lucien sensed the eyes again. 30 minutes later, the eyes, all of a sudden, disappeared for the third time. And Lucien knew that now it was time for him to take action. He jumped out of the bed swiftly and messed up his blanket and sheet to give the kidnappers a false impression that someone was still sleeping in the bed. Recently in Adaran, there were night watchers patrolling at night, and they could easily target the existence of the fiend power. Lucien knew that the heretics would not take the risk of being found by the church. Seizing the chance, Lucien sneaked into his underground magic lab. Lucien was aware that his whole plan was very risky, however, in the current situation, he did not have a second choice. Chapter 79, Crying Soul. Everything in the lab remained the same after the last time Lucien left. There was no scent of any strangers, but only the slight smell of sulfur coming from the secret air vent. In the first half an hour, Lucien was doing meditation to stay focused, and more importantly, to wait until the night watchers left and the heretics started to monitor his room again. After making sure nothing on the ground went wrong, Lucien started to activate the magic circles engraved on the table with his spiritual power. Then he took out a tube of revenant dust, 3 corpse mushrooms, some brain tissue of the aquatic zombie and some other reagents. Wearing the gloves, Lucien picked up a corpse mushroom with a silver dagger and moved it into a magic circle for weighing. 6.72 grams. In his spirit library, Lucien recorded the weight of the mushroom, as well as the amount of usage of other materials and reagents. He put the mushroom into a glass container with magic runes on it, and then weighed a dry glass beaker. Lucien watched carefully when he was putting revenant dust into the dry breaker and stopped when there were 3 grams of the dust in it. Using the same method, Lucien weighed out 10 grams of moonlight rose dust. Then he turned to the brain tissue. Lucien grabbed the dagger and carefully cut it. As if the aquatic zombie's brain tissue was still alive, the moment Lucien's dagger touched it, the brain tissue suddenly shrank, as if many worms were living inside of it. Cold and sticky as the brain was, Lucien almost threw up when he was cutting it. All of a sudden the phantom of countless ferocious aquatic zombies and revenants appeared in front of Lucien's eyes. Their skin and flesh were rotten, teeth were bleeding, and the smell of corpses was more than disgusting. Lucien frowned his eyebrows to stay focused. Following the structure of the cortex, he took out the inner part of the brain. And the phantom instantly disappeared. The rest of the brain tissue gradually calmed down. After weighing the brain tissue, Lucien put a black thick pot on the magic flame circle and adjusted the flame bit by bit until the color of the flame became a mix of gold and white. Lucien threw the corpse mushroom into the pot and added a small amount of water. Then he carefully stirred the mixture inside the container. The mushroom slowly melted in the pot in a weird way. The stink was constrained within the magic circle. When the black thick liquid in the pot started to bubble, Lucien calmly added the revenant dust and the dust of the rose. As soon as the 3 materials met each other, a thick black and silver smoke came out. There seemed to be lots of revenants fighting with each other. A sharp scream came into Lucien's ears and the sharpness made him feel a bit nauseous. Lucien knew that he could not slack at the crucial moment. Being controlled by his spiritual power, the flame turned white. The black and silver smoke began to merge with each other and became pale, like the skin of a dead body. As time passed by, the smoke turned into water drops and stayed within the pot. Seizing the moment, Lucien added the brain tissue into the liquid. The water drops in the container quickly soaked the black brain tissue, and within 1 second, the brain disappeared. The whole magic lab suddenly became cold and dark. Even the flame in the magic circle looked a bit green. Suddenly being attacked by the infrasonic waves, Lucien retreated several steps and almost passed out. His guts were stirring inside of his body and his head was buzzing. Lucien never expected this. Nothing like this was mentioned in the witch's notes. He started to cast the spell Silence Wall. Transparent walls showed up around Lucien to protect him from the attack of the sound waves. Several seconds later, Lucien cast Illumination. A bright light ball appeared in the air. In the light, Lucien saw lots of pale human faces in the container. These transparent faces were rather blurry, but their viciousness and perniciousness was overwhelming. They were struggling in the magic circle, trying to get into Lucien's body. In the strong light, the faces gradually disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Lucien saw a small amount of black liquid remaining in the pot with a strong burnt smell. The recipe should be correct. But the witch might have left out some annotations that she did not translate. Possibly it was because the brain tissue was from a mutant aquatic zombie. That almost killed me. Taking off the gloves, Lucien wiped the sweat on his forehead. I gotta find a chance to learn the language of the ancient magic empire. Crying Soul was one of the greatest achievements of the ancient Sylvanas magic empire. According to the witch's notes, only a few sorcerers had the recipe, and the making of the potion required an accurate amount of different materials and reagents. Even a tiny mistake would lead to failure. Luckily, this mutant aquatic zombie's brain had only a little more soul power than common ones. This time Lucien decided to use the best corpse mushroom he had. Following the same procedures, Lucien came to the last step smoothly. When Lucien threw another piece of aquatic zombie's brain into the pot, the sharp and bitter scream came out again. However, this time the noise was totally blocked by the transparent walls. Then he calmly added a small amount of other reagents. The white flame suddenly soared and fully covered the whole pot. Then, the now big flame quickly disappeared in the next second. Some black, bubbling liquid remained in the pot. Inside each of the bubbles, there was a horrifying and vicious face, crying and screaming. That was why the potion was called Crying Soul. Using Mage Hand, Lucien poured the black liquid into a glass tube. Observing carefully, Lucien was sure that the potion was made correctly. Lucien bit his lips for a moment and directly drank all the dark liquid in one draught. He did not have enough time to test the features of the potion. He needed to take the risk. The taste of the potion was actually not that horrible, but the texture was pretty weird. Soon Lucien felt a great pain in his body, as if the potion was tearing up his body into pieces. Lucien heard lots of crying, but he did not know if they were real. He crouched in great pain and then lay down, rolling back and forth on the ground. Lucien grabbed a piece of cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, in case he felt the need to scream. Although Lucien thought he was stronger than common people because of his exercising routine, now, when facing the pain, he became very uncertain whether he could really awaken the potential in his body. His blood was burning and his veins were swelling. Lucien felt his body was about to explode. His skin was covered by thick blue and green veins, which looked very horrible. Blood came out of Lucien's body like red vapor, and then it went back into his body. In his blurry awareness, Lucien felt a cold and dark power was gradually taking over him. At that time, a bright light suddenly burst out of the projection of Lucien's host star in his soul, and quickly linked to the real host star in the starry sky, which unrolled in front of Lucien's eyes. The star power started to infuse into Lucien's veins, fighting against the pain and trying hard to drive away the power of darkness. Lucien was hoping that the power of star could win inside his body. He did not want to be dominated by a more vicious power, which might also bring him trouble and danger in the future. Unfortunately, the power of death from the crying souls was still stronger. When Lucien was almost dead from the conflict of the two powers, his blood flow started to slow down. After all, Lucien's blessing was awakened by the mysterious potion, not on his own. Chapter 80, Moonlight and Marks. Lucien had no choice but to accept the dark power, although he had no idea what the evil power would do to his body. At the same time, outside of Lucien's shack a foot stepped out of the darkness. The silver moon in the sky suddenly lit up a bit, and the moonlight that entered Lucien's shack through the window became even brighter, as if there was a thin layer of frost around the place. In his blurry consciousness, Lucien saw a beautiful silver moon in his meditative starry sky and felt his body was covered with the gentle moonlight. The light became brighter and brighter. In the moonlight, a weak power which was hiding in Lucien's body woke up and was rapidly developing. Within only a few seconds, the new power overthrew the dark power and dominated the body. Lucien's blessing had finally awakened, and his power was related to the silver moon. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, calm as usual, although his body still felt limp and numb. Nothing like this was ever mentioned in the witch's notes or in the books that Lucien read before. He had no idea why the environment could affect his way of awakening the blessing. Outside of the shack, the other foot also took a step forward, leaving the shadows. On the feet there was a pair of black leather shoes. Then the leather shoes went back into the darkness and disappeared. The silver moon dimmed. Lucien stood up from the ground, feeling the power in his body. His hands became way stronger, and now could easily break a person's neck. However, compared with the obvious increase of strength, Lucien could tell that the major benefit of his blessing was the great improvement to his agility, speed, and coordination. Lifting one foot, Lucien started to run in the lab. Although he was fast like a shadow, Lucien did not run down anything in that small place. My speed and my agility can almost compete with the level 2 knight with the shadow blessing that I met before, even though my power was awakened by the potion. Thus, if a level 1 knight has the same blessing I have, I'm sure that he would be even more capable in terms of agility when compared with a level 2 knight whose blessing is different. Lucien stopped to evaluate his power, however, regarding constitution and strength, a common level 1 knight can easily defeat me. Lucien calmed himself down to carefully feel the power, and started to try the different aspects. Dark vision. I can see about 200 meters away at night. A silver light appeared in his black eyes. My body can be dematerialized into moonlight to protect myself, but right now I cannot do this completely, so the protection is relatively limited, for now. Lucien's hands gradually became transparent. Only level 7 Radiant Knights can do this dematerialization completely. However, for now Lucien was already immune to the attack of common weapons such as swords and arrows, and could better stand the damage caused by magic weapons, divine power weapons and shockwaves, elemental damage caused by fire and acid, as well as necromantic power. Although currently the protection of moonlight seemed to be inferior than the Night Watcher's dragon scale from the blessing of the Red Dragon, Lucien was still pretty satisfied with his own blessing. Then Lucien cut himself with the silver dagger on his hand. The wound bled a bit and quickly recovered. To some extent. Self-healing Lucien recorded. Unfortunately, Lucien's blessing couldn't be really used for launching attacks. Moonlight was not a dark blessing. The church had compiled a book about the knowledge of the most common blessings in order to help the new knights to improve themselves faster and also for other uses. Lucien read the book in the association's library before, and he also heard John mentioning to him about his most yearning blessings, which helped him a lot to know about his moonlight blessing. According to the Handbook of Blessing, the power of moonlight could be further improved in general when the silver moon was present. However, at the same time, it would be weakened under the midday sun, but not as badly as the dark blessings, such as darkness, silver moon, vampire, etc. Lucien finally smiled for the first time in the last days. In general, moonlight was an ideal blessing for him. When Lucien was casting the spell to preserve the experiment materials, he surprisingly found that his spiritual power had been improved a lot as well. Now Lucien was only one step away from becoming a senior apprentice, and he could cast 19 apprentice spells successively before his spiritual power was drained. The improvement was such a bonus for Lucien, but soon he calmed down. Putting all the stuff into boxes, Lucien was planning to secretly move them away to the house when there was a chance. The corner of the lab was piled with many grey stones, which were previously dirt from when Lucien was digging the basement. Some of the stones had been thrown away, but Lucien purposefully left many stones there as well. When he was digging, with an easy spell Lucien turned the dirt into stones, and now it was time for the stones to come in handy again. Lucien arranged the stones to make sure that they were in the correct position. When the chance was appropriate, Lucien would come back and easily fill the basement with dirt again, adversely using the same spell. Although more dirt was definitely needed to fully fill the place and make it even with the ground level, it would not be too difficult for Lucien since now he was almost as powerful as a knight. After Lucien finished doing all of these, he walked to the wall and activated a small magic circle on it. Part of the stone wall gradually turned into dirt and then he started to dig. 10 minutes later, the passage he was digging directly connected to an old one, the passage which was built by the witch to the sewers. As early as when Lucien was building his magic lab, he knew that a second secret exit was definitely necessary. And the easiest way of doing this was to link his secret passage to the one of the witch, since the deeper part of the witch's secret passage was still intact. Briefly concealing the new passage that he just dug, Lucien ran into the sewer as fast as he could with his moonlight blessing. His figure disappeared in the darkness like a shadow. Within Lucien's expectation, the church's security already decreased, as 2 to 3 months had passed since the last time the heresy was performed down here. Therefore, it did not take Lucien long to come back to the ground through the sewers, safe and sound. Lucien could see very well in the night with his dark vision. Instead of finding the kidnappers who were monitoring him in the area, Lucien first came to the old wall close to Auntie Elisa's place, and wrote down a series of simple patterns, which meant: I read about a magic relic named Emden in an ancient literature, which sat in the southeast of Melzer Black Forest. Owl, please find me a guide who knows the place among the apprentices in Alta. Make sure that Philosopher, White Honey, and yourself are safe. Professor. Chapter 81, Confirmation. The marks on the wall were messy and complicated. Lucien even directly wrote down the word Emden, since he had no idea how to express it in the secret code. Then, using the moonlight blessing, Lucien left the area and carefully approached his shack. Hiding in the darkness, he intently sensed the supernatural power inside his house. The night watchers had left. In the moonlight, Lucien could directly see the eyes which were monitoring him the whole night. The pair of eyes floating in the air were almost transparent, staring at the pile of messy blankets in the bed. However, the eyes did not have pupils. While common people would be really scared by the horrible scene, Lucien felt quite lucky. Fortunately, this pair of eyes could not sense the heat, or he would have been found out already. In the darkness, Lucien waited patiently. Half an hour later, the transparent eyes gradually disappeared. A new cycle should start soon. Lucien stayed highly focused. Within his expectations, a moment later, a sudden wave of supernatural power was detected coming from a certain direction. That was where the heretic was hiding. Lucien grabbed a small stone in his hand and quickly threw it against the wall in the opposite direction. The sound of the stone hitting the wall and falling on the ground was especially clear in the late night. As if the kidnapper was startled, the pair of eyes being formed suddenly rippled and soon disappeared. Seizing the chance, Lucien started to move as fast as he could with the help of moonlight. He was fast like a shadow. His movement was so agile that his blurry figure instantly integrated into the silver moonlight. No one could notice him unless they observed carefully. Lucien pushed one of the windows open, quickly jumped into his shack, closed the window and tucked himself in his bed. Lucien clearly knew that it would take the heretic some time to recover from the power backfire of the failed casting he or she just did, thus he unhurriedly covered himself with the blanket and made sure the shape of the blanket was not of a big difference. More than a minute later, the eyes rose in the air again with caution. In the next 10 minutes, pretending that he was still sleeping, Lucien purposefully turned his face towards the eyes and kicked away the blanket to let the eyes see him directly. Luckily, Lucien successfully awoke his blessing tonight, or his night would be way tougher than this. Everything went on smoothly. After all, anything could have caused the little noise from the stone, such as a wild cat, or a crow. Slowly, Lucien felt asleep, knowing that he had more work to do tomorrow. After having breakfast, Lucien arrived at the Musicians' Association. Knocking the door of the office which was in charge of musicians' accommodation, Lucien was putting on a play in front of the heretics who were still monitoring somewhere. A middle-aged woman opened the door and asked, "Mr. Evans? What can I do for you?" "Yes. I'm looking for Brian," answered Lucien, and he saw Brian was coming over. "Anything wrong with the house?" asked Brian a bit nervously. "The place is fine. Just the sheet and the blanket in the bedroom are too soggy. Can you find someone to dry them for me and make sure the cleaning of the whole house will be done by next Monday?" "For sure, Mr. Evans." Brian was relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. "By next Monday, everything will be ready for you to move in." Later Lucien came back to his own office. Today he was definitely in a better mood, knowing that he was finally capable of saving Uncle Joel and his families when time was proper. In order to hide his excitement, Lucien started to practice. With the awakened blessing, his coordination had improved a lot. Along with his great memory, Lucien could master a piece of music way faster than ever, and of course, faster than many other people. After several rounds of practicing, Lucien had mastered Symphony of Fate and other several pieces of etude pretty well like a well-qualified instrumentalist. No wonder Ryan said that the combination of blessing and good memory can easily produce a qualified pianist. That does make sense. Lucien wondered to himself. Actually, it was not too hard for a knight to learn how to use a musical instrument. However, mastering a musical instrument and becoming a great musician was a totally different story. After giving the moonlight rose to Lucien, Felicia started to ask Lucien many questions about music all the time. This morning she visited his office and asked for Lucien's suggestion about her composition. Since she regarded this as an agreement between them, Felicia did not want to waste any time. In fact, Lucien's understanding in music was no better than Felicia's. He had no choice but to search for the masterpieces from his original world in his spirit library in order to provide feedback by adding pieces of those great music works to Felicia's composition. However, that already impressed Felicia a lot. She was very inspired by Lucien's feedback. "Your talent is astonishing." Felicia's red eyes were shining like rubies. "Your playing skills progressed a lot as well." Lucien just smiled politely. After lunch, Lucien brought some of his stuff from the shack to Gisu district. The blankets and sheets were hanging up in the backyard, bathing in the sunlight. Lucien felt a bit nervous, having no idea what the kidnappers would say about he leaving the letter here last night. Opening the letter slowly, Lucien held his breath. A new sentence was on the letter. "Bring the letter with you, Mr. Evans." Lucien pretended he was confused, behaving like an ordinary person who had no idea how useful the letter actually was. "I accidentally left the letter here last night. I'll be living in Adaran this week since the house is not ready yet," Lucien said to the letter. A while later, the letter replied. "Then bring the letter back with you, so we can communicate easier." "I will, but I want another scene ball," requested Lucien. "Sure," replied the letter immediately. On his way back home, with his sharper vision, Lucien saw that the marks that he left on the wall last night had been replaced by new marks. "Professor, we are fine. Firewolf volunteered to be your guide for Emden Relic. Where should he meet you?" "Owl." Lucien kept walking without stopping his footsteps. There was no magic relic named Emden. Lucien made it up. During midnight, the heretics started to be less alert. With moonlight, Lucien avoided their monitoring again and came to the mark wall. He left a new line of marks on it. 11. Friday night. East entrance of Larnaca Canyon, Melzer Black Forest. Professor. On Thursday morning, Lucien found the second scene ball in front of his shack before leaving for the association. The same wood cabin, the same wood table. Joel's face was emotionless, while Elisa was wiping tears silently, and Ivan looked scared. Silver moon could be seen through the window, and several stars were shining in the background. Lucien saw fresh dirt on their shoes. Suddenly he realized something. Maybe the wood cabin was just the place for making scene balls. The real place that they were taken captive should be somewhere else. According to the freshness of the dirt, the actual place should not be too far away from that cabin. In the princess's practicing room, when Lucien was playing the piano loudly, he suddenly said to Natasha, "Your Grace, I need to confess." Chapter 82, Lucien's Confession. Natasha was wearing a simple training suit, after having practiced swordsmanship. Her legs were long and straight. "Confess." She looked a bit confused but soon became serious. "Confess what, Lucien?" Natasha was very different than usual. Now she was like a leopard ready to launch an attack. Lucien did not answer the princess instantly. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lady Camille silently. Natasha was very smart. She understood what Lucien was worrying, especially seeing that Lucien was still playing the piano. "I trust Lady Camille with my life, Lucien, so there's no need to ask her to leave. And in Ratatia, no one can spy on us. Your Grace, we can never be too careful." Camille stood up and her blue eyes started to shine brightly. Her whole body gradually became transparent and turned into a statue made of seawater. Then the seawater from the statue overflowed onto the floor, and soon reached to Lucien's ankles. A moment later, the whole practicing room was half filled with seawater, and the water level already reached to Lucien's chest. Seeing Lucien's confused eyes, Natasha nodded to him. Soon the room was fully filled with the water. Lucien came to the bottom of the sea. However, the practicing room was like a big water cube, and the water was not leaking anywhere else at all. Besides, Lucien could breathe easily as usual. The only difference was that Lucien's skin was covered with a thin layer of silver light. "Blessing." Natasha lifted her eyebrows, and soon apologized sincerely, "Sorry. I did not know Lady Camille would examine you. I totally understand. That's what Lady Camille should do. You don't need to apologize at all." Lucien was ready for the examination, and that was one of the many reasons that Lucien did not tell the princess what happened to him the first time he came to Ratatia Palace. Now his blessing had been awakened, and his spiritual power from practicing magic could thus be hidden. Lucien understood that, if he faced the heretics by himself, he would absolutely not be enough. Currently, the best choice was to report to the princess and refer to the noble power. And the key point was that he needed to figure out a proper chance to make sure his plan would not threaten the hostages and his own safety. Now it was the proper chance. Looking at the silver light covering Lucien's skin, Natasha rested her chin in the left hand and said, "Moonlight blessing, but weaker than a knight's blessing." "Well, Lucien, now you can tell me what happened." "The whole room has been isolated by Camille's power. As you can see, Your Grace, my blessing is weaker. That's because my blessing was awakened by a bottle of magic potion given by someone else." Lucien was well prepared for what he was going to say. "Since the night when I got invited to be your consultant, I was involved in a conspiracy aiming at you and the Grand Duke." "I see. That's what you get from working with them, a potion to awaken blessing." The corner of Natasha's lips curled up. "That is not true, Your Grace." Lucien mixed the truth and his lie together. "They kidnapped Uncle Joel and his family. They offered me a lot of help in the past when I was struggling. The kidnappers wanted me to report your schedule to them, as well as things that I hear in the palace. They want me to have my blessing awakened in order to work better for them." "Camille." Natasha was a bit surprised. "All the people who work for me. They got carefully investigated first, right? Yes, Your Grace. Mr. Evans's music talent is beyond doubt. Although he got involved with a witch's case, there is no evidence showing that Mr. Evans, or any of his friends, was suspicious. Camille stopped examining Lucien and said to the princess. Her voice came from different directions under the water. As the future Grand Duke, the security measures around Natasha were very strict. Natasha nodded. Do you know anything about Mr. Joel and his family? Our intelligence department reported that Mr. Joel and his family were invited by a noble lord. Camille sounded a bit angry. Although the security measures in the palace are very strict, said Lucien, when I was acting nervous in front of you the last time, the kidnappers warned me about it in the evening of that day. So I suspect that there might be spies around you, Your Grace. So you were doing that on purpose. Lucien, I really did underestimate you. Natasha looked quite serious but then smiled, slightly shaking her head. Then Natasha stood up from the bench and walked around in the room filled with water. The intelligence department is untrustworthy right now. Auntie Camille, please go to the church and tell this to the two cardinals, Amelton and Gosset. Enjoying his isolated life, now Cardinal Sard was not actively involved with the church. Two younger cardinals, Amelton and Gosset, were currently in charge. Then Lucien told Natasha more details, such as how he bought Moonlight Rose from Felicia. And of course, he mentioned nothing about how he figured out those people were from Argenthorn and how he investigated them. Someone must be trailing you all the time recently, Natasha said to Lucien. Auntie Camille, catch the guy and put the guy to torture. Lucien hurriedly stopped her. Your Grace, we don't need to hurry. Instead, we should be patient. We shall start from secretly investigating the intelligence department and the kidnappers, following the clues and finally figuring out the big man who is hiding behind. Lucien must make sure Uncle Joel and his family were safe. And he also wanted to solve the issue of the heresy once and for all, or he would be facing lots of trouble in the future. It's not that complicated. Natasha frowned her eyebrows. We catch the person who's trailing you, beat the person until he or she tells the truth, and then we quickly take action to take the bastards down. Come on. You're a man, Lucien. Your Grace, I think Mr. Evans is right. If our intelligence department is involved, this whole thing would be much more complicated. We should be more careful, commented Camille. All right. I think you and Lucien are right. I won't tell this to anyone else. Natasha curled her lips. I never like complicated things. How dare the bastards come to my palace? Every once in a while, the kidnappers send me a small magic ball. I can see Uncle Joel and his family through the ball. If I find any clue from the balls, how can I tell you? Lucien kept pushing forward, but started to feel quite nervous. Princess Natasha was much more straightforward than he thought. I'll give you several drops of my blood, which contain the elemental power of water, said Camille, so keep them with you. When you need to contact us, put a drop of blood into water and you can temporarily talk to me. Unless they have someone who's as powerful as a level 7 knight, and unless it is that person who's trailing you, the blood will be impossible for them to spot. 3 small sapphires appeared in front of Lucien, floating in the water. After agreeing on the secret code for communication, Lucien put the sapphires into his pocket. While Natasha sat down in a couch and asked Lucien with interest. These people are using lives to threaten you, power and possible fortune to lure you, then why you decided to tell us, Lucien? I did feel hesitant. Lucien paused a bit, but I never trust that kidnappers would keep their word. Only referring to your help, Your Grace, I could save Uncle Joel and his family. I never make a concession to my enemy, and that is my creed. Never make a concession to the enemy? Interesting. Natasha's purple eyes lit up. No wonder you can compose Symphony of Fate, such a great work. I apologize for what I just said. You're a real man, Lucien. Thank you, Your Grace. Lucien slightly bowed. Well, well. Real man Lucien. You really don't need me to teach you how to pursue girls. Natasha laughed, our personalities are quite similar. You can be pretty attractive to girls, just like me. Sorry, Your Grace. I'm really not in the mood. Answered Lucien seriously, and by the way, please don't tell the church that my blessing has been awakened, after all, the way I did it was not proper in the church's eyes. Natasha nodded, I understand, Lucien, and I won't. Luckily, moonlight is not a dark blessing. After we solve this problem, I'll tell the church that the potion you had was given by me, as your reward. That was really a surprise for Lucien. Then Natasha shrugged her shoulders, relax, Lucien. So you can better fight against your enemy. The level of the seawater was gradually falling and finally disappeared. Lady Camille showed up again in the practicing room, and Natasha and Lucien were sitting in front of the piano, talking about music as if nothing special ever happened. Later, when Lucien came back home, the letter urgently asked him what he saw today in the palace and what the princess told him. The kidnappers had no idea about Lucien's earlier confession. Telling the kidnappers that John would be back this Saturday morning, Lucien used this as an excuse to request another scene ball on Friday evening. The heretics agreed. On the second day, Friday. After class, Felicia's coach was waiting in front of the place. To prepare the ball, Felicia asked for a leave of the class today. Of course, Lucien was asked to bring the letter with him. Chapter 83, The Ball. While Victor, Rhine, and Lot were talking about Felicia's family's manor, Lucien was looking at the scenery outside the coach's side window. Are you okay, Lucien? You're not interested in Bern, the wine exclusively produced by Hain family's chateau. Noticing Lucien's silence, Rhine smiled to him and asked. The wine named Bern was very famous in Alta. The especial grapes produced in the manor's field were of great quality. Only guests who were invited to the manor could have a chance to taste it. I'm fine, Mr. Rhine. Actually, I'm feeling a bit concerned, since I know nothing about dancing. It's quite embarrassing. Lucien found an excuse to disguise the load on his mind. I can teach you, although you're not a lady, Rhine joked, you can take me as your beautiful lady. Lucien put an awkward smile on his face. There's nothing to worry about, Lucien, Victor comforted him. We all know about your background. No one will purposefully invite you to dance to humiliate you. But if you want to learn how to dance, I'm sure many of the beautiful ladies there will be willing to teach you. Lucien gradually relaxed in this happy atmosphere, knowing that nervousness could not help his plan tonight at all. The coach soon ran out of town and passed Bolam River, heading for the manor sitting in the north of Melzer Black Forest. Hain's family's manor was magnificent. Built with fine granite, everything in the manor looked luxury. Wearing a flame-red evening dress, Felicia was already waiting in front of the lobby, followed by 2 rows of servants standing behind her. The yellow flame of the 6 bronze torch holders lit up the evening at 7 o'clock. Good evening, Mr. Victor and Mr. Rhine. Good evening, Lucien and Lot, Felicia welcomed them. Tonight she was the host, and her parents did not come. Every noble lady must be able to host a ball or a party on her own. You look gorgeous tonight, Felicia. Victor hugged Felicia a bit and smiled. Dressing in red, Felicia's red eyes and fair skin looked even more beautiful. Felicia thanked her teacher in a noble lady manner, and then she turned to welcome the other many guests. Not only Felicia's classmates were present, but also many of her noble friends. Following Victor and Rhine, Lucien entered the lobby, which could accommodate more than 100 people. The long dining table was sitting in the corner of the lobby. There were wine, assorted salads and pies, sausages, beef, chicken, duck, fine bread, fruits, and many good-looking desserts that Lucien could not even name. The invited band was playing a nice song, making this evening rather tasteful. Lucien picked up a plate on the dining table and loaded it with lots of food. Eating quietly in the corner, he was waiting for Felicia to announce the beginning of the ball. "Thank you all for coming tonight. That's my great pleasure and the great pleasure of our Hain family," Felicia said to all the guests in a decent manner. "Now, let's dance and enjoy the night." As she was talking, the lobby dimmed a bit and the band changed the song. The gentlemen walked towards the young ladies and they started to dance in a manner called whirling from the palace of Tria. While whirling was very popular among young nobles, the conservative elder nobles were denouncing it as very improper and immoral because of the intimacy in whirling. "Lucien, are you still eating? This is a ball." After her opening dance with Mr. Victor, Felicia finally found Lucien in the corner beside the dining table. Putting down the plate, Lucien shrugged. "I don't know how to whirl, Felicia." Lucien always felt rather hungry after awakening the blessing. In addition to that, a tough task was waiting for him tonight. "I can teach you, Lucien," Felicia said to him sincerely. "Dancing, along with appreciating music and hunting, is very important in social life. If you want to get along with the nobles, you have to know how to dance." "I don't know. I'm not made for this." Lucien was a bit nervous, and he did not want to act weirdly at the ball. He awkwardly reached out his hand to invite Felicia for a dance. "You're doing good." Felicia put her hand in Lucien's. "Don't worry. First time can never be perfect." Slightly putting one of his hands on Felicia's waist and the other on her shoulder, Lucien started to dance following her instruction, and he was mindfully keeping a distance from Felicia's body. Several minutes later, Felicia looked at Lucien with surprise. "You can dance very well. Except you're a bit stiff. Is this your first time practicing whirling?" "No. Not really." Lucien couldn't tell her about his blessing and quickly found an excuse. "The princess taught me a bit before." "No wonder. After all, the princess is a grand knight, and she must be a good dance teacher, too." Felicia nodded, and then she suddenly giggled. "Her grace is half head taller than you, and she is a great knight. When you were dancing with her, you probably look more like a lady." Felicia definitely heard some gossip about the princess. After all, Natasha never hid herself in front of people. Lucien was a bit speechless. Then an idea flashed into his mind. Suddenly Lucien lost his balance and slipped on the floor. He gasped in pain. "Are you all right?" asked Felicia with concern. "You need a doctor." "My ankle hurts. Can you just have someone to lead me to a guest room? I just need a rest." Lucien shook his head. Felicia nodded and asked a servant to walk Lucien to the guest room on the third floor. The guest room was clean and nice, and the blanket on the bed was light and soft. Sitting on the bed on his own, Lucien took out the letter and wrote several words down on it. "I need the ball." It was close to 8 at night, and it was dark outside. More than 10 minutes later, the heretics replied, "Open the window." As Lucien opened the window, the lively music playing downstairs immediately drifted up to him. Together with the music, a small black ball was thrown into the room. Lucien agilely caught the ball. This time, instead of crumbling the ball, Lucien took a peek at the inside of the ball. Through the heavy smoke in it, he saw the same cabin. Luckily, the kidnappers did not move. Putting the ball back into his pocket, Lucien responded through the letter, "I'll calm John down tomorrow morning when I meet him." "Your cooperation is appreciated," answered the letter coldly. Lucien folded the letter, put it back into the pocket of his black suit, and hung his suit on the rack. In the following hour, a few people came to visit Lucien, including Victor, Rhine, and even some young nobles that Lucien did not know. Yvette looked a bit disappointed when she visited Lucien since obviously the injured young man could not do anything that night. After 9:30, the guest room finally quieted down. Lucien locked the door from inside, blew out the candles and light in the darkness. A while later, he finally stood up and poured himself a cup of water. At the same time, he secretly dropped one sapphire given by Camille into the water. "You found anything?" Lucien. Camille's voice directly sounded in his mind. Lucien answered to Camille silently in his mind, southeast of Melzer Black Forest, close to Lubeck Mountain. Then, pretending that it was an accident, he dropped the cup on the ground. The direction was very inaccurate, and it was far away from where the cabin was located. Even if Camille was going to search the whole area, she would not be able to find the cabin. Lucien swore a bit and went back to the bed. He stuffed the other 2 sapphires under the pillow and covered himself with the big and soft blanket. The ball was still going on, and the noise of the party made the night feel even quieter. Some random dogs were barking afar. The silver moon was up, and the moonlight sneaked into the room. In the moonlight, the blanket covering Lucien slightly twisted a bit. Lucien escaped again from the window that was left open by him purposefully. With his sharp vision, Lucien saw a black figure hiding behind a big tree not far away from the manor. Taking the opposite direction, Lucien climbed over the wall of the manor and ran into the forest behind it. In the forest, he put on the black sorcerer robe that he prepared in advance and then ran toward Larnaca Canyon. Chapter 84, Chaos. With moonlight, Lucien moved quickly through the woods like a shadow. Although the manor was quite far from Larnaca Canyon, 20 minutes later, he could already see the shining Masal River, which was very close to the canyon, reflecting the moonlight in front of him. Lucien slowed down a bit to be more cautious. He saw several campfires blazing in the distance, which were probably lit by adventurers. The river bed was covered with countless pebbles. The river named Masal kept running eastwards and in the end joined Bulem River. Wearing a black hood, Fire Wolf stepped out of the tree's shadow very cautiously. There was an unfeathered, bright red-skinned bird standing on his shoulder. Tonight, the night watchers were making an ambush in a distance and the leader of the night watchers, Clown, was waiting for his signal. Fire Wolf betrayed the apprentices group for a reason. A magic potion called Magic Gate would be given to him from the church after successfully arresting Professor. The potion could help him become a real sorcerer and then he would be allowed to join the Night Watch. At that time, there would be no need for him to hide as a spy and a betrayer anymore. Grabbing the bracelet in his pocket nervously, Fire Wolf was trying his best to stay focused, in order to sense if anyone was approaching. The bracelet called Fire Weaver was a level 3 magic item given by the church to help protect himself when facing Professor. Although Clown promised to him that they would arrive within 30 seconds after they saw his signal, Fire Wolf's heart was still beating very fast. No one knew what was going to happen within the 30 seconds. It was already 10:40. Fire Wolf heard wolves howling deep in the woods. He arrived at the entrance to the canyon but did not see Professor. Turning around, he saw something shining on a big rock. It was a message left by Professor. Meet you in the Black Forest, close to the south entrance to the canyon. Fire Wolf was not really surprised that Professor changed the meeting place all of a sudden. After all, it was a quite common way to avoid being tailed after. After the weird-looking bird, Fire Feather, made several chirps as a signal for the night watchers, Fire Wolf headed into the deeper woods. This time it took him more than 10 minutes to arrive at the designated place. It was very dark around since the moonlight was completely shaded by the tall and thick cedars. Fire Wolf heard several savage howls in a distance, sounding rather thrilling. However, it was a relief for him since the howls were made by the night watchers. They had followed Fire Wolf here and then the team scattered to check the surroundings. Half an hour later, Professor still did not show up. Fire Wolf started to feel irritated, pacing back and forth and wondering if Professor had somehow found out that it was S trap. The night watchers also lost their patience. Clown sent the message to the other night watchers using a secret method. Search this area, in a 500-meter radius around the south entrance. The night watchers around started to move instantly. Soon Minsk, one of the night watchers, found a wood cabin in the forest. In the forest on the other side of the cabin, one of the night watchers had become a dead body with the fear still lingering on his face, and part of his brains were visible. A slender man wearing a long black jacket was standing beside the dead body. The silver horn pattern on his jacket was rather noticeable. His right hand was covered with the Night Watcher's white brain tissue, and the man was sucking his fingers to enjoy the taste, as if he was tasting the sweetest candy. A crystal ball on the man's left hand suddenly emitted a rather old voice, "Kill them all, dragon. The temple knights will help you. Do not let them find our relic." "Yes, my lord." The man finished licking his fingers. "Although I'm quite sure these poor guys' target is not us, I enjoy killing. And brains." His black jacket billowed out in the wind and within a second he disappeared in the darkness. Tonight, the two Night Watcher teams were composed of a total of 30 members. Among them there were pastors, knights and even 4 Grand Knights as the team leaders. Close to half of the Night Watchers of the Inquisition were sent in order to capture the mysterious professor alive. However, the dark forest unexpectedly turned into a hell to them tonight. They forfeited their lives here without even knowing who was their real enemy. The smell of blood spread through the forest. Clown was trying to contact the other Night Watchers. Suddenly, he sensed the threat from behind and immediately rolled forward. A black ball fiercely struck the place where Clown was just standing. After that moment, the stones, grass, and trees in the area disappeared completely, like water completely vaporized within a second. Clown remained calm. His fingers started to move in a weird way like he was playing piano. Translucent lines grew out from his fingers and quickly shot out into the woods, pulling someone out. It was Dragon. Puppet blessing. Interesting. Dragon's body gradually melted within the darkness and escaped from the fine lines. Is it how you utilize your dark blessing? I see. You became the Hound of the Inquisition. Dragon's voice was rather cold. Puppet is no dark blessing. It's a special gift from the God of Truth, not like your filthy dark power, Dragon. Clown recognized him and called his name. Clown lifted his arms again and this time the fine lines became much stronger. When the lines captured Dragon again, at the same time, Clown shot off the magic firework as a signal asking for help from the church. However, before the firework was fully spread in the sky, a sudden strong black wave directly struck it. The firework signal was instantly devoured by the wave and disappeared in the sky. Dark Devourer, a level 6 fiend spell, which was how the church called the power that did not come from the God of Truth. The person who just cast this spell was of cardinal level. In the underground relic, 5 high priests wearing silver robes were looking up at the 2 great priests standing on the altar respectfully. It's time to show your loyalty to our true God. Lead the other priests to devastate our enemies outside, the hounds of the so-called God of Truth. The bald old man on the altar commanded. Be quick. The other great priest added, coldly, although I stopped the signal, we shall still finish them as soon as possible before the heretics outside can ask for help again. Your will is God's will, great priests, answered the 5 high priests at the same time. The Night Watchers were very experienced fighters, and they did not earn their name undeservedly. When they realized that their enemies tonight were actually the heretics, they started to fight back. A Night Watcher was holding a thick canon of scripture in his hand. This man was called Cannon Holder, and he was the leader of the other Night Watcher team tonight. Cannon Holder's steps were firm and steady. As he flipped the pages of the cannon, a huge flame ball came right down from the sky and instantly vaporized a dark knight in front of him. Level 4 Divine Spell, Flame Strike. Without any interval, this Night Watcher flipped the pages again and summoned a flame wall and protected his team members, who were facing another dark knight. Cannon Holder was a level 5 bishop, who voluntarily gave up his life under the sunlight and joined the Night Watch to fight for his true God. Lucien was sitting on a big tree quite a distance away, looking at the explosions on the ground expressionlessly as if he was appreciating nice fireworks. He saw that the rest of the Night Watchers were approaching the wood cabin. He saw that the Night Watcher Minsk survived for now with his defense called Dragon Scale from his Red Dragon Blessing, and he saw that there were only 18 Night Watchers left out of 30. However, Lucien was still waiting. Chapter 85, Sneak into the Cave. Around 1 kilometer away from the wood cabin, there was a huge cedar. Lucien was sitting on the cedar waiting for the end of the fight between the church and Argent Horn. When he saw the black wave which devoured the Night Watcher's signal, Lucien calculated the angle and the distance and thus located where Argent Horn was actually hiding. About 90 meters northwest of the wood cabin, Lucien murmured in a low voice. At the same time, Lucien looked at another direction and wondered in his mind, she should have noticed the chaos already. As the heretics and the Night Watchers started to gather together, Lucien felt it was finally time for him to take action. Flame Strike, Angel Summoning, Healing. Cannon Holder kept casting spells without interval. As a level 5 bishop, he was able to both devastate his enemies and save his comrades. His spells destroyed many magic circles and traps placed by Argent Horn, and thus the two great priests in the underground palace lost their control on the ground. As 6 out of the 18 Night Watchers were pastors, they were able to heal their injured comrades over and over again. Under the command of the two team leaders, the gathered Night Watchers kept moving forward and the situation started to turn around and became more favorable to the church. However, at this time, a dark cloud arrived, and the cloud was somehow squeaking. Bugs! Cried Minsk to alert the other Night Watchers. These bugs were just too many to be immediately eliminated. They moved very fast and soon encircled the Night Watchers. Countless bugs fully covered the shields of light that were protecting the Night Watchers. As the several pastors were trying to strengthen their light shields, they suddenly felt too weak to cast any spell. Their faces were burning like they were having a fever. As soon as the shields expired, the bugs launched their attack onto the Night Watchers. Using his red dragon blessing, Minsk blocked some of the bugs away from them with dragon scale, but he knew that he was also reaching his limit. It was a level 5 fiend spell, Plague, CO cast by the 5 high priests. More dark knights and heretic priests arrived. The situation the Night Watchers were facing became tough again. Cannon Holder stopped attacking and turned to focus on driving away the bugs and curing the Night Watchers, especially the pastors. Several Night Watchers wearing silver armor stood in front of the pastors to protect them. As the bugs were dying, the pastors were gradually recovering. Then they started to cast many divine spells such as Blessing, Morale, and Prey on the 4 fully armored Night Watchers to improve their strength, agility and persistence. Clown and Minsk were protecting them from the fierce attack of the Dark Knights and the priests. The 4 warriors, blessed by the divine power, shouted and hacked their huge swords toward their enemies at the same time. The black gloves they were wearing covered their swords with a layer of black light, making the swords sharper and more powerful. Although the several Dark Knights up front had different powers such as Black Dragon, Rock Titan, and Grey Elf, they were not able to resist the furious 4 warriors with such combined divine power. For some reason, when facing the huge swords, Shield of Darkness became useless, and so did Flame Wall. 4 dark priests and a high priest suddenly became totally unprotected and got hacked into half. This blessing is elimination. The elder great priest in the underground palace was quite surprised, 4 knights with elimination blessing. And one of them is a level 5 Grand Knight. The blessing called elimination could make any supernatural power that did not belong to the real god become invalid. And, of course, the effectiveness of this blessing depended on the individual power, and the real god it referred to could be chosen. Elimination was the most precious and purest blessing among the traditional demon hunters. Angola, you gotta help them, the other great priest said to the bald priest, we should not waste our power here, for such an accident. This accident is a test from God. Angola smiled, looking rather old, interesting. Their original target was a sorcerer, and now we're fighting. I'll stay here to protect the temple, said the great priest in silver robe. When the Night Watchers finally found a chance to send the signals, blurs of shadows rushed at them from different directions with great momentum. A knight among the Night Watchers got struck by the black shadow right in his face and he gave out shrill cries. Level 7 Fiend Spell, Hungry Shadow. Soon the knight's eyes became red. He slowly lifted his huge sword up and hacked toward the other night watchers. His soul was eaten by the shadow, and his body would be controlled by the spellcaster for a short time. The moment Lucien sensed the evil aura from the great priest, he suddenly sat up and became translucent to some extent in the moonlight. He quickly landed on the ground and started to run toward the underground temple as fast as he could from the other side of the forest, in order to avoid the battlefield. Standing in front of the entrance to the underground temple of Argent Horn, although he was almost invisible in the moonlight, Lucien was still very nervous that he might be found by the heretics. However, he knew that Uncle Joel and his family were in great danger, so he had no choice but to take the risk. Then, a piece of moonlight secretly sneaked into the cave. Chapter 86, The Reinforcements. Inside the cave, there was a long and slanted paved path heading toward the underground palace. Around every 10 meters, there was a candlestick on the stone wall. The yellow candle light was rather dim and made the pathway even more thrilling. Quick as a shadow, Lucien quietly followed the pathway and went into the deeper darkness. The silver-robed great priest was checking the other pathways through which the hounds of the church might sneak into the relic. However, he left the main entrance for last since Angola was fighting in the front, and that gave Lucien precious time to find the dungeon. Instead of spreading his spiritual power, Lucien was using his acute hearing to sense his surroundings. It seemed most of the guards were currently out to fight against the night watchers, since Lucien heard no one talking or walking. In the nest of the heresy, he needed to be very cautious with the use of any supernatural power. The underground relic was huge. Although he did have a few rough guesses from observing the surroundings in the scene balls, Lucien never expected that there was indeed such a magnificent relic here. As the ground became smoother, Lucien saw that there were many iron doors on both sides of the pathway. Feeling rather hesitant, he was not sure if he should open the closest door in front of him. His right hand grabbed the handle, slightly shaking. Lucien had no idea what was waiting for him in the room. Just when he was about to turn the handle, Lucien heard someone talking. The voice came from another room, but not far from where Lucien was standing now. "What's going on outside? All the priests are out?" a man asked. His voice sounded nervous. "I have no idea what is happening. The explosion sounded horrible," answered the second person. After roughly estimating the strength of the two heretics, Lucien decisively opened the door and fiercely rushed at them. The heretics were totally unprepared for this sudden attack, and in the next second they were knocked out and fell on the ground. Closing the door behind him, Lucien awoke one of the young heretics. After feeling rather confused for a second, the heretic recalled what just happened and was about to scream for help. However, the only thing he managed to do was opening his mouth. As soon as he made eye contact with Lucien, his mind got lost. There were countless stars in Lucien's eyes, and his eyes were as deep as two black holes. "Do you know where they are, the poor family that they just caught several days ago?" asked Lucien in a soft and low voice. "Yes. Yes, my lord." The young heretic looked rather respectful since he had been hypnotized by Lucien's eyes of stars. And as eyes of stars was more of a kind of hypnotism, very little magic wave could be detected. From that hypnotized heretic, Lucien collected some important information. The palace was located in the west side of the huge relic, where the main force of Argenthorn usually patrolled, while the dungeon was in the northwest, guarded by an average dark knight and several of his squires. Besides, the relic actually had more than one level. However, the several levels beneath were completely destroyed and could not be utilized anymore. On this level, there was a total of 5 pathways connected to the Black Forest. Knowing that the main force could come back at any moment, Lucien needed to be hurry. Breaking the two heretics' necks, he left the room, bypassed the palace in the west and headed toward the dungeon fast and quietly. With a better knowledge of this relic, Lucien calmed down a bit. Soon he arrived at the dungeon. The dungeon was quite big, and it was divided into half by the iron bars. There were around 7 or 8 cells on one side, while on the other side 4 night squires were pacing back and forth, talking about what was going on outside. Behind them, assorted instruments of torture were hanging on the wall. The old man wearing black leather armor had a twisted face. At this moment, he was sitting on a bench, listening to the sound of fighting outside and looking at the cells on the other side with an irritated expression. Lucien thought that he must be the Dark Knight. Then the old knight stood up and said with anger, "Bring them here. The 2 who lost their fingers. I need to have something to do." Lucien's heart suddenly sank. "Lord Jansen, they can't be killed right now." A night squire dissuaded him. "I don't need you to remind me," shouted Jansen irritably, "they're the most f-king troublesome prisoners in the whole bloody dungeon. I gotta take them to that shitty cabin every couple of days. So what am I in the priest's eyes? A f-king dog walker." Jansen's irritability and anger came from his blessing. The squires exchanged a look and one of them took the keys and opened a cell. "You two, get out of here." Tim kicked Joel and Elisa who were lying on the ground. Joel and Elisa were very scared. Ivan's eyes were filled with tears and he bit his lips silently, since there was nothing he could do as a young boy. "Move." Tim kicked Joel on his back. Out of the iron bars, Joel staggered forward and fell over in front of Jansen. Taking the leather whip down from the wall, Jason fiercely flipped the whip on Joel and Elisa with great anger. "Rubbish! Damned idiots! And I need to f-king walk you every f-king day." Every time he burst out a word, Jansen lashed at them with a bitter whip. Although Jansen was still constraining himself to avoid killing Joel and Elisa, his whip still made Joel and Elisa scream at the top of their lungs in great pain and roll on the ground back and forth. While Jansen was enjoying the screams, Lucien was clenching his fists with great anger. The muscles of his body were all tensed up. He wanted to kill all the bastards and tear them up to pieces, right now. However, he still had to bide his time. Acting in a rush and impulsively could easily kill him here, not to mention rescuing Uncle Joel and his family. Hiding in the darkness, Lucien was waiting. "Ilya, these night watchers are tough." Angola was floating high in the air, sending his voice to the other great priest using his fiend power. "They have lots of powerful magic items. Luckily, we took the initiative and all of their magic items are destroyed." Only 5 night watchers were still standing. They were Clown, Salvador the Cannon Holder, a Grand Knight, Minsk the Red Dragon, and a Pastor. The other 25 night watchers were all dead, and some of the bodies were even destroyed. "Don't waste our time anymore, Angola. Finish them all, and we have to destroy this entrance." Ilya's voice came and urged him. "All right." Angola raised his arms again, covered by dark shadows. At this time, the night sky suddenly turned blue in a weird way, as if the ocean and the sky exchanged their positions. The ocean was hanging up above them and a huge water column shot downward and overwhelmed Angola. Ilya sensed the power, and he stood up instantly. "Camille, the blue tide." The level 7 radiant knight arrived. Flying high in the sky, the 2 great cardinals, Gosset and Amelton, also arrived following Lady Camille. "Kill all the prisoners. Destroy all the evidence. Everyone leave through the other pathways," Ilya commanded immediately. At the same time, he started to cast the spells to destroy the altar. Although he was a level 7 priest himself as well, the reinforcements of the church consisting of the 2 great cardinals and a radiant knight were irresistible. Besides, Sard, the horrible monster, also could show up there at any moment. Receiving the order, Jansen lifted his whip high with a savage look on his face. When Lucien heard the deafening splash coming from outside, he knew it was time for him to take action. Like a white shadow, Lucien jumped out of the darkness and rushed at the Dark Knight with great momentum. Chapter 87, Killing. Jansen's blessing gave him not only the irritated personality, but also a sharp instinct. The moment he sensed the danger, Jansen turned his wrist and fiercely flipped the leather whip backwards. Lucien was prepared, and he was also faster than Jansen. Tapping the ground with one foot, Lucien quickly changed the direction of his movement and, at the same time, he easily cut off the leather whip with the dagger in his hand. Without any hesitation, Jansen threw the whip away and grabbed his triple-headed flail from the table. The big chunks of muscle under his leather armor almost burst out and his eyes became red, like those of a furious bull. Facing Jansen's huge weapon, Lucien suddenly stopped and dropped a handful of fine powder on the ground. A deafening thunder burst out. The loud thunder almost knocked Jansen unconscious for a second, not to mention his four squires. When they were about to pick up their weapons, they were attacked by the strong sound waves and then fell on the ground. Uncle Joel and Elisa also passed out. Homan's Oscillation, a spell of apprentice level which utilized high decibel sound waves as the weapon. Being used properly, a low-level spell could also be quite effective. Facing the great thunder, Lucien himself also felt a bit sick. By the time when he was able to take a firm stand again, Jansen had also recovered and started to wield his huge flail. That was a triple-headed flail, looking rather heavy, and the three heads were also different, one was covered with lightning, one with fire and the last one with a green and sticky slime. The big chunks of muscle in Jansen's arms were like rocks, and the whole dungeon was slightly trembling from his angry howling. He wielded his flail in a crazy manner, and it seemed like the word defense never existed in his dictionary. Lucien was a bit surprised. After all, most knights, no matter if they were from the church or the Dark Knights, were well trained with different fighting skills. However, Jansen was not one of them. Probably it was because his physical strength was so overwhelming that there was no need for him to carry out the strategies in his mind. The idea of a direct head-on resistance was obviously too stupid, and Lucien was way smarter than that. Employing delaying tactics together with his moonlight blessing, Lucien kept moving around swiftly in the dungeon to avoid the three huge iron balls of the flail, waiting for the Dark Knight to get tired. However, Lucien soon noticed that something was not right. It seemed that the one who would be exhausted first was himself. The buzzing lightning on one of the iron balls was somehow slowly paralyzing his body, even if the flail never actually hit Lucien. Lucien could not waste time anymore. He took a few large steps back, to gain some distance from Jansen, who was fighting like a furious beast, and within few seconds Jansen was once again in front of Lucien, wielding his terrifying black flail with great momentum. Throwing another handful of shining power to the ground, Lucien activated the spell without casting. Although that would cost him more spiritual power, it was definitely worth it. A dazzling light ball suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and it instantly lit up the whole place like the midday sun. Jansen subconsciously closed his eyes to protect them from the bright light, and his movement paused for a second. That second was more than enough for Lucien. Curling his body a bit, Lucien shot himself out toward Jansen, as fast as an arrow. The dagger was shining with a cool radiance in his hand. Jansen quickly turned his wrist inwards to attack Lucien with his flail, but it was too late. Although the three iron balls were still chasing Lucien's back, he was already very close to Jansen. However, Lucien's silver dagger almost cracked when he stabbed Jansen in the chest. Because of his furious savage blessing, Jansen's chest muscles were like big pieces of rock, which were also covered by his fine leather armor. Jansen's relentless attack was supported by his great defensive capability. The flail was just a few centimeters away from Lucien's back. Jansen looked at Lucien with a cruel smile on his face, but surprisingly, this skinny little bastard smiled back at him. The Dark Knight immediately realized the great danger. Fiercely leaning back his body, Jansen tried to avoid the second round attack. Palmera's Frost Blades. 3 sharp ice blades targeted Jansen's throat, heart, and waist. Since they were too close to each other, by the time Jansen started to tilt backward, the blades had already arrived. While the one targeting his heart was stopped by the tough muscle in his left chest, the other 2 blades cut his throat and his abdomen wide open. His blood spurted out but froze instantly. At the same time, Lucien quickly covered his body with a layer of moonlight to take the attack of the flail. While the flame and acid were blocked by Lucien's moonlight armor, the lightning went directly through and struck him. Jansen and Lucien fell onto the ground at the same time. Lucien was paralyzed by the lightning and he felt both pain and itch in his body. Bang! The flail fell to the ground from Jansen's hand as well. Rough and muffled groans came from Jansen's throat. Lucien could see that the fresh blood was still running out of the big man's body. A few seconds later, the groans stopped. Jason's eyes were still wide open, filled with anger and astonishment. Lucien stood up with great effort and finally stabilized his legs. Slowly, he approached Jansen's body and broke the savage's neck, just in case. Luckily, his tactics worked. By hiding his blessing and the magic item Ice Revenger, Lucien pretended he was nothing other than an ordinary sorcerer apprentice. If Jansen had not underestimated his enemy, Lucien would be in big trouble. Then, without any hesitation, Lucien came to the squires who were trying to stand up from the ground with dizziness and decisively wrenched their necks. He purposefully saved Tim for last. I beg your mercy. Please!" cried Tim, crawling on the ground. "Mercy?" Lucien sneered, "when the innocent people were begging, where was your mercy?" A pair of cold hands reached Tim's throat, and the fingers slowly tightened. Finally, there was a crack in Tim's neck. Now Lucien held no more fear and hesitation toward killing, since in this world, people like him had to either kill or be killed. Picking up the heavy flail, Lucien started to attack the 5 bodies to destroy the evidence. Chapter 88, The End of the Betrayer. The flail was so heavy that even Lucien, who was already stronger than common people, was having a hard time lifting it over and over again. Powerful as it was, the flail soon tore the bodies into pieces and the flame and acid quickly destroyed the body parts completely. Lucien was now feeling a bit concerned because during the fight he had absolutely no idea how dangerous this weapon was. If he really got hit by this flail without his moonlight armor, he would be seriously injured. Within only 30 seconds, the bodies turned into a small puddle of unknown green liquid and some ashes floating in the air. Lucien kicked over the water bucket in the corner and quickly cleaned up the mess on the floor. As for the floating ashes, he summoned a gust of wind by heating up some of the air inside that room and cooling down the air outside of it, to blow the ashes away to the aisle. Then, with great caution, Lucien carried Joel and Elisa back to the cell with Ivan, who were still unconscious from the oscillation spell. Although Lucien was very excited to see Joel, Elisa, and Ivan again, he could not leave with them right now, or he would definitely be suspected by the church. After all, in people's eyes, he was no more than a physically weak musician. After all the work, he pulled out a tube of brown ale and drank it, as his natural recovery was slower underground due to the lack of moonlight. A moment later, Lucien was rushing through the most remote pathway to leave the underground palace, carrying the flail with him. The pathway was very far from the palace and the other core places in the complex, therefore, it should be relatively safe. However, the weird thing was that Lucien did not see any heretics on his way. Down on their knees, these ordinary heretics in the stone room sounded rather panicked. "Lord Jerome, what shall we do right now?" Before they could finish their words, their faces suddenly twisted with great pain. Pieces of black cloud came out of their bodies and instantly took their souls away. As the masses of black cloud were absorbed into Jerome's body, he shrugged a bit. "Well, what you guys should do is to die. It would be impossible for those ordinary heretics to escape from the church, so they must die, or more information about Argent Horn would be revealed." Lucien was getting close to his destination. He could see dim rays of moonlight cast from the outside of the cave. Suddenly, he stopped running and hid himself in a dark corner because he sensed the strong smell of blood. There were several dead bodies scattered on the ground on the way out of the complex. According to their special robes, Lucien could tell they were the heretics from Argent Horn. Realizing that the heretics were killing their ordinary followers, Lucien decided to wait there a bit more, just in case. Someone was screaming with great fear in the darkness. As the squeal was getting closer and closer, Lucien clenched his fists. Suddenly, the squeal stopped. The person was killed. "This should be the last one," sounded a cold voice. "Ilya asked us to leave as soon as possible after cleaning up." "I don't see Jansen," the other young but hoarse voice answered. "We're not gonna wait for the savage." "We can't," urged the cold voice. "All right. We leave now," agreed the second person. Then Lucien heard their steps leaving the cave. Taking a deep breath, Lucien made his body partially translucent into the moonlight and rushed to the exit. Under the cover of the silver moon, he successfully jumped into a bush. Breathing the air mixed with the smell of dirt, Lucien released a long sigh of relief. It was very quiet around him. For a moment, he felt that what happened in the underground palace was almost like a dream. However, the many scattered dead bodies of the heretics around the bush were reminding him how cruel the night was. Looking up at the moon and the few stars in the sky, Lucien roughly figured out his current location and started to run toward Massal River, to get back to family Haynes Manor. The heavy flail was quite cumbersome, but luckily the silver moon was out tonight, and Lucien's speed and strength were both improved in the moonlight. Several minutes later, he approached the wood cabin with great caution. Almost everything was destroyed in this area from the many powerful divine and fiend spells. Dead bodies were everywhere, and many of them were burned beyond recognition. Among the bodies, Lucien saw one wearing a sorcerer robe, which drew his attention the most. So Lucien flipped the body over, and he saw the young man's face. The great fear the man experienced before he died was still there. "Fire Wolf." Lucien murmured the name. An idea came to Lucien's mind. Using Mage Hand, Lucien left a line of words on Fire Wolf's body with his half-clotted blood. The end of the betrayer. Professor. Chapter 89, The Anger of the Night Watchers. After leaving the line of words, Lucien checked the body carefully and found 2 magic items, which luckily remained intact from the fierce battle. One was a dark red bracelet, woven by some sort of fine red plant fiber. Although it looked rather plain, the bracelet possessed a great power of illusory flame that surprised Lucien quite a bit when he was examining it with his spiritual power. He believed that this bracelet was even more powerful than his Ice Revenger, and the bracelet was at least a level 2 high-ranked magic item. The other thing Lucien found was an iron black dagger, that felt very cold and sharp. Lucien put the bracelet and the dagger into the pockets of his robe. Standing up and looking around, he was quite sure that he could still find more magic items from these dead bodies scattered everywhere. In the next second, however, Lucien quickly dispelled this idea, warning himself not to be greedy. After crossing the river, Lucien found a place for a short rest in the Black Forest to recover his spiritual and physical power. During the break, he registered the inner magic structures of the flail, the bracelet, and the iron black dagger in his spirit library for a detailed analysis later. Then, Lucien buried the flail under a weird-shaped big cedar, and hid the bracelet and the dagger underneath a big rock. Without a deeper analysis, Lucien could not make sure that the magic items were clean and safe. If there were any trailing or locating marks on them, and if Lucien just took them back home carelessly, these things would become his catastrophe. Larnaca Canyon. In a dark corner in the canyon, Angola was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by a long and fair hand. The seemingly delicate hand was doing the job easily, as if it was picking up a little mouse, instead of a level 7 great priest. "You can't kill me. You don't have to." Angola's voice squeezed out from his throat, filled with great fear and surprise. "Well, unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to." The voice was soft and sweet. "It's very impressive that you could escape from Amelton, one of the top 3 experts in tracking in the duchy. However, you still represent a great danger to us. If she finds you, all of us will be in deep trouble." "No, that's just your excuse," cried Angola. "We share the same goal. And we shall find thee." "That's enough," Angola. I'm fed up with the awful sulfur smell and the evil blood you all have. The soft voice cut him off. You think we are allies? Don't be silly. I've changed my mind and I don't want to be a part of it anymore. Are you insane? You can't. Angola's voice came out from his throat with great difficulty. You'll be punished. None of your business. The beautiful long hand tightened a bit, and Angola's body started to get dehydrated very fast. In the next second, the body exploded silently into fine, light yellow powder that spread through the air. I can share a piece of news with you, for free, Angola. Since you're dead already, said the soft voice, Hathaway will soon be back from the secret dimension. Then, the beautiful pale hand disappeared in the darkness. 2 minutes later, a woman in cardinal clothes arrived. Floating in the air and looking around, her eyes were cold in contrast with her bright red robe. Angola disappeared. Completely. She murmured in a low voice. Running at full speed in the black forest, Lucien was like a white shadow. 20 minutes later, he saw the manor of House Hain. Lights were still on, and music was still playing. The big party was still going on around the midnight. And like what he was expecting, the heretic who had been trailing him all the time was still there observing the manor, but now it was Lucien that was watching him from behind. If this heretic was caught by the church, Lucien would be in trouble for lying about how he awoke his blessing. As he was very close to the manor, Lucien needed to finish the heretic as quietly as possible. After estimating the heretic's level, he slowly approached him and silently activated darkness silently. The heretic looked very confused for a second, as all the light suddenly disappeared and the pure darkness pressed on his head. Then he sensed the magic wave coming from behind him. He was under attack. Because of Lucien's dark vision, the spell did not affect him at all. Before the heretic could see anything, Lucien's hands had already reached his neck. Crack! And that was the last thing the heretic heard in this world. Clown, Cannon Holder, Lend, Juliana and Minsk gathered in front of the cabin. After the bitter fight, the great depression and tiredness on their faces were impossible to hide. When the night watchers were searching the underground complex and chasing the heretics, they were silently immersed in their mourning. Only 5 night watchers survived the battle, out of 30, who were all excellent and brave warriors in fighting against the darkness and evil. The 5 night watchers' guts were burning with anger and grief. Clown! Can you come and have a look? Juliana noticed something on Fire Wolf's body. The end of the betrayer. Professor! The scarlet words were like sharp knives stabbing in the 5 night watchers' hearts. Their anger almost burst out from their chests. It was this bloody professor who did all of this. It was him who set this horrible trap. Chapter 90, Everyone loved the moon. The 5 night watchers were standing around the body like statues. Deep silence enwrapped everyone with tremendous pressure. In the darkness, Clown clenched his fists with rage and slowly squeezed out a word through his teeth. Professor! Taking off the black gloves, Salvador, the cannon holder, put his bare hands on the chest and started to pray for the 25 deceased night watchers. His voice sounded very solemn. You gain when you give. You live forever after you die. Paradise is open to you. Then Salvador pulled out his white handkerchief and tied it on his wrist. The day that I burn Professor to death will be the day I take this off. Following Salvador's suit, the Grand Knight Lend also tied on a white handkerchief and lowered his head. I'll never forget this battle, my fellows. This so-called professor will pay in blood. Professor is on the top of my target list, joined Juliana. Recalling the bitter battle, Juliana's heart was still filled with fear. She suffered the pain of watching her teammates dying one by one right in front of her eyes. She remembered the desperation she experienced when her healing spells became useless when facing the dark power. Although Juliana did hate Professor to the guts, she was also subconsciously afraid of him. Bastard! You bloody bastard! Clown could not hold himself back anymore. I'll find you and torture you. Wherever you go, whoever you are, I'll turn your body into my puppet and I'll have your soul gnawed by the demons, suffering in hell. Clown never experienced such failure since he joined the Night Watch. As a level 5 Grand Knight, his confidence was ruined tonight. The forever smiling clown mask on his face looked rather strange and horrible in the darkness. It was my fault. I was so close to Professor. Minsk put on a white handkerchief as well. Clown slowly calmed down, then turned around to the other 4 Night Watchers. Professor must be leaving Alta soon. We should add Professor to our cleansing list and search him all over the continent. I'm afraid that the bastard is not qualified for this, said Lend with a bit of hesitation. After all, the names on the list were all extremely powerful. Some of them are even capable of changing the situation of the whole world. Professor. He is only a level 3 or 4 sorcerer. The cleansing list was shared by all the inquisitions on the continent. Every name was regarded as a great trouble to the church and was continuously hunted by the most powerful pastors and night watchers from different inquisitions. However, the list had not changed for many years, since hunting them down was extremely difficult. 25 night watchers died because of him, said Cannon Holder seriously. Although he's not even of a senior rank, his cruelty and slyness should not be underestimated. I see. Lend nodded. We shall make a proposal to Cardinal Amelton, then. Let's find our teammates. At least part of them, said Salvador solemnly. It took Lucien a while to wipe out all the evidence, including the heretic's body and his own torn robe, and he also cleaned himself a bit. Then he came to the other side of the manor through the woods and climbed over the tall wall of the manor. Quietly and carefully, Lucien landed in the shadow of the 3-story house, covered by the tall, lush grass and bushes. When Lucien stood up and was patting away the dust on his hands, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Good evening, Lucien. It was Rein. He was only wearing a loose, dark red shirt, of which the top part was unbuttoned. His skin looked even paler than that of a noble lady in the moonlight. Good evening, Mr. Rein. Seeing that it was Rein, Lucien was a bit relieved, but he still remained cautious. You're still up. So are you. Rein's put on a meaningful smile. Lucien forced a smile on his face. If I told you that I'm wandering here to enjoy the beautiful silver moon tonight, would you believe my words? When he was talking, Lucien lowered his head and looked at himself. Parts of his lower arms were stained by muddy water, and his shirt was crumpled out of shape. Most importantly, as he looked up, Lucien found that the silver moon was hidden by the tall stone wall. What an excellent excuse it was! Yes, I believe your words, because... Rein shrugged his shoulders, I'm here for the moon as well. Ah! Lucien was suddenly at a loss. For sure. Did you see how charming, how bright the silver moon is tonight? Rein raised his head and praised the stone wall standing in front of him with affection. We are here for the same reason, aren't we? Well. Lucien took a longer breath and became serious. Can you tell me who you are, Mr. Rein? As he could not pretend he was an innocent young man anymore, Lucien decided to ask Rein directly, and he had the feeling that Rein held no hostility toward him. I'm just a bard. Rein shook his head. A bard who has nothing to do with the place you are longing for. And even if I tell you where it is, you are still not capable of going there. You can tell me now. At least I can have a more specific goal. Asked Lucien eagerly. My suggestion is that you should work hard and become a real musician, then you can travel to the many countries around the continent. That'll be a great benefit to your goal. Then Rein turned around and left. Lucien was confused. Eager as he was, he knew that he must leave now, in case someone else showed up. After climbing into the guest room, Lucien put the 2 sapphires back into his pocket and lay down. What happened tonight already seemed like a dream to Lucien. Shutting down the brain and feeling the cozy blanket, he slowly fell into sleep. Lucien did not know how long his sleep lasted when he was awakened by a gentle knock at the door. Who is that? asked Lucien in a low voice. It's me, Yvette. Do you want to take a walk with me to enjoy the fantastic silver moon tonight? Invited the noble lady in an alluring way. Lucien was a bit choked with what Yvette just said. He was already very impressed with the moon, and it seemed like everyone wanted to take a walk in the moonlight that night. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Yvette. I twisted my ankle and I'm feeling sleepy. Lucien refused her directly, maybe next time. Thank you for asking. Yvette slightly stamped her foot with disappointment and anger outside of Lucien's room. Such an idiot. I bet you'll come to me and beg me on your own someday, Lucien. After hearing Yvette's steps leaving, Lucien lay down again to go back to sleep. Lucien, look what you've just done. No wonder you have no girlfriend. A female voice came from the window. You should learn from me. I always knocked the door of Sylvia's room at midnight. It was Princess Natasha, who was standing on the windowsill, followed by Lady Camille floating in the air. With a long sword in one hand and her visor in the other hand, Natasha's purple hair was fluttering in the wind. The central part of her white armor was dark red, which was from the blood of a dragon. Noticing that Lucien was looking at her armor, Natasha smiled. You like this armor, don't you? It's called Dragon Blood. I'm wearing it because I just came back from the battle with Argent Horn. Pausing a bit, Natasha continued, by the way, Lucien, would you like to take a walk in the beautiful moonlight? Ha ha ha. Chapter 91, Relief. Did you see Joel, Elisa, and Ivan? Are they safe now? Where are they now? Recovering from the surprise of suddenly seeing the princess on his windowsill, Lucien asked so eagerly that he forgot to use the proper salutation. Anyone who cared about his or her family would definitely react like this. And Lucien regarded them as his closest relatives in this world. Although he had killed Jansen and the squires in the dungeon, Lucien was still looking forward to the confirmation from the princess. After all, the battle tonight was so cruel that ordinary people like Joel, Elisa, and Ivan could easily become the innocent victims of the many powerful magic spells. Well, I was fighting on the front line, Lucien, said Natasha a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I should have paid more attention to your family. But don't worry, Lucien. I did confirm with the knight who was responsible for saving the hostages, and they are safe. Thank you very much, Your Grace. A sincere smile appeared on Lucien's face. As his whole plan was like walking a tightrope, any tiny mistake could kill the people that he cared the most in this world. Then where are they now? When I can see them? Lucien asked again. They are in the main cathedral right now, since they were tortured badly, both physically and mentally, Camille answered. The pastors in the church will take care of them, and they need to be questioned later. But they are innocent. They're just ordinary people. Lucien shuddered to think of the questioning that he received, or say, the one this body once received, from the church. I know what you're worrying about, Lucien, Natasha comforted him. Last time you were wronged as a suspect, but this time it's different. The church just wants to ask them some questions about the dungeon guards of Argent Horn, nothing else. Then Natasha said to Lady Camille, the power of a radiant knight is surely impressive. That sudden attack you launched toward the great priest was so powerful that the poor people in the dungeon were even knocked out. I wonder when I will become a radiant knight. May I ask what is Argent Horn? Asked Lucien purposefully. It was Argent Horn that kidnapped your uncle and his family. They are followers of Demon, and they call themselves Argent Horn, explained Natasha. Their souls are completely corrupted by darkness. When we were trying to catch the heretics alive, they shouted return to the eternal silence and blew themselves up. Speaking of this, Natasha's heart was still beating fast. Although she was only one step away from becoming a radiant knight and was quite experienced in fighting, the horrible scene of the heretics exploding themselves in front of her was still bothering the princess's mind. All of the heretics. They killed themselves. Lucien of course hoped that they were all dead so the church and the princess would never know how he actually awoke his blessing. Most of the heretics died, and some of their leaders escaped. Then Natasha slightly raised her head and said with pride, "But I caught a priest alive. And we learned that the right hand of a powerful demon was sealed in the relic, but it was taken away by the heretics who escaped." Hearing that a heretic got caught, Lucien's heart skipped a beat. He quickly calmed down and asked, "Any other information?" "I'm afraid they're plotting something toward you and the Grand Duke." "Yes, they are planning on something big." Natasha touched her chin thoughtfully, "But only the great priests know the plan. We'll investigate the personnel of our intelligence department. I'm sure we can find more later," added Camille seriously. "I see. So I'm safe now, right?" asked Lucien, although he already knew the answer. He felt he could be a pretty good actor. "Although we did not find the person who was always watching you, I'm quite sure that you're safe now. After all, the heretics suffered a great loss tonight, and they are currently busy with running for their lives." Lucien nodded, putting on a relieved look. "Thank you, Lucien. Your information helped us a lot this time," said Natasha sincerely. "That's my pleasure," Lucien lowered his head and answered politely. At that moment, Camille's face darkened and her eyebrows frowned together, which made her look even more serious than usual. "What happened, Auntie?" "Viscount Stuart killed himself before our people arrived, Your Grace," answered Camille in a low voice. Viscount Stuart was in charge of the intelligence department of the duchy, who was also a Grand Knight. Natasha waved her right hand and her vambrace made a crisp clack. "Someone's behind Stuart. But why did Stuart betray us? Why he wanted to become the enemy of the church?" "We should go now, Your Grace," Camille reminded her. "Oh. I just realized that I'm still standing on the window. I gotta go now, Lucien." Natasha nodded to him. "The whole thing is even more complicated than I thought. And I'll tell the church that you've awakened your blessing under my help." Then she paused a bit and said to Lucien, "I'm sorry that I cannot make you a knight and give you a title, since according to the law, you're not as powerful as a knight yet. Besides, making you a knight at this time might put you at great risk. I hope you understand." "I totally understand, Your Grace," answered Lucien. "Your trust is the most important thing to me, and my family is safe. I cannot ask for more. I'll reward you with a manor several months later." "You have my word," said Natasha. "A manor? Your Grace, that's too much." Lucien refused subconsciously, knowing that he would be leaving Alta sooner or later. Money was better than a manor to him. Natasha waved her hands and insisted, "House Violet always pays. It's our royal tradition. By the way, how did you find out the approximate location, Lucien?" "I saw a special kind of long-tailed tit in the ball." Lucien was prepared for this question and thus lied without any hesitation. "When I was too poor to feed myself, I often went to the Black Forest for the wild mushrooms and I saw them a few times. Around Alta, these birds only live around Melzer Black Forest and Lubeck Mountain." "Interesting. Never heard it before." Natasha nodded. "Besides the manor, you should have a knight's sword." "I'll find you one, Lucien." "Thank you so much, Your Grace." Lucien bowed to the princess. Natasha took a step backward and floated in the air. Although she was not a radiant knight, her dragon blood armor could help her fly. "Remember to take a walk in the moonlight, Lucien." Natasha laughed and then flew away with Camille. After watching them leave, Lucien released a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt very exhausted. Chapter 92, The Prophecy. Close to the dark mountain range, the silver-robed great priest Ilya was standing on a rock, looking down at the few heretics kneeling on the ground. The rage of the great priest was horrible. The huge rock started to crack from his dark power. "Who can tell me? What the hell happened?" Ilya was shouting like a wounded beast. "They suffered a great loss tonight," The power of Argenthorn in the duchy was almost annihilated. The number of the members who survived was less than 10, including a level 5 Dark Knight, Dragon, 2 High Priests, 3 ordinary priests and an ordinary Dark Knight. Years of Ilya's hard work were ruined overnight. Now his body was covered by a layer of black fire with a strong smell of sulfur. As the silver hood slipped down, Ilya's face was revealed. There were 2 goat horns on his head, and his eyes were bloody red. The knights and the priests kneeling in front of him didn't dare to look up. After a while, Ilya calmed himself down and put the hood on again. Then, he asked, "Who can tell me why the church and House Violet were there tonight?" "The so-called professor. He was escaping from the church tonight and somehow he found the underground palace." "That's what I know," answered Dragon carefully. After a moment of silence, Ilya shouted again, "Then who's that bloody professor?" "The Night Watcher said that this professor might come from the Continental Congress of Magic," answered Dragon. "Actually, we got the news that professor was gonna meet a sorcerer apprentice somewhere in the Black Forest. Since it was very far from us." "You f***ing idiots!" Ilya almost wanted to tear Dragon into pieces. Knowing that he said something stupid, Dragon lowered his head and dared not contradict the great priest. In Dragon's mind, it was just impossible for them to block the whole Black Forest and drive all the people in the forest away. "Professor. He did this on purpose." Gnashing his teeth, Ilya said slowly, "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, even without getting any blood on his own hands." "But why he did this?" "But I thought the Congress of Magic was on our side?" asked a level 5 priest with confusion. "Internal conflict is everywhere," sneered Ilya. Then Ilya turned around and started to pray to the great master of Argent, seeking for the revelation from his god. All the followers started to pray as well. A black shadow came out from Ilya's silver robe and gradually covered all of them. In the darkness, all the followers present heard a deep voice in their mind, but only Ilya could understand the message. Soon the shadow disappeared and Ilya stood up. He raised his right hand high and said to all the followers, "The great master of Argent assured me that despite the setback we suffered tonight, we'll still be able to accomplish the task, and build the great realm for our true god on the ground." "May you walk on the ground, as you walk in your realm," responded the other followers in an encouraged way. "The great master also showed me a prophecy, a falling star has brought the chaos. The throne of fate has lost its master. The non-believer who walks in light and darkness will make his debut." "What does it mean?" asked Dragon. "It's like a poem. The devil sullied Alta. We cannot see it clearly." Ilya shook his head. Fate and time were the hardest to understand. Even the greatest prophet was like an ordinary person when facing a huge mountain, and all he or she could see was only a very small part of it. Lucien slept very well last night. He woke up with the pleasant twitter of birds around 8 in the morning. The ball ended very late. Many people were still in their beds. Thus, no one urged Lucien to go for breakfast. It was the first time Lucien enjoyed such nice and soft blankets since he crossed over to this world, thus it took Lucien more than half an hour to actually get up and get dressed. When Lucien was walking downstairs, a maid came to him and smiled, "Good morning, Mr. Evans, what do you want to have for breakfast?" "Bread, cheese sausage. With milk, please," answered Lucien. He ordered a rich breakfast since he had a pretty good workout last night. "Sure." The maid nodded, "You'd like to have the breakfast in the dining room or your own room, sir?" Lucien glanced at the dining room downstairs and saw Ryan was sitting there. "Dining room, thank you." When Lucien entered the dining room, Ryan was sending a piece of rare cooked steak into his mouth. "Morning, Lucien," greeted Ryan, "you really should try the steak, very juicy." Lucien took an opposite seat and said to the maid, "A steak for me, please. Medium." Then Lucien turned to Ryan and smiled, "Good breakfast starts a good day. Also a perfect supplement for a good workout," said Ryan meaningfully. "Evans, Yvette is like a beast. A young nobleman was sitting beside them. He laughed a bit, but had clearly misunderstood their conversation. Come on, Albai. I didn't do anything last night. Lucien was introduced to this young man last night by Felicia. I hurt my ankle. I see. No wonder. Albai laughed even harder. No wonder Yvette went for hunting very early this morning and she looked angry. Good for you, Lucien. The breakfast was pleasant. Seeing that Ryan almost finished his food, Lucien asked hurriedly, can you tell me where it is? The dreamlike place that you mentioned to me last night. Since it's as beautiful as paradise, I'll tell you the location after you can hold your own concert, as an award. Ryan smiled in a cunning way. To him, it was very interesting to see Lucien's growth. After Ryan left, Albai asked Lucien curiously, where is that place you were talking about? I don't know. He won't tell me right now, answered Lucien, shrugging his shoulders. What he knew was that his life had better go back to normal, at least for a period of time, to meet Ryan's requirement as soon as possible. Firstly, Lucien had to abandon the pseudonym professor. Finishing his breakfast, Lucien saw a sleepy Felicia coming downstairs. He greeted, Good morning, Felicia. Morning, Lucien. How's your ankle? Asked her. It's fine now, answered Lucien. I'm sorry, Felicia. I'm afraid I cannot go hunting today. I have to go now to deal with some of my personal stuff. What happened? Felicia asked with concern. Sorry, but I have to keep it a secret, Felicia. Lucien put on a slightly awkward look, since it has something to do with the princess. Sure, Lucien. Felicia was a bit surprised for a moment. I'll send a coach for you. Getting on the coach, Lucien asked the coachman to go to Lord Ven's manor first. Chapter 93, Recomposing. The coachman was so experienced that Lucien did not feel the road bumpy at all. Having lots issues troubling his mind, by the time Lucien stopped thinking, the coach was already in front of Lord Ven's manor. Mr. Evans, we've arrived. Do you need me to tell the guards? The coachman turned around and asked Lucien politely. An elegant gentleman usually did not talk to ordinary guards. No, thanks. Lucien smiled, my friend is a squire here. We're equal. With his awakened blessing, Lucien was only a step away from becoming a knight. However, in his mind, he and John were simply good friends, and there was no level or class difference between them. It was Ian and Durago who were guarding the gate today. Immediately they puffed out their chests when they saw the fine coach with the coat of arms of Fire Bull, ready to welcome the guest. They were very surprised when they saw Lucien again. They still remembered him. In their memory, Lucien was only a pauper who did not show much respect to them, and now in the white shirt and black suit, the young man looked like a decent noble. They did not come to themselves until Lucien was standing in front of them, so. Sorry, are you looking for John? Yes, please. Lucien did not recognize them. When Ian was about to go into the manor, Durago asked with a bit hesitation, Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Evans? After the great success of the concert, even John, as a very moderate young man, could not help himself sharing what he knew about Lucien and all the praises his good friend received from the Grand Duke, the Grand Cardinal and Princess. Yes, I'm John's friend, answered Lucien. Your work, Fate, was played on Lord Ven's banquet several days ago. It was fantastic. Durago said to Lucien with great excitement, I'm so sorry that I was being really rude to you. This big tough guy was very sincere and excited. Lucien sort of recalled the conflict that happened between them before and was quite surprised that Durago was this enthusiastic about music. Soon Lucien realized Alta was indeed the city of Somme. It's okay. I'm glad you like my work, answered Lucien politely. Standing beside Durago, Ian put on an embarrassed smile. After the concert, Lucien experienced a big change in the way many people treated him. Durago's sincere apology and all the flattering words triggered Lucien's thought. The sudden upgrade in his social status turned what happened several months ago into a distant dream. "Mr. Evans, can I invite you to my place?" asked Durago, rubbing his hands nervously with excitement. Finding a random excuse, Lucien refused him politely, but he felt quite awkward. Soon John came following Ian, looking a bit confused. "Lucien, I'm going back home later this afternoon. Has anything happened?" "Yes, but it has been solved. No worries." Lucien pulled John's arm. "Let's get on the coach first." The old coachman was smart enough to know that he should not be listening to the conversation. So he tied the horses firmly to the hitching post, walked away from the coach, and took out his tobacco under a big tree. When John was listening to Lucien, his face darkened and his brows knotted. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his hands so tightly that his whole body was shaking. When he heard that his parents' fingers were cut, his teeth were gnashing. However, John did not say even a single word. He remained silent and listened carefully. "I'm terribly sorry, John," said Lucien, whose heart was full of guilt. Lowering his head, John did not answer immediately. Lucien knew that his friend needed some time to recover from his pain and great anger. So he remained silent with John. After a while, John finally started to talk. "Lucien, it's not your fault. I don't blame you." That was the first thing John said to Lucien. Instead of venting his frustration, John chose to comfort his best friend to free him of his horrible guilt. Lucien was quite surprised, and he was touched. "Thank you so much, John. What you just said means a lot to me." When John was about to go back to ask for a longer leave from his duty, Lucien stopped him. "Wait, John. Here's 20 grams of moonlight rose dust." Lucien pulled out the small black bag and handed it over to his friend. John had heard just now where did the moonlight rose come from. After more than 10 seconds, he firmly took the small bag from Lucien's hand. "Thank you, Lucien. I'll awake my blessing. Only this way I can protect my family and friends," said John seriously. "No rush. Follow Lord Ven's instruction and take your time." Lucien nodded. "Also, can you keep this a secret? After all, I lied to the princess about how I got these roses. You know me, Lucien. I'm more reliable than a dead man." John patted his friend on the shoulder and promised seriously. The arrival of the House Haynes coach caused a stir in Adaran, the poorest district in the whole city. Although most of them could not name all the coat of arms of the big families in Alta, they still registered in mind those of the few most powerful noble families. Joel, Elisa, and Ivan had been sent back home by the church. The pastors did not find much valuable information with them. Seeing John and Lucien getting off the coach, Ivan suddenly burst out crying, as if the little boy was trying to wash away all the horrible memories with his tears. John gently patted Ivan's head and gave him a firm hug. "It's okay, now, Ivan. You're already a grown-up man and you did a great job. God bless us." Lucien hugged Joel and Elisa. His apology, worry and joy were all in this big hug. "It's not your fault, Lucien." Joel and Elisa comforted him, "And you see, we're fine now." As the hostages of the vicious heretics, they did not expect that they could survive in the end. When they were saved, they were so grateful to the God of truth that now they became even more understanding and tolerant. After all, nothing else really mattered when facing death. Then Elisa and Joel told Lucien what the church and the intelligence department of the duchy questioned them. The thing that concerned the pastors and the intelligence the most was why Elisa and Joel passed out outside of the cell, but were found by the night inside of the cell later. As the great thunder caused by Lady Camille's power knocked them out instantly, no hostages present could provide any valuable information. In the end, the people from the church and the intelligence department were guessing that it was probably because the heretics first locked the hostages back in case they would escape. and later on they did not have enough time to come back and kill them all. We got really lucky there. Thank God. Drying her eyes, Elisa was telling Lucien the story. At this time, there came a knock on the door. It was Corella and a church guard that Lucien did not know. Lucien was a bit more relieved seeing that the church only sent a knight's choir there, which meant he was not really suspicious to the church. After a short and regular investigation, Corella stood up and thanked Lucien on behalf of the church. The bishop appreciated what you did. Without your information, we would have suffered a greater loss. Lucien's musician identity made it almost impossible for the church to draw a link between Professor and the princess' personal consultant. However, there were still some coincidences which involved Lucien that they were unable to explain right now. Lucien finally came back to his normal life, busy with studying music and magic. He also asked Joel and his family to move into his new house temporarily, since Gisu was way safer than Adaran. In these days, Lucien did not take even a single glance at the broken wall where he usually left secret messages to communicate with the apprentices. To be prudent, he also left aside his plan of destroying his magic lab for the time being. This day Victor started to teach them canon, a contrapuntal compositional technique that employed a melody with imitations of it played after a given duration. With just a few rules, even beginners could achieve much with canon. Actually, you've subconsciously employed canon in your Symphony of Fate, Lucien, commented Victor. It looks like you learned a lot in the library of the association.
Yes, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Victor, answered Lucien, a bit absent-minded. His mind was occupied by the thought that he needed to come up with enough music works for holding a concert to meet Rein's requirement. 80 years ago, someone produced a piece of music work which was very similar to the well-known Pachelbel's canon or canon and Jagindi, in his original world. However, he could still rewrite Pachelbel's canon into a piece of piano concerto. Although he still needed some more original pieces of music for a personal concert, recomposing was definitely the best time-saving way for Lucien to have his repertoire as soon as possible. Chapter 94, The Sword. At the end of the class, Victor said to his students, I know many of you are hard-working and some of you have been studying canon on your own for a while. I'd like to see every one of you try to write a piece of canon to facilitate your understanding toward this compositional technique. While the other students were pretty excited about it, Lucien remained silent with his own thoughts. Seeing that, Victor said to Lucien, Lucien, although you're indeed very talented, don't underestimate canon. Simple as it seems to be, an outstanding piece of canon can still become a masterpiece that lasts for generations, just like Mr. Hersey's canon in D. And practicing canon is very beneficial to a student like you who don't have a very solid music foundation. Victor was often mindful of giving Lucien, the young genius, some proper warning to avoid his possible arrogance, which was very common among musicians who became famous at an early age, and unfortunately most of them ended up wasting their talent and lost their reputation very quickly. Not until Victor started to talk to him did Lucien come to himself. He nodded and explained, Thank you, Mr. Victor. I understand how important a solid foundation is and I'll definitely go all out to work on my canon. Good. Then what were you thinking about? Asked Victor. When you were introducing Mr. Hersey's canon in D, I was thinking that I could probably recompose this classic piece of work and turn it into a piano concerto. Maybe a piano concerto version of canon in D will be quite unique. Interesting idea, Lucien. Victor touched his chin a bit when he was thinking. The challenging part is that Mr. Hersey's canon is composed of very short music bars, thus it's hard to make considerable changes within it. Do you think it's doable, Mr. Victor? Asked Lucien with expectation. Well, canon in D was recomposed into a few different versions before, so I'd say a piano concerto version is definitely something to look forward to. Victor confirmed Lucien's idea and smiled. After the class, when the students were heading toward the practicing rooms, Felicia caught up with Lucien and asked him in a low voice with expectation, are you gonna play the piano concerto version of Canon in D on my birthday party next month? Canon was not a very demanding nor complicated technique. She did not think it would take Lucien too long to do it. Lucien was suddenly inspired, then he smiled, Felicia, I won't forget the help you offered me. I'll play the piano on your birthday party, but not a canon. I'll compose a piece of serenade for you. Really? That was a big surprise for Felicia. The fact that the personal music consultant of the princess would write a piece of serenade specially for her was totally beyond her expectation. Yes, but it won't be a very complete one since the time is quite limited. It's probably only an opusculum. You're so great, Lucien. Felicia was excited but also feeling a bit concerned, but you only have a month. If the work is not good enough, that might damage your reputation. Although composing a piece of opusculum within a month was not rare, Felicia still worried about Lucien. Since Lucien was drawing so much attention right now after the concert, many people who envied his talent were watching him like vicious beasts at night, waiting for any possible chance to launch their attack and to give this young musician a hard time. A piece of serenade shouldn't be a problem. Lucien seemed to be quite confident. And Lucien's confidence came from the fact that he already found a very classic piece of serenade in his spirit library which resembled no music work in this world. In order to avoid being too suspicious, Lucien decided only to do an opusculum on the birthday party. All right. I'm looking forward to your serenade, said Felicia with both expectation and concern. In the following month, except for analyzing magic spells and reading the book named Astrology and Magic Elements written in the ancient Sylvanas language with the help of the Witch's Note at night, Lucien spent all his time on studying music and composing his canon and the serenade. After all, music now could provide him with the chance to find the headquarter of the Congress of Magic. With his hard work and great memory, Lucien now finally felt he was qualified enough as a music student. Within this month, he also successfully recomposed Canon in D and finished the serenade for Felicia's birthday. Meanwhile, John was still working on his night training. Although he wanted to awaken his blessing as soon as possible, he was warned by Lord Ven that, without a solid foundation, the awakening would be very likely to fail. Even if he succeed this time, his future growth would be very limited. Thus, John was being very patient, even though that meant he needed to do the same training over and over again every day. In John's spare time, he would go into the Black Forest to fight with goblins and cynocephalises to gather more experience. At the same time, Lord Ven gave John a sum of money and asked him to rent a unit in the administrative district, in order to protect his family. Although Joel and his family had a pretty good time in Lucien's house, they were definitely even happier with their own place, especially since it was a place that was earned by their son. Therefore, they soon moved out of Lucien's house, and Lucien respected their choice. After all, they were family, and that would never change, no matter if they lived together or not. The last Thursday of the month of Gold, October. War Gallery. I'm finally satisfied with this part. Natasha just finished her discussion with Lucien about a movement, now this part is exciting enough to meet the theme. The last version was pretty good already. Lucien smiled, you indeed have very high expectations on yourself, Your Grace. Natasha's music knowledge was actually way more profound than Lucien's. By working together, Lucien also learned a lot from the princess. Well, if you do something, then you do your best, said Natasha in a good mood. Yes, Your Grace, Lucien agreed. When Lucien was about to leave, Natasha asked him with curiosity, I heard that you wrote a new serenade for your classmate's birthday party tonight. Yes. Lucien nodded. Pointing at the piano standing in the center of the room, Natasha asked, can I listen to it first? I'm sorry, Your Grace. It's a gift for Felicia's birthday, Lucien refused the princess politely. Well, I guess. Natasha took a few steps back and forth, although I'm very curious, I think you're right. I feel like writing a love serenade for Sylvia's birthday, 2. That's very considerate. Lucien was almost used to it now. At this time, Natasha turned around and said something to Lady Camille. Camille left the room and, a moment later, came back with a fine sword in her hand. "This is the night sword that I promised you," said Natasha. "Its name is Alert, and it's a level 1 high-rank sword with an extraordinary quality. With Alert, your instincts will be way sharper, making you more aware of any approaching danger." Chapter 95, Felicia's Birthday Party. Felicia's birthday party. Since it was not an investiture, the manners were not of great complexity. Lucien saluted the princess with a knight's etiquette and the princess leaned the sword against Lucien's shoulder. "May your sword guard your will," said Natasha seriously. Then Lucien took the sword from Natasha's hands, and followed her instruction to leave a willpower mark on Alert. Alert was of an ordinary level 1 knight's attack force, and it could help its owner to be as sensitive to the surroundings as a level 2 knight. While sorcerers called them magic weapons, the nobles and pastors called them extraordinary weapons, which did not require registration in their owner's spirit. The owner of an extraordinary weapon or item just needed to leave a mark of his or her willpower to activate it. However, according to some makers' will, some of these weapons or items rejected certain kinds of users and their power could not be activated. Carrying the sword, Lucien saluted the princess again and left the room. Watching Lucien leave, Natasha said to Camille gently, "You have any plans for this evening, auntie?" In preparation for the birthday party that night, Felicia did not attend the class today. During the break, Lot and Lucien were chatting casually. Lot told Lucien that this was Felicia's 18th birthday and this was her coming-of-age ceremony, thus many nobles and all the musicians of the association would be present. "Are you feeling nervous? After all, this is your first performance after the concert?" asked Lot. In order to make sure Lucien could focus on studying music after his success, Victor was protecting Lucien with great caution. On behalf of his student, Victor turned down many invitations and offers for Lucien, and that made many people feel even more curious about this young talented musician. "Not really," answered Lucien in a relaxed way, "I don't think there'll be that many guests tonight though. At least some of them will be there just because of your birthday gift for Felicia." The new serenade, Herodotus, who was usually very quiet, joined their conversation, and commented in a calm voice, "They're hoping to see what you can present a whole month after the concert." "I agree with Herodotus," said Lot. As the current host of House Hain, Felicia's uncle should be there tonight, too. Hopefully he won't find an excuse to give Felicia and her parents a hard time. "Well, we'll see, then," said Lucien thoughtfully. In the early evening, Lucien got on the coach and headed toward the house where Felicia lived. This time he hired his own coach and felt a bit proud of it. By the time Lucien arrived, it was already very busy in front of the luxury 3-story house. Lots of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen were getting off their coaches, chatting and laughing. The house was originally built by the old count to host parties. Through the gate, Lucien walked on the path and went through the garden. Then he saw Felicia was standing in front of the hallway. She was welcoming the guests accompanied by her mother, wearing another bright red dress tonight. Red was House Hain's color and the color always suited her very well. "Thank you for coming, Lucien," said Felicia sincerely. "Lots of famous musicians came here tonight because of you, including Christopher, the president of the association. I'm quite sure they came because of you." Lucien smiled and kissed Felicia's hand without his lips actually touching the hand to show his politeness. "Welcome, Lucien. We're all talking about you recently. You're such a genius." Felicia's mother greeted him. Felicia really looked like her mother, except for the hair, since her mother's was brown. Lucien nodded to them and entered the hall. Lots of guests were holding their cups and talking to each other. It was a perfect chance for socializing. "Hi, Evans." Many people greeted Lucien when he was walking. Their facial expressions varied. Some of them looked excited and curious, while some were throwing Lucien meaningful and unfriendly looks. What would the so-called most gifted and creative genius ever present tonight? Everyone was waiting for Lucien's new serenade. Among those serenades made for parties, good ones seldom appeared, since their themes and styles were rather limited. Many musicians commented that these serenades were not even close to being elegant. Thus, many of them tonight were actually expecting Lucien's failure tonight, and then they could teach this young genius a lesson. Christopher, who was surrounded by many musicians, said to the many musicians who did not have much hope in Lucien, "He's still young, and we shouldn't be too critical with those younger musicians. We shall applaud for their success, and also be more tolerant of their failure. Just leave them some space." When Lucien came over, the musicians ended the topic and started to talk about music creation. Lucien took a cup of water from a waiter and listened to their conversation quietly and politely, a few steps away. Several elder musicians noticed that and significantly changed their attitude toward Lucien, since clearly he was not one of those young musicians who instantly become very arrogant after making some achievement. Then Victor, Rhine, Lot, and some other of Lucien's classmates arrived too. It was already 7:30 in the evening, but Count Hein was still not there. The atmosphere started to become a bit awkward. Felicia's father, Urbain, looked very embarrassed. He was also very angry with Scott, his brother. Despite all the conflict they had in the past, Felicia is Scott's niece, and today was her 18th birthday. It was the current Count Hein's responsibility to show up and send his best wishes to Felicia. Urbain was really angry with his brother. Wringing her hands, Felicia looked embarrassed to the point of almost bursting into tears. On this occasion, Count Hein's absence definitely would do damage to her reputation among the nobles. 10 minutes later, the steward of Count Hein finally arrived and said to Urbain in a polite but also cold manner, "Lord Hein will not be able to come tonight, since he's sick." Urbain's face looked very gloomy, and he was so choked that he could not even say a single word. A few high-status nobles who were close to Count Hein were waiting in their houses, since they were not sure if they should attend the party or not. After confirming that Count Hein would not be there tonight, several servants who were waiting outside of the party house secretly left to report this to their masters. Fortunately, some other nobles were still coming, since Urbain was still the clerk of the town hall. Taking a deep breath, Urbain asked his daughter to stay calm and continue to welcome the guests. Too bad. If a family member is held in detestation by the host of the family, unless the member could awaken his or her blessing and become a knight, the family member would always have a hard time in whatever they want to do. A musician named Kamatz said to Lucien in a meaningful way. Lucien pretended that he did not get it. "I believe no matter what a person wants to do, as long as he or she is persistent enough and works really hard, the person can be successful." His voice was a bit loud, and it could be clearly heard since the hall was relatively quiet from the weird atmosphere. Felicia heard what Lucien just said, and the fact that Lucien made such an achievement from scratch cheered her up. As a noble lady from one of the most important families in the Duchy of Orvaret, Felicia was way more privileged than her classmate, and there was no reason for her to easily give up her dream. After a while, Othello, the director of the association, came to Lucien, followed by Mekanza Griffith and 3 young men. Mekanza greeted the other musicians present and introduced the 3 young men to Lucien. "Mr. Clement, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Julian are from Trier. They've read all the reviews of Symphony of Fate on Music Criticism and Symphony News, and they come here especially for you, Lucien. I'm glad to meet you. Thank you so much for coming." Lucien shook hands with them one by one. The 3 young musicians from Trier were all in their early 20s. Dressing tastefully, they were all very decent young men. "Your teacher, François, had already introduced all of you to me through a letter he wrote." Christopher recalled their names. "I've listened to your music works before. All of you are very talented." François was born in the Kingdom of Syracuse. When he was a teenager, François came to Alta to study music and then achieved great success in music in his late 20s. A few years ago, Francois went back to Syracuse and became the prime music consultant for the royal family. The three young musicians hurriedly saluted Christopher, who was known as the living music legend, with great respect. Mikanza said to Lucien with malicious intention, "I hope your serenade surprises everyone here tonight, genius." "A serenade? I have a piece of serenade for Miss Hain tonight, too." The black-haired Julian was the most talented and also the most arrogant one among the three. "We can present our serenades together." Mikanza seemed to be relatively acquainted with Julian. When Lucien was about to answer, the whole hall suddenly quieted down. The sword alert Lucien was wearing reminded him that someone he knew was coming. Lucien turned around and saw a luxury coach stopping in front of the steps on the other end. A tall, purple-haired beauty in her white uniform and black long boots was walking toward Felicia, with a pretty young lady walking with her arm in arm, while Camille was quietly following behind. "Your Grace!" Felicia exclaimed with great surprise. Chapter 96, The Serenade. "Hi, Felicia. Happy birthday." Standing in front of Felicia, Natasha smiled, "Sorry that I came without being invited." No. It's my great pleasure, Your Grace." Felicia was almost too excited to speak properly. "I really wanted to invite you, Your Grace. But I'm not qualified. I'm just..." I know. Natasha gently touched Felicia's hair and comforted her, "Don't call me Your Grace. Just call me Natasha, like many years ago when we were playing together in the manor. I remember that back in the days when the old Count was still alive, we always went hunting with Uncle Samuel, Alfred, and Harrington. I was so short and always fell over." All those memories came back to Felicia. "I cried a lot." "Yes, you did. And 10 years later, you're turning 18. Natasha's heart was also softened by those memories. "Alfred and Uncle Samuel must be very happy in heaven seeing you become such a gorgeous noble lady." Alfred was the eldest son of the Grand Duke, Natasha's elder brother, who was also a level 5 Grand Knight in his early 20s. Samuel was the elder brother of the current Count Hain and Urbane Hain, who was the first heir of House Hain's title. Both of them died in the battle with the Heretic Knights almost 10 years ago. 10 years changed a lot. Felicia's father did not manage to inherit the title, and Natasha turned from a little girl into a real warrior after her elder brother died. All the friends back in the old days gradually drifted away from each other, and those beautiful days would never come back again. Before the princess arrived, Felicia was forcing herself to smile in order to welcome the guests and keep the party going, although she was facing great disappointment and anger. Now, different emotions mixed together in her mind and she could not hold her tears back anymore. "I'm so happy you're here tonight, Natasha. Don't cry, Felicia." Natasha gave Felicia a big warm hug. "You're my younger sister. As Count Hain is sick tonight, I'll host your coming-of-age ceremony tonight." "Yes, Your Grace." Felicia sniffed and put on a smile. "I'm so honored that the princess is going to host my ceremony." Natasha also had tears in her eyes, but she was trying to cheer Felicia up. "And my personal music consultant is gonna present you with a beautiful piece of serenade." In her mind, Natasha was blaming Lucien for tempting her to attend the party tonight with his new serenade. As a Grand Knight, she did not expect that she would cry when she saw Felicia, and that made her feel very shy. Natasha and Lucien were getting more and more like friends after what happened with the heresy. Mentioned by the princess, Lucien suddenly captured a lot of attention from the nobles and musicians present. Now all of the guests were expecting Lucien's serenade tonight. "Welcome, Your Grace. Welcome, Lady Camille, Lady Sylvia." Urbane was also excited and led the princess into the hall. All the nobles and musicians were saluting the princess. Natasha was fed up with all the noble manners but was still smiling and nodding politely toward them. Sylvia, while holding the princess's arm, was very nervous and her face flushed, since it was her first time showing up in public with Natasha like this, facing lots of musicians she knew. "Mr. Christopher, good evening," Sylvia greeted her teacher. Looking at his student coming together with the princess, Christopher paused a bit as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. He just simply said, "Good evening, Sylvia. There are several musicians here tonight, and I know you are very interested in this new music instrument." Natasha had previously told Lucien that Sylvia was interested in his new fingerings, but also that she might be too shy to talk to him, so Lucien took the initiative to talk to her. Sylvia was encouraged and started to share her understanding of piano with Lucien. The three musicians coming from Tria were completely ignored. They were a bit pissed off, but there was not much they could do. After all, no one really knew them in Alta. However, their angry faces amused Mikanzi, standing on the other side. When they heard that the princess went to the party tonight, many nobles rushed to come. Thus, the ceremony was put off for half an hour. The coming-of-age ceremony was not complicated. Taking a flame-like flower and the badge of House Hain from Felicia's mother, Natasha put them on the left side of Felicia's chest and delivered a short speech. Then Natasha invited Felicia for an opening dance, which was the last part of the ceremony. The dance was just gorgeous. As a level 5 grand knight, Natasha was excellent in strength, agility, and coordination. Led by the princess, Felicia presented the best dance in her life so far. Then it should be Lucien's turn to present his new serenade for Felicia. However, at this time, Julian came to the center of the hall. "Your Grace, distinguished guests, I'm Julian from the Palace of Tria. I'm sorry that I just came here tonight with Mr. Griffith without Lady Felicia's invitation. Here I want to present Lady Felicia with a piece of my newly written serenade, in order to bring all my best wishes. It seems like our talented young musician is having an unexpected challenger here." Natasha lifted her eyebrows and said to Lucien in a low voice. Lucien shrugged his shoulders a bit. He did not really care. Natasha nodded, "Well. Then let's welcome Julian from Tria." Handing his sheets of music to the band, Julian was waiting for them to get prepared. Julian was quite excited since the music genre of serenade was Tria's forte. Chapter 97, G Major. In this world, serenade was originally a music genre performed for expressing love or affection, which was considered a suitable kind of music piece for the evening. As there were many nobles who were fond of chasing different music trends, the style of serenade also changed over time, and was played more and more often over evening parties. In Alta, the city of Somme, serenade was never really mainstream. Instead, symphony and concerto were more popular as they were always regarded as more solemn and elegant. When they were talking about piano fingerings, Sylvia smiled to her teacher and said, "I've seen Mr. Julian's serenade in your office before, and indeed it's very suitable for playing on evening parties." Christopher immediately understood the intention of her words. He shook his head and smiled. Several of the famous musicians present like Othello and Victor smiled with the president as well. What Sylvia was actually saying was that Julian's work was to some extent too shallow to be presented on formal occasions. On the other hand, Barrett and Clement, the two musicians who were visiting Alta for the first time, were not quite sure about the connotation of Sylvia's words. Lucien did not realize the meaning of Sylvia's comment until he saw the other musician's meaningful smile. Maybe it was Lucien's friendly attitude that won Sylvia's preference for him over Julian. At that time, Julian picked up his violin and his playing started. The beginning of his serenade surprised many of the traditional musicians present, including Christopher, Othello and Victor. Julian recomposed his music work and made it relatively solemn and serious. An interested smile emerged on Natasha's face. She has always loved surprises. Sylvia, standing beside her, looked more confused than surprised. Julian was indeed a genius. The combination of the pleasant features of serenade and the solemnity of orchestra in his music work impressed every musician present at the party. During the second movement of Julian's serenade, even the president Christopher smiled and praised, "This part is challenging but Julian handled it very well." Clement and Barrett gave Julian an admiring glance, since a good comment from the president of the Musicians' Association of Alta meant a lot for a young musician. The gentle and elegant lento was followed by a more cheerful allegro, designed for the evening party. The playing ended in a pleasant and high-spirited atmosphere. Warm applause came to Julian. Felicia, as the host of the coming-of-age ceremony and the evening party, thanked Julian. "I appreciate your gift a lot, Mr. Julian. It's very impressive as a piece of serenade. It's my great pleasure playing for you, Miss Hain." Julian kissed Felicia's hand and bowed to her. "May your beauty and happiness always be with you." Then he left the dancing floor and rejoined the musicians with a big smile on his face, knowing that the piece of serenade which took him more than 5 months to accomplish was acknowledged by the many musicians in Alta. Although the playing was not perfect because of the lack of practicing of the band, Julian still achieved success. Awesome, elegant, passionate. No one can compete with you in the field of serenade. While Mikanza was complimenting Julian, his eyes were peeking at Lucien. However, Lucien did not care. Lucien never regarded himself as a real musician. Othello, as the director of the association, also extended his congratulation. After Othello, Sylvia expressed her different opinion with a gentle smile. "Impressive as it is, the pace of the serenade in general is a bit sluggish and the structure is not well designed." "Well," Julian felt a bit embarrassed, "what you just said. The problems you just mentioned are relatively inevitable for a serenade, aren't they?" Christopher was a bit surprised that his student, who was always nice and gentle, was this aggressive and sharp tonight. Thus, he took a step forward and took over the conversation. "Anyway, this is a piece of serenade with outstanding quality." "Thank you." Julian's big smile came back again. He could already see the prosperous future that awaited him as a very famous musician in Alta. Then suddenly he turned around and said to Lucien in an arrogant intonation, "Now, it's your turn, Mr. Evans." At this time, Felicia's mother said to all the guests, "Thank you, Mr. Julian. Thank you for your passionate playing. In this beautiful evening, Mr. Lucien Evans, as my daughter's music classmate, will also present us a piece of bagatelle as well." Lucien's name caused a stir in the crowd. Yes, the Mr. Lucien Evans. The young talented musician who composed Symphony of Fate. Felicia's mother introduced with pride. Lucien tidied his clothes a bit and was about to walk to the center of the hall, when Mikanza said to him in an ill-intentioned way, "Hope you don't press the wrong key, Lucien." Natasha took a glance at Mikanza and lifted her eyebrows, and then looked at Lucien. She had confidence in Lucien since she had seen Lucien playing piano several times after he awoke his blessing, and his playing skill had improved a lot. "Don't let Natasha down," Sylvia said to Lucien in a low voice, "You're Natasha's musician consultant." Lucien was not bothered by Mikanza. He nodded to Natasha, Sylvia, and his teacher Mr. Victor, and then walked toward the center of the hall where a piano was placed. Victor raised his glass toward his student as his encouragement. Felicia was a bit nervous, since she was not sure whether playing a piece of bagatelle tonight was a good idea. Now in comparison to Julian's serenade, any flaw in Lucien's playing might be exaggerated. The applause to welcome Lucien gradually stopped. Many musicians and nobles were waiting. The first movement was an allegro, pleasant, graceful and brief. And it captured everyone's attention immediately with a very cheerful sonata allegro form. Julian's smile froze on his face. As a musician, he instantly realized the gap existing between his serenade and Lucien's work. Excellent as his work was, this young Alta musician's serenade could be called classical. What Lucien was playing was Amadeus Mozart's Serenade No. 13 for strings in G major. Chapter 98, The Charm of Piano. Natasha's purple eyes were lit up by the allegro. After listening to the first 2 bars, she instantly knew that this piece of bagatelle would not let her down. Subconsciously relaxing her hands, all of Felicia's concerns disappeared and her eyes started to shine with excitement. That was the most fabulous serenade she had even heard, even though it was just part of the whole work. Pleasant and cheerful, gentle and elegant, a few guests at the party nodded slightly following the rhythm while beating time to the music. They wanted to dance. Smiles appeared on their faces. Lucien's long and beautiful hands were moving on the keyboard in a smooth and free manner. His fingers, wrists, arms, and even his body were working cooperatively to present this perfect piece of piano bagatelle. Besides the melody itself, Lucien's manner of playing was also a feast for the guests' eyes. Many young nobles, while enjoying the music, were longing for learning piano and Lucien's new fingerings. Many noble ladies were staring at Lucien in great admiration. What a decent, elegant, and talented gentleman! The girls were wondering about how much a piano playing could show one's artistic elegance. Several minutes later, Lucien pressed down the last key of the piano bagatelle. His right hand was raised in a degage way to show the end of his playing. Then he stood up, bowed to Natasha, then Felicia, and the guests present. Lucien's listeners paused a bit, as if they needed some time to recover from the great surprise and excitement. A couple of seconds later, Lucien was surrounded by the thunder of applause from the guests. Beautiful, graceful, and balanced. I'm proud of you, Lucien, commented Natasha. Finish the following movements and turn this amazing piece of bagatelle into a serenade masterpiece. Felicia's face flushed with excitement. Lucien, thank you so much for the gift. I think my coming-of-age ceremony will be recorded in the history of music because of your serenade. Lucien gently hugged Felicia, giving her an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Then he went back and rejoined the musicians. Lucien, you're indeed a genius. This piano bagatelle is the most beautiful serenade I've ever heard. Christopher smiled and his eyes were shining with praise. No one can doubt your talent anymore, Lucien. Sylvia nodded. She was very impressed with the movement of Lucien's fingers, wrists, and arms when he was playing, and with the elegance of this new musical instrument, piano. In her mind, the piano was no inferior to the violin, the queen of all the musical instruments. As Lucien's teacher, Victor was very proud. I believe that this piece of serenade will become the most popular music work for parties and feasts, even more popular than Symphony of Fate. Then, Victor paused a bit before continuing, what I appreciate the most is that you employed many challenging playing skills in the bagatelle. After all, beautiful as a serenade is, it cannot be the mainstream of music in Alta. Lucien nodded with mixed feelings. He always appreciated all the help that Victor provided him, but he also knew that his future might not have anything to do with music, since the path that he chose was magic. After he got to know where the Continental Congress of Magic was from Rhine, he would leave Alta very soon. Lucien did not want to let Victor down. While most of the musicians present were marveling at Lucien's extraordinary talent, Mikanza looked very resentful. He took a glance at the very disappointed Julian and then he stepped forward as if something hit him all of a sudden. Mikanza pointed at Lucien and said in a loud voice in front of the guests, "There's no way that a beginner can compose something like this. You, so despicable, you made a pact with the devil." All of the guests were shocked. They turned around and looked at Mikanza as if he was insane. It was a very, very serious accusation against Lucien. In other words, Mikanza wanted Lucien to die. Mind your words, Mikanza. Victor looked angry and serious. Talented as Lucien is, he still works very hard. He was the first person speaking out for Lucien, while Lot and Herodotus remained silent. Facing an accusation involving a deal with the devil, even nobles didn't easily dare to defend their classmate. "You're Lucien's teacher. Of course you speak for him." Mikanza looked around at the guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you really believe that a pauper who just started to learn music several months ago can achieve such a level?" The guests started to whisper to each other. Indeed, the fact that, within only a few months' learning of music, a poor, young man was already capable of holding his own concert was definitely very surprising. "You betrayed the god of truth," said Mikanza in a vicious way. Everyone was looking at Lucien now. When he was about to say something, Natasha said to Mikanze in a slow but authoritative way. I know you want to put Lucien onto burning gallows very much, Mikanze. There was a slight of smile on Natasha's beautiful face. However, Mikanze, Lucien's my personal music consultant. You think I'm that stupid to have someone who made a deal with the devil to serve me? No, I'm not saying that, Your Grace. Mikanze was flustered by the princess's words. Then what do you mean? Asked Natasha sternly. I mean, it's not normal for... stammered Mikanze. Natasha cut him off right away, that's why we call him a genius. Lucien received rewards from my family, and that's also why he made such a progress. You have anything to say about that? Mikanze's face was as red as a tomato. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally he released a long sigh like a deflated ball. Of course you're right, Your Grace. I'm overreacting. Then, Mikanze found an excuse and left the party, followed by the frustrated Barrett and Clement, while Julian cheered himself up and said to Christopher sincerely, I'm sorry I was being so arrogant. I want to stay in Alta for several years to learn from the great musicians. Alta is the paradise for musicians. Welcome, Julian. Christopher nodded to him. We need fresh blood for our association, and we learn from each other. Julian picked up a glass of wine and turned around to face Lucien. I gotta admit that your serenade is better than mine. I'll learn from you, and one day I'll catch up with you. Then I wish you success. Lucien slightly raised his glass of water. The music for the party started again. Instantly, Lucien was surrounded by a bunch of noble ladies. Mr. Evans, can I have a dance with you? Mr. Evans, you were so charming when you were playing the piano. Can you take a look at my hands to see if I'm suitable for playing piano? The mix of sweet perfumes dizzied Lucien. Luckily, at that moment Felicia came over and saved Lucien by having a minuet with him, after which he went to the patio to stay away from the ladies. Chapter 99, Natasha's Request. The breeze was gentle and cool. Standing on the patio and bathing the bright moonlight, Lucien felt revitalized. However, at that time, Lucien realized that he was being rude since he saw that two beautiful ladies were on the patio as well, snuggling and kissing. The arousing scene of the two beauties showing their love toward each other in the moonlight was like a fabulous painting. Lucien's face twitched a bit and then blushed. When he was about to leave the patio, one of them stopped him and asked, Lucien, what's that look on your face? It was Natasha. With a slight redness on her cheeks, Sylvia was hiding behind Natasha, slightly gasping from the intense kissing. I'm fine. Fine. Lucien smiled in an embarrassed way. What's going on in your mind? Natasha slightly lifted her eyebrows and questioned Lucien closely. Well, I'm thinking that what I just saw was not good for my eyes, said Lucien in a playful way. Natasha pointed at herself and then at Sylvia, aren't we beautiful? Sure, both of you are real beauties. Having never been with any girl before, Lucien made fun of himself. Let me put it this way. What I just saw hurt my heart. Natasha laughed and stretched herself a bit. I like your personality, Lucien. You're interesting enough to be my friend. Then she said something to Sylvia in a low voice, which made Sylvia giggle. Excuse me, I need to have some water. Sylvia then said to Lucien and left the patio. After Sylvia left, Natasha asked Lucien to follow her back to the party. When they were on the dance floor, Natasha turned around, bowed to Lucien and reached out her right hand. May I have a dance with you? Lucien looked at her hand and paused a bit. Your Grace, I'm afraid that it's not a proper invitation. What? Natasha looked surprised. When she realized what was wrong, she took back her right hand and stood straight, waiting for Lucien's invitation. Sorry, my bad. I forgot you're the gentleman and I'm the lady. I'm used to. You know what I mean. Lucien nodded and smiled, yes, I know. Recalling the dancing manner, Lucien reached out his right hand to the princess, Your Grace, may I have the honor to dance with you? Sure, you're my music consultant. Natasha laid her hand on Lucien's palm and followed Lucien to the center of the dance floor. The dance between a decent gentleman and a beautiful young lady should be very pleasant. Unfortunately, their dance wasn't exactly like that. You stepped on my foot, Lucien, said Natasha. I'm sorry, Your Grace, Lucien apologized. But have you figured why? You're dancing in the manner of man. Am I? Your Grace, you just stepped on my foot. Sorry Lucien. Why don't you dance in the lady's way, then? That would solve all the problems, Natasha suggested. I'd rather keep letting you step on me. Lucien shook his head. It took them a while to become cooperative. Natasha asked, Lucien? Can I ask you to do me a favor? What is it? Asked Lucien. Well. A rare shy look appeared on Natasha's face. Sylvia likes your serenade a lot, and she wants me to play a piece of love-themed serenade for her birthday before the new year. That's sweet. Lucien did not understand how he would be useful to Natasha yet. But you know I'm not really a serenade person. Said Natasha, I like music which is intense and passionate, not soft and gentle. I just can't do it. So, Your Grace, you want me to compose the serenade for you? Lucien asked. Sort of. Natasha looked a bit embarrassed but soon made up her mind, yes, can you do me that favor? Well. I don't think a decent knight like Your Grace would find a ghostwriter for herself. Lucien blinked in a funny way. You're not my ghostwriter. I just don't want to present Sylvia with a piece of mediocre work on her birthday. Natasha was trying to justify it, I'll tell Sylvia that it's your work. Don't worry, Your Grace. Lucien grinned, I was just joking. I would be honored if I could help you solve that problem, Your Grace. Natasha nodded, awesome. Thank you, Lucien. I'll at least try to work on it as well, and your work will be my second plan. The name of the serenade will be for Sylvia, then. Lucien paused a few seconds and looked a bit worried, since I haven't gone through any love experience yet, I may need some extra help. Such as? Natasha leaned forward a bit. I noticed that you have lots of books in your study, Your Grace. Lucien had been coveting the great number of books in Natasha's study for a long time, and he would not let this precious chance slip away. I wonder if I can have the chance to read some of them, say, those love stories books and some books that introduce histories, cultures and traditions of other countries, in order to be inspired. The library of the association has only music books. Of course. Natasha smiled, it's not a big deal at all. As many of the old books are actually written in the language used by the ancient Sylvanas magic empire, I can ask the scholars to translate them for you. That would be great. Although Lucien looked pretty calm, his heart was full of excitement. He did not expect that one of his biggest problems could just be solved like that. By copying the many books from the ancient Sylvanas magic empire, Lucien could not only better plan his future trip on the continent, but also learn how to read ancient Sylvanas characters. Although many books of college level were still sealed in Lucien's spirit library, he was already way more knowledgeable than a common sorcerer. Had it not been for the insufficiency of his spiritual power, Lucien should had already become a first circle sorcerer, which was exactly the opposite situation for the other sorcerer apprentices. Most of them were having a hard time moving forward because they did not have enough knowledge to analyze more complicated spells. Lucien, you stepped on me again, complained Natasha. When the dance ended, Natasha asked Lucien, do you have any other plans recently, aside from composing the canon and finishing the bagatelle? I don't want to interrupt your schedule. Not really. Composing serenade can help me relax. Actually, I'm considering composing a piece of sonata to record the perseverance and the great faith that supported me all along when Uncle Joel and his family were held as hostages," answered Lucien. All he wanted to do now was to come up with new music works and hold his own concert. "I'm looking forward to that." Natasha looked at him seriously. "I know you're good at this theme. And I'll have the scholars translate the books for you starting from tomorrow." After the dance, Lucien was about to get some water when he met Rein, who was holding a glass of wine in a very elegant way. "Good work." Then Rein whispered to Lucien, "I almost forgot to tell you that I already helped you get rid of your basement. No worries anymore." "You?" Lucien was very surprised. He never expected that Rein knew this much about him. He was also glad that he did not have to worry about his underground lab anymore, which had been a burden on his heart for a long time since he just could not find a proper chance to destroy it. "I know you want to thank me, and you're welcome," Rein said to Lucien, smiling. "I mean no harm toward you. I hope you can trust me." "But why, Mr. Rein?" asked Lucien. After all, the whole thing had nothing to do with Rein at all. "There's no why." Rein shrugged casually. "Maybe I just want to see a great musician making progress without being distracted by something trivial." Then, Rein raised his glass toward Lucien with a meaningful smile and left. The party tonight was perfect because of Lucien's serenade. Thus, Felicia exempted the debt that Lucien owed her to show her family's appreciation. At a cost of 10 thalers, Felicia made a great deal with Lucien. Chapter 100, The History. In the following morning, on his way to the Musicians' Association in the administrative district, Lucien was very surprised to find that the bagatelle he played at the party last night was being played everywhere in Alta. Just like Victor said, it was way easier for a piece of serenade to become popular than for a symphony. As soon as Elena saw Lucien coming into the lobby, she waved to him with a big smile on her face. "Morning, Elena," greeted Lucien. "Why are you so happy today?" "I'm happy for you." Covering her mouth, Elena giggled in a low voice. "Before you arrived, a few noble ladies came to the association to look for you. They were hoping that they could become your piano students. Miss Felicia's friend, Yvette, was here as well." Then, she handed a pile of letters to Lucien. "These are all feedbacks from musicians who live nearby." Lucien took the letters and was about to walk upstairs, but paused a bit and turned to Elena instead. "Can you tell the ladies that this year I won't accept any students? Apart from being the princess music consultant, I still have to work on producing more music." "Mr. Lucien, how come you're always that inspired?" Kathy's eyes were wide open and she asked with great curiosity. "I heard that, aside from the serenade, you also finished recomposing Mr. Hersey's canon in D." Lucien nodded. "I'm just hoping that I can hold my own concert as soon as possible." "Wow!" exclaimed Elena and Kathy at the same time. Then, Elena asked Lucien with expectancy, "I understand that you don't want to have any student right now. But can I ask you some questions related to music once in a while?" "Of course, we can exchange our ideas," said Lucien. The true reason that Lucien refused to have any student was that, as a sorcerer, he might be found out by the church someday and his students would be in great trouble. After giving Joseph the music sheet of his serenade for registration, from the window Lucien saw that a purple coach was arriving, which was sent by Natasha. In the study of War Gallery, Natasha, wearing a long black dress, was introducing the books to Lucien. "Some of them are written in common tongue. I take it that you want to start to read them as soon as possible." That was Natasha, passionate, decisive and motivated. As soon as she decided to do something, she wanted to get it done as fast as she could. From her introduction, Lucien had a rough idea about the different book sections in the princess study. At that moment, a middle-aged man came in and bowed to Natasha. "Your Grace." Turning around, Natasha nodded to the man and then said to Lucien, "Mr. Bake, from House Hill, is a very reputable scholar and linguist. He is your designated consultant and translator for these books. Bake was already bald in his 40s. A thick pair of glasses was sitting on his round face. Thank you, Mr. Bake, said Lucien. It's my great pleasure to serve the princess and to be your consultant, Mr. Evans. Bake bowed slightly to Lucien. You're working on translating the books already, Mr. Bake. Lucien noticed that there was a thick book under Bake's arm with many small colorful tags among the pages. Yes. As you may see, Mr. Evans, translating these books takes time, and the princess told me about your hunger for knowledge. I'm hoping that I can cover as many books as possible in this study for you, Mr. Evans, answered Bake slowly. That's very nice of you, Mr. Bake. Lucien was grateful, and thank you, Your Grace. Lucien smiled to Natasha. It's very sweet to see that, young as you are, Mr. Evans, you're this interested in the ancient language and culture of Sylvana's magic empire. You'll see that their culture was fascinating. Bake walked toward the desk and opened the black book in front of Lucien. The book that I'm working on right now is Hero's Epic, very beautiful poems. Bake became a bit excited. What is this book about? Asked Lucien. Sorry, I'm not really well educated within history. Oh, that's totally fine. Bake smiled. The beauty of poem does not require its reader to have much educational background. Instead, it's something you can feel. Get closer and take a look, Mr. Evans. Lucien's long fingers gently ran down the spine of the thick, black book, feeling its antiquity. When Lucien was flipping through the pages, Bake said to him, the poems in the book were written in memory of those great heroes who followed the lead of the God of Truth and together overthrew the rule of the vicious mages. Fascinating. Lucien quickly went through all the pages, and then in his spirit library the copy of the book emerged on one of the bookshelves in the ancient literature entry. Then, Lucien turned to Natasha. Have you read these books before, Your Grace? Do you have any book that has already been translated? I've learned Sylvana's in the Noble Abbey before. I don't need translation, answered Natasha casually. I'm going to the practicing room now. If I have any question I'll come back for you. Enjoy your reading, Lucien. After Natasha left, Lucien directly jumped onto the books and started to read them assiduously. In the following month, Lucien gradually gained a new perspective toward the continent and even this whole world from the effort he put on reading. In order to gain great power and break the limit of the human body, lots of sorcerers and sorceresses in the past operated countless cruel experiments on human beings by infusing them with the different powers extracted from magic creatures. Most of the subjects died, but the ones who made it gained tremendous power. Surprisingly, yet undoubtedly reasonable, following the lead of those surviving experiment subjects, people from different parts of the continent who were fed up with being bullied launched uprisings against the empire. At the same time, the Saint Truth, with its many years of secret development, quickly gained its momentum and became the shared belief for those people. That was when the great powers derived from the magic creatures started to be called blessings and the saint calendar started to count, followed by the epic war called the War of Dawn, which lasted for over 400 years. Because Lucien was reading the translated versions of the books, all the texts were shedding glory light on the people fighting against the empire while depicting the sorcerers and sorceresses as terrifying representatives of the darkness and the devil. At that time, Natasha's family, House Violet, was guarding the remote west territory of Holy Hyalt's empire with the great power of the Violet Knights. In the end of the War of Dawn, House Violet provided the church with great help and became the biggest contributor to the success of taking down Alta. The host of House Violet was thus granted the title of the Grand Duke of Alta and became independent from Holy Hyalt's empire. In the year 425 of Saint Calendar, the church held one of the most significant synods in history, discussing the topics related to the final stage of the war and the further attack toward the fiend empires across the Dark Mountain range in the west. However, during that meeting, a great, carefully premeditated divergence over the reading of the doctrine bursted out between some of the Grand Cardinals and the Pope. Since then the church was divided into two. Supported by Xuanhuan Empire and the other duchies, the Grand Cardinals betrayed the Pope and set up a separatist regime in the north. The westward march of the Church's army was thus stopped. Lucien realized that the topic of heresy in this world was way more complicated than he thought. Knowing that the Sword Brothers were stationed on the border between the Duchy of Orvaret and Xuanhuan Empire, Lucien asked Natasha why the Church never started to march westward again. Her answer was very obscure but meaningful. In most believers' eyes, the enemy within concerns us more than external threats. Today, no one except the Pope knows why those cardinals betrayed us. Lucien also read from the books that the front line against the heresy was formed by the north provinces of the Duchy of Orvaret, the Kingdom of Syracuse and Holy Heilt's Empire. Among the total of 60 kingdoms, duchies, empires, and territories on the continent, most of them retained their glory through the years. However, in some, like the Gusta Empire to the far south, the royal family had lost their control over the empire, since the several preeminent noble families in Gusta seized a major part of the political and economical power. Besides, there was a continental sea in the center of the continent, which was called Storm Sea. Natasha's mom was the princess from the kingdom across the Storm Strait, although very little reference could be found about that kingdom. 2 weeks before the new year, sitting in front of the fireplace, Lucien was reading astrology and magic elements. After the great amount of reading, now Lucien could already understand the most commonly used characters in Sylvanas.